Welcome back, councillors. This meeting is now resumed. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to move that Councillor Marx, Councillor Atwood and Councillor Wolfe will be absent for today's meeting, and I ask that they be granted a leave of absence.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that Councillors Wolfe, Atwood and Marx be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any other apologies?
No. Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yesterday, during the course of the meeting, Chair, Councillor Howard verbally abused me using swear words. I sought your ruling at the time and you said you didn't hear what happened. I reviewed the live stream and it's very discernible what Councillor Howard said to me because my microphone was on. So I'd now ask you, given we're still in the same meeting, to reprimand Councillor Howard for unsuitable meeting conduct.
Councillor Cassidy, I haven't reviewed the live stream. I haven't had time to go back and I haven't actually received that yet. So I'm not sure how you did that, but I will have a look. And
you can rewind the video. It's still there. It's the same meeting. So what evidence do you need, Chair?
Councillor, as I am the Chair sitting here, I need to hear it. At the time, I did not hear that. I categorically did not hear Councillor Howard say that.
So
now,
it's now been 24 hours.
I do hear a lot up here, trust me, but I did not hear that.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Well, it happened and people heard it. It's on the live stream. Councillor Howard admitted that she said it. She gave a reason to me why she said it, because she didn't like what I said. So it was said. So Councillor Howard did engage in unsuitable meeting conduct. I was punished for that.
I have made my ruling, Councillor, and I will take this moment to actually remind all councillors, and I'll read what I have previously read at the beginning of this meeting, that robust debate does not mean you can be rude or show unsuitable meeting conduct. This is the expectation that those who have elected us into this privileged position, and I encourage all councillors to consider that.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I just want to be really clear now. Is your ruling that Councillor Howard did not engage in unsuitable meeting conduct?
My ruling, Councillor Cassidy, and I'm not going to repeat it again, is that I did not hear that, and so therefore I cannot address that. Well, councillors, we are currently in program 2, and we are up to speakers from the opposition side. Are there any speakers?
Point of order.
One moment. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct and that you should be reprimanded.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the Chair has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim. Was it? Yeah. No, Councillor Collier. I'll now vacate the Chair and leave the chamber. Councillor Huang, can you come up?
Yeah, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm loath to do this. I've never done this before, and I know other councillors do, but I do find this really quite serious. I have no recourse as a councillor against another councillor engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct other than through the Chair. And the Office of the Independent Assessor have been very clear that it is the Chair of Council that must ensure that councillors display suitable meeting conduct. Now, when we have been found to be engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct, sure, fair enough, that's the prerogative of the Chair and we accept that. But what happened yesterday, and it's very clear, it's on the recording, and everyone will see that when that is posted on the council website, is that Councillor Howard verbally abused me and called me a piece of shit. That's a particularly egregious personal abuse that goes well beyond any other sort of unsuitable meeting conduct we have seen in debate in this place since those new rules came in. And Councillor Landers said yesterday she didn't hear what happened, even though Councillor Howard basically admitted that it did happen. She didn't like what I said during debate, and therefore that's how she responded to me. That's unsuitable meeting conduct. Councillor Howard basically admitted that's exactly what happened. It's on a recording which Councillor Landers should have, as Chair of Council, reviewed yesterday afternoon. There's a recording over there. It was on the microphone system. So I agree there is a robust political debate that happens in here, but personal abuse is clearly unsuitable meeting conduct, and that Councillor Landers did not reprimand Councillor Howard is in itself unsuitable meeting conduct. This is the only recourse we have before this can be referred off to the Office of the Independent Assessor and up to the State Government as well. Again, I'm loath to have to do this. If Councillor Landers did her job appropriately, this wouldn't be required. And there's a huge onus put on Councillor Landers to be the chair of the council meeting. Large responsibility, and she needs to be across that. So what should have happened yesterday? She should have gone and reviewed what happened. And this is the same meeting we're talking about. This isn't a separate meeting. It was adjourned yesterday. We're still currently in that meeting and dealt with that unsuitable meeting conduct. And that as that hasn't happened, it's just a clear case of unsuitable meeting conduct by Councillor Landers. This is the process we have to go through, therefore, that's why I'm moving this today. Lots is said, and I've said lots about the decisions that LNP councillors make. I've never made personally derogatory remarks about other councillors in here, and I admit I get into the political brawl as much as anybody else in this place. But when you are personally targeted, and I've copped that quite a bit from LNP councillors, been called a groin rub, been called a piece of shit. Can you imagine any workplace? Imagine up in Brisbane Square, if someone in a more senior position than you, in a position of power, called you a piece of shit, and when you called it out, you got in trouble. That's what happened yesterday. And I've given Councillor Landers plenty of time to go and review what happened. The evidence is clear. Councillor Howard admitted what she did, and yet there's no consequences. No consequences for that. That is wrong, and unfortunately that's why we've got to go through this process now.
Further speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Chair, the Chair has said that she has not had time to review what occurred yesterday. The Chair has said that she didn't hear it at the time that it occurred, and I am sure that the Chair will review this and take appropriate action if it is required in due course, and I move the motion be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved that the motion be put. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. And Councillor Cassidy, right of reply.
Look, briefly, I don't want to hold up any debate any longer than this, but it's clear that the Chair's responsibility, Councillor Landers, the Chair's responsibility, is to manage the council meeting, including reviewing what happened and reviewing a clear onus on reviewing the point of order I made yesterday, and that recording is available to be rewound on that live stream there. So the onus is on Councillor Landers to ensure that she does her job, and Councillor Cunningham's excuses for Councillor Landers just don't stack up. It is Councillor Landers' responsibility. You can't just say, well, maybe in 2 years' time she'll review it and then come back and make a finding. It's her, the onus is on her and the responsibility is on her to ensure standing orders are upheld in this place, and that should have been reviewed immediately and dealt with immediately. So that's really not a good enough excuse, and we don't accept that.
I now put a motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 14 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. And if we can ask Councillor Landers, the chair, to resume her seat as well. Madam Chair, there's no unsuitable meeting conduct here.
I'll now call on further speakers. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2 Infrastructure for Brisbane. A new service group that will improve efficiency, accountability and delivery across the city. As Councillor Murphy mentioned, the restructure gives Infrastructure for Brisbane end-to-end oversight of how we plan, build and maintain the city's infrastructure, leading to more cohesive, responsive and accountable service delivery. This can only lead to better outcomes for Brisbane and for the Marchant Ward. So let me speak to what this looks like on the ground and specifically some of the local wins for residents in my ward. As we heard in last week's presentation, the unusual wet weather over the last 12 months has caused quite a bit of damage to our road network. So the 25% uplift in funding in this year's budget is a welcome boost to ensure our roads are smoother and safer. The Shrinner Council has also responded with a $2 million boost to pothole maintenance, an 11% increase to roadside maintenance, including line marking, weed control and street lights, and a 26% increase to signage and curb and channel maintenance. This year's budget also sees a 14% uplift in funding for bikeways and footpath maintenance and roadside grass cutting and city cleaning. Madam Chair, we're delivering 14 local road resurfacing projects across multiple suburbs in Marchant Ward. Maryland Street in Stafford Heights, Gunner Street in Kedron, Barbaras Street in Stafford, Henry Street in Chermside, and Hanbury Street in Chermside West, to name a few. These are tangible upgrades, particularly welcomed by locals, and I look forward to seeing them delivered. Another project I'm very much looking forward to seeing delivered is the Hamilton Road intersection upgrade. A political football if ever I've seen one. For those unfamiliar, the increasingly congested Prince Charles Hospital precinct has long been under pressure due to significant growth. Of course, this has been exacerbated by huge residential growth in Chermside, particularly on the northern and eastern sides of Hamilton Road. Now, we can all agree we need more hospital beds and we need more homes. But what residents, patients and hospital staff didn't need was a political bun fight over an intersection upgrade. The site of this intersection is, of course, where we first met Big Money Bart and his good pal, the now independent member for Stafford. And their big money commitment was to fund the land transfer from Queensland Health to the Department of Transport and Main Roads. From memory, I think it was worth about $1 million. but that wasn't the best option. It wasn't the best option for residents, patients, visitors, motorists, pedestrians, and of course, Queensland Health employees. The best option was a 4-way signalised intersection, and that's what the Schrinner Council is delivering. And that's thanks to a partnership with the Christopher government. The games are now over, and we can just get on with delivering an important road project that will improve safety and accessibility for everyone. Yeah. On the subject of safety, the Kedron Safer Schools precinct will move into the next stage this financial year. Having completed extensive community consultation with incredible engagement results from across the community, we will now move into the design and construction phases in the 25-26 financial year. I've spoken at length about this crucial project in this place, and I'm beyond excited to continue to work with my community to deliver something that makes it safer for kids to go to school and residents to move around their suburb. I'll also mention that I'm pleased to see the Active School Travel program in Program 2, and I'm excited to see what's in store for the 21st year of this hugely successful initiative. It's quite remarkable that 80% of primary schools in Brisbane have participated in this program since 2004. That's a take-up rate of 179 schools and almost 150,000 students. It's huge. I'd also like to give a shout out to Somerset Hills State School, who were successful in the Active School Travel program this year and are kicking goals. I can confirm their walking bus was very well attended recently. Madam Chair, I'll briefly mention a few other projects that I'm excited to see delivered by this administration in my ward. Design works for better lighting along the Downfall Creek Bikeway, all the way from Chermside Shopping Centre across the border into Deagon Ward. We're delivering pedestrian and footpath improvements at Davenport Street in Chermside, Rhodey Road in Stafford, Webster Road in Stafford and Nevin Street in Aspley. Each of these upgrades, while sometimes small in scope, play a big role in making our local suburbs safer, cleaner and more livable. Madam Chair, I'll quickly mention the information session last week and what I got out of it. I did hear those opposite decry what a waste of time it was, which is disappointing. And I was also disappointed to hear that Councillor Chong-Wah didn't get much out of it, particularly because considering that the Labor members weren't there, she got to ask a lot more questions than what she would have been able to in previous years.
That's true.
But I will agree on one point, and that is that it is really frustrating to hear questions asked where there is lots of information available publicly. Indeed, one of the questions I asked of the chair was where in the budget there was going to be a toll on the Story Bridge.
What was the answer?
I suppose I thought that for the opposition leader to give up 30 minutes to outline his alternative vision for the city in a budget reply speech, he must have had a pretty good reason to do so. I mean, I know the Lord Mayor has ruled it out multiple times. Yep. The Premier has rolled it out multiple times.
Yes, definitely.
The Transport Minister has ruled it out multiple times. Yes. Councillor Murphy's ruled it out. Councillor Wines ruled it out. And yet the Labor opposition gave up their chance to ask questions, to really scrutinise the budget last week and this week for their residents. Instead, they embarked on a misspeaking campaign, telling people there would be a toll.
With cardboard cutouts.
That's right. Thank you for the interjection, Councillor Toomey.
How long did that take?
It's a good question.
Yeah. It would have been.
A long time. It must have been a long time to make that. A whole weekend, I suppose. And I also have noted from the debate yesterday as well that Councillor Cassidy has a deep hatred for pre-prepared notes. But he doesn't have a deep hatred for pre-prepared protesters, it would seem. They're okay. Madam Chair, through smarter planning, better coordination and a genuine commitment to local outcomes, the Schrinner Council is delivering meaningful improvements across Marchant Ward. From safer school precincts and resurfaced streets to intersection upgrades and expanded footpaths, we're not just maintaining the city, we're improving it. We're keeping Brisbane moving. I'd like to thank all council staff who have contributed to this work and to the former chairs, Councillor Wines and Councillor Hutton, for all you've done in this space. I very much look forward to continuing to work with Councillor Murphy to deliver for the people of Brisbane. I commend this program to the House. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy is well aware that sometimes people misspeak. I did yesterday, and I withdraw and apologise.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
What has Councillor Howard withdrawn and apologised for?
Councillor Cassidy, considering what has gone before us this morning, it's obviously clear that Councillor Howard feels she needs to apologise to you. So I hope that you will take that in that vein. Are there further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Programme 2 of the 2025-26 budget, infrastructure for Brisbane. Madam Chair, as the Chair has previously rightly pointed out, Brisbane is undergoing unprecedented growth, and this requires us to adapt and respond to the infrastructure needs to cater for the future growth of our city. We are here to prepare for the future. Brisbane is no doubt one of Australia's fastest growing cities and has been for some time. Brisbane is now home to over 1.26 million people and continues to expand. The Queensland government projects our population will reach over 1.5 million by 2041, an increase of more than 14,000 people every year. Council knows the city is growing and focus on delivering infrastructure solutions to keep Brisbane moving. This outsized growth means we must act now to ensure our city is prepared for the future. Strategic investment in infrastructure and major projects is essential to support the population boom and ensure we remain the lifestyle capital of Australia. Brisbane is proudly preparing to host the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. These games will be the first carbon-positive games in history, which is a significant legacy goal. To support this vision, we are delivering projects that promote sustainable travel and improve urban connectivity. Council is facing infrastructure delivery challenges that are prevalent across the construction industry. It was just 3 years to March 2024. The cost of core materials like concrete, cement, and sand has surged by up to 40%. Wages are rising rapidly, while productivity has declined. Major projects like Cross River Rail are also competing for materials and labour. Despite the pressures, it's vital that we keep delivering these projects to ensure long-term benefits for the people of Brisbane. Over the past 12 months, Brisbane's construction industry has faced significant challenges due to the region's unprecedented wet weather. The city recorded its highest number of rainy days in over 100 years in 2024. Leading to a widespread disruption across the sector. In 2025, there has been 85 rainy days, which equates to 63% of the first half of the calendar year impacted by weather. The wet weather exacerbated existing cost pressures in the construction industry. As you can imagine, this resulted in project delays and cost pressures and presented a unique challenge to Council. However, we still have a strong track record of delivering significant projects. Madam Chair, as a new alignment of responsibilities, active travel and active travel infrastructure now come under this program. Brisbane City Council has a long-standing record of delivering when it comes to active transport. In fact, the active transport programs are some of the most recognizable initiatives undertaken by the Shire Council. And active transport infrastructure is also crucial to the success of the program as a whole. High-quality infrastructure improves the take-up active transport options by making them safer and easier to use. Within the active transport infrastructure space, Council invests in shared pathways, pathway upgrades, bikeways, and bike lanes. In 2024-25, the program mainly focused on the planning and design of projects to enable us to ramp up construction in future years. Council used capacity in the road resurfacing program to implement 400 meters worth of dedicated bike lanes along Rainbow Street in Sandgate. Bikeway lighting at Fig Tree Point Park and Catherine Brook Bikeway was also delivered. In 2025-26, Council will complete the construction of the long-awaited upgrade of the Moreton Bay Cycleway at Viola Place. This will be a particularly satisfying outcome as the project has faced years of legal challenges and opposition from the former state Labor government. Council will also progress investigations for the City Link extension, the Indooroopilly Bikeway detailed design, and the detailed design of Minipi Bikeway. In McGregor Ward, the Council is investigating design options for potential future active travel connection between Preble Street, Rochdale, and the Bulimba Creek Bikeway in Wishart. The Preble Street shared path will connect local communities in Rochdale and Wishart with a new active transport bridge over Bulimba Creek. The Preble Street shared path aims to improve connectivity between Rochdale and Wishart and provide a safe and accessible link to the Bulimba Creek Bikeway for walking, riding, and e-mobility services. Bulimba Creek Bikeway runs through the southeastern suburbs of Brisbane, including Marrari, Cannon Hill, Carina, and Carindale. It stretches for approximately 20 kilometers and provides a scenic and safe path along Bulimba Creek for walking and riding. The route passes through natural bushland, parks, and residential areas, offering a mix of urban and green surroundings. Along the way, you can enjoy views of the creek, local wildlife, and peaceful surroundings. The project timing for Preble Street Bikeway includes investigations that services locating and contaminated land testing will be taken in 2025 to inform design options. We will provide information to the community when the project progresses. The project is currently in an early design phase. Next steps, including any potential future construction, will be dependent on future funding allocations. Madam Chair, I would also like to talk about the road upgrades. And in my ward, one of Brisbane City Council's core businesses is road upgrades. We know that upgraded roads deliver better user experiences and safer for drivers and get people where they need to be quicker. In my ward, there's an intersection on Underwood Road and Gaskell Street, Emerald Plains, has had several safety and congestion issues, including accidents resulting in one fatality. The visibility for westbound on Underwood Road is limited due to a steep curve just east of Gaskell Street, affecting right turn movements. Gaskell Street is being used by drivers heading east to Underwood Road to avoid congestion on Logan Road. There are queues forming at the approach to Gaskell Street during both peak and off-peak times. The wide layout of Gaskell Street with multiple hold points is not suitable for pedestrians and active transport users. And the upgrade is located in Emerald Plains, and the current intersection is controlled by stop sign, with Underwood Road being the main road. And Underwood Road is a suburban road that connects east and west between Warrego Road, Logan Road, and Rochdale Road. The corridor is seeing a rapid growth in residential development due to a significant amount of new community zone land. Gaskell Street is a district road that links suburban Underwood Road with the arterial road, Logan Road, in a north-south direction. Both Gaskell Street and Levington Road, which is a district road, provide access to the Gateway and Pacific Motorway via Logan Road. Gaskell Street primarily serves low-density residential areas. There is a neighborhood center that is situated to the north and at the intersection of Logan Road and Gaskell Street. Once this project move forward, that means there will be signalized the Underwood Road and Gaskell Street intersection with controlled pedestrian crossing. Install medians on Underwood Road and provision of right-turn lane on eastern approach of Underwood Road. And there will be reconfigured Springshore Street to be left in, left out only. And also, a larger splitter island will be reconfigured on Gaskell Street. We will also install a raised pedestrian crossing on left-turn slip lane out of Gaskell Street. And a new traffic sign and line marking will also be installed. Madam Chair, the Gaskell Street and Underwood Road intersection is located right between McGregor Ward and Runcorn Ward. So any improvement on this intersection will benefit the residents of these two wards. And I would like to thank the current chair and the former chair for guiding through this project, and I commend the program to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to make a contribution on Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. This program probably plays the biggest role in keeping Brisbane moving and getting the Hamilton Ward residents home sooner and safer. I'm delighted that Hamilton Ward has some incredible road resurfacing projects happening locally through the Suburban Works program that will make a significant difference in making our streets safer and smoother. Some key highlights for road resurfacing in Hamilton Ward start with Zillman Road in Hendra. It is an important corridor for those in the middle of my ward travelling to school or work, as well as home, and also it's home to a few iconic local businesses such as Brighton Early Books, Pinky's Convenience Store and Hendra Home Hardware. There are many residents who are very excited about this and the feedback has been very positive. Another project that has been announced in this year's budget is the road resurfacing for Kedron Park Road in Wooloowin, which is on the border between myself and my wonderful colleague, Councillor Danita Parry in Marchant. So got a great project happening there. It's a busy corridor with Wooloowin State School and Kedron State High School, and it's also a thoroughfare to the Lutwood Shopping Centre. So it is very welcomed, and I look forward to reporting back to the Chamber on the progress of this project. Talking of road resurfacing, I am pleased that road resurfacing has been announced in this year's budget for Racecourse Road. So it's a very busy retail and dining precinct in my ward, and the residents and traders have already provided positive feedback about the works completed on the footpath upgrades, and I know they will be very excited about the future road network works for 2025 to 26. Now, time doesn't permit me to list all the road resurfacing projects scheduled for this year in Hamilton Ward, but some other highlights are... But I'll just give some highlights because there's a few other things that I want to talk about. So some other highlights are Clark Street, Kalinga, Sword Street in Clayfield and Roche Avenue at Bowen Hills. Balawi Street, a street off Racecourse Road, is also earmarked for a road renewal improvement which will make it safer for pedestrians and road users alike. These Don't distract me. These are much welcome projects, and I just want to touch on that we've had an unusually wet weather season. Chair, you might be interested to know that in Brisbane this year alone, we've had 85 days of rain. So in percentage terms, 63% of the calendar year has been affected by weather. So the extra $2 million allocated to road maintenance to address this weather, with the weather increasing potholes in our streets, is very welcomed. It's also part of our guarantee to get the basics right in the suburbs. So another topic I want to touch on is in Program 2 is the active school travel. And recently I had a great time joining Our Lady Help of Christian School in Hendra for their active walk to school day. And we had a lovely breakfast afterwards and the kids were very excited about being in the program. So active school travel recently celebrated its 20-year anniversary, and in previous years I know there's been some fierce competition for the annual winner. Am I right, Councillor Adaman? But I'm hopeful that, But I'm hopeful that Our Lady Help of Christian might snag an award this year and put their best foot forward and take home a prize. So since its inception in 2004, this active school travel program has been taken up by 80% of all schools in the Brisbane City Council area. So last year I got a briefing from council officers, and I was interested to learn that not only does the program encourage active school travel, whether it is a ride, a walk, or these days sometimes you can scoot to your place of education, but you can also be lucky enough to have a Brisbane City Council bus visit your school. So who would not want that? So keeping along the theme of active transport, I'm pleased there is progress on the Moreton Bay Cycleway between Viola Place and Snyder Road. While this project has had some hurdles, I'm sure both cyclists and pedestrians will be very excited about the link being completed. Chair, you might be interested to know that as part of these works being undertaken by Council, it will be the first weir that Council crews have constructed as part of this project, and we learnt that in the information sessions last week, so thank you, Councillor Murphy. With expected completion in February 2026, these works will include the weir, as mentioned before, but also lighting and 600 metres of pedestrian and cycleway path. The Suburban Enhancement Fund is an important part of this program as well, and it's been great to deliver many exciting projects through this initiative since I joined the council almost 2 years ago. This year, I'm hoping to deliver some much-awaited projects such as the Jackson Street Park in Hamilton. Residents lobbied the former councillor for Hamilton Ward, Councillor David McLaughlin, to turn an unused road reserve into a place that locals could gather. Initial plans show that residents will be able to enjoy a small pocket in Hamilton with a bench and green space, and perhaps to put up a few marquees for a community event or even a few birthday parties. Another project that I will be delivering through the Suburban Enhancement Fund is a refurbishment of the popular Newstead Dog Park in Waterfront Park. The dog off-leash area, also known as a dola, will be getting a glow-up, with new turf being laid to ensure that our furry friends have a lovely place to run around and their owners a place to gather and connect with other dog owners. This fund has also allowed me to put in some new footpaths at Everleigh Street, Wooloowin, upgrade accessibility for people who use the community place at Clark Street and Kalinga, with a footpath connection being put in place to ensure those that have a disability don't need to cross over a car park and speed bumps to access the centre, so improving the accessibility for all. Other footpath reconstruction projects occurring across Hamilton Ward that have been announced in this year's budget include Hamilton Road, Albion, and Duke Street, Ascot. Chair, the Schrinner Council was elected on a platform to keep Brisbane moving, and that's why I'm very happy to see Abbotsford Road in Bowen Hills, from the inner city bypass ramp to Bimbill Street, that has been identified for the Clearway Action plan that we've got, that will look at how clearways can be optimised to tackle congestion and speed up traffic to get you home sooner and safer. By ensuring that curb lanes during high demand periods are free, it will be an efficient way to add capacity, better flow of traffic and improve safety for all those on the road. It demonstrates, Chair, the Schrinner Council's commitment to smarter, safer suburban travel. While it's not technically in my ward, I am delighted that the Bowenbridge Road to Lutwich Road corridor that goes through a few wards has also been identified for this project, because many of my residents travel that way and back to the CBD on a daily basis. In program 2, it would be amiss of me not to acknowledge the work of the council officers who not only prepared our city for ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, but also the recovery efforts that occurred afterwards. It was my privilege to thank council workers at the Eagle Farm depots a few months ago prior to Easter, to thank them on behalf of Hamilton Ward residents and the Lord Mayor and our whole council team, but also personal on behalf of, my family and neighbours, because they helped everyone in our community. While many of us were preparing our homes, there were hundreds of council officers who were leaving their families and their own homes to help prepare our city. There were also the same council officers who would have left their home the moment it was safe to do so, to survey damage and get stuck into the recovery to get our city moving again, to make it possible for people to get back to work and kids back to school. I'd like to take a moment to thank yet again all those council officers who time and time navigate our city through severe weather events, something Brisbane is all too familiar with. Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane, has an incredible impact on the Hamilton Ward. It is a program that is not only responsible for roads and other infrastructure, it is responsible for the maintenance aspect, the road sweeping, the pothole repairs, the line marking, the weed control and lighting asset maintenance, as well as repairs. It's the core of what council is about. As I foreshadowed in my previous contribution in Program 1, Councillor Murphy, we're sad to see you leave the transport portfolio, but I am looking forward to working with you on keeping Brisbane moving in my wonderful ward of Hamilton, and also with Deputy Chair Councillor Parry, my wonderful next door neighbour in Marchant. Chair, I will conclude my remarks there and commend Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane, to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers?
Yes,
Councillor Adams.
I know I'm way over here on your far right, and I stand to speak on Program 2, and I'm very excited about the infrastructure projects and the programs that are coming to the Holland Park ward. I hear many times from those on the opposite side saying, we are seeing the most development in our ward across the city, from the councils of Tennyson and Morningside. I think they're dreaming when they're talking about the development numbers they're getting there, because the reality is the development is coming along major corridors like Logan Road that we're seeing through Holland Park and Cooperoo Ward, Councillor Cunningham, in particular with the suburban precinct planning that we're doing in Mount Gravatt, which I look forward to speaking about a little bit more in Councillor Allen's portfolio. But that's why we need to think smarter about how we deliver infrastructure. There is a lot of changes coming to the Holland Park Ward, not only in just the development services area and the planning, but also with the bus network. As I mentioned yesterday, every bus bar the 180 is changing, whether it's the truncations, the timings, the mergings, or the new buses that are coming online. And that is why I'm so excited about Strategy 2.1.5, Manage and Operate the Transport Network, with our Smarter Suburban Corridors program. An exciting new initiative. Again, yesterday we heard Councillor Chong Wah using that, can I say, very dodgy statistic that we're the 10th most congested city in the world. If you really delve down into how they came up with that, it was questionable to say the very, very least. So I'm very surprised that they weren't standing up over there, jumping up and down about how wonderful our new traffic management system using emerging technology could be for the city. It is very, very exciting to see that we're going to make roads smarter, not necessarily wider. It's going to manage the growing demands of our city better, how we manage traffic across the network, how we learn, predict, adapt, plan and optimise operations without looking at really big infrastructure physical changes. Using technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, these tools will improve how efficiently and reliably the network operates. And on top of that, it will enhance the safety for all of our road users as well. This is using real-time information to understand traffic flow, mode share, intersection performance. And then we can prioritise our transport corridors, modes like buses, bikes, pedestrians and cars. And as I said, with the bus network changing through my ward, I'm sure some of that machine learning will go a long way to making sure we can reduce the congestion as well. However, the team are still doing it the old-fashioned way of looking at what the modelling is and predicting for the future where we need to do some congestion reduction. And the Congestion Reduction Unit are doing a wonderful project in my ward this coming financial year on Logan Road and Plimsoll Street, which is very, very close to our border, Councillor Cunningham, so both of us are involved in this one. There is, again, development happening on the corner. Goodness forbid there's a McDonald's going in at Holland Park. My children are very disappointed it came so late, but it is coming. However, the planning and the adaptation has shown that we are going to need an extension to the right turning bay into Plimsoll Street. It is already very busy, maybe because they're stopping to look at the beautiful photo of Councillor Cunningham right at that intersection at her office, but to get into the Greenslopes Mall as well. And they've identified that this is where we do need to do some extension, not widen the road, not major, infrastructure changes, but extension to the turning bay so we can quickly fix the problem that is going to come in the very, very near future. These simple steps make a huge difference at how we manage traffic flow as well. And of course that leads me on to traffic signalisation with 2.1.4, renew the transport network. We have over 1,000 signalised intersections and pedestrian crossings in Brisbane. I'm very excited to say that in the Holland Park ward we're going to be getting another one. In the Esher and Toohey Road intersection, and there is money in this year's budget and the forwards to really get stuck into starting that intersection upgrade. We know that traffic intersections are a critical role in the safety and the efficiency of our transport system. We continue to invest in targeted safety and renewal works across the city, and under this program, it's planning, design and construct. And I understand that construction probably won't happen for a couple of years because that's how it works. This year we are working through obviously the resumption of some of the land which the landowners are already aware of and working with us on, doing the final design to go towards construction in future years. So there's 12 designs for future upgrades this year, and as I said, I'm very excited to see the first steps going forward for the Esher Street and Toohey Road intersection. It's a major T intersection between Holland Park and Tarragindi, just as you cross over the freeway. It is the major thoroughfare as you travel from east to west across the city. If you don't need to go into town, but sometimes you need to go across the suburbs, this intersection can be highly congested and the lines of sight make it very difficult, particularly in peak hours, and not necessarily the peak hours you think of being in commuter times, but it's very close to the Wellers Hill State School as well. So the school times, and particularly in the morning, can be extremely congested. So thank you, Councillor Wines and now Councillor Murphy, for continuing on this project. I did a survey through the whole of Holland Park and Tarragindi, and it came back resoundingly one of the highest returns of surveys that I've had on people saying, yes, we would love to see this signalisation. It would make our travel through the suburbs so much safer and easier. Particularly, can I say, when you have an L-plate driver in front of you or maybe in the car with you, which tends to happen a lot around Holland Park and Tarragindi, and they do actually find that intersection quite terrifying. I am looking forward to the signalisations for our new and upcoming drivers over the years as well. And of course, I couldn't go without saying how excited I am to see the Build a Transport Network in Strategy 2.1.3, in particular the local traffic calming measures. I know there's only a couple in this year. I did hear Councillor Johnson bemoaning that she didn't get one, but they do take many years. They do take a lot of support from your local community. They do take a lot of surveying. The Emma Street precinct is one that we will be rolling out in the next 12 to 24 months, and it's one that I've been working on with the local community for at least 4 years. These kind of works, LATMs, are extremely vital for protecting the most vulnerable users of our roads, including pedestrians, cyclists, and in this case, children walking to and from school as well. We'll be doing a couple of different types of treatment in this area, including speed platforms, slow points, curb build-outs, modified intersections, and splitter islands in here as well. The Emma Street precinct was actually first touted after a DA was approved for a Woolies on Crump Street, which is on Logan Road, and it was a concern that there would be rat running through the back of this area where there is already rat running, because it is a very quick cut through if you want to avoid all the lights around Logan Road and Marshall Road to get to the freeway. The Woolies has not transpired. The DA's there, it's not transpired. However, there is a brand new daycare centre right in the heart of this very residential community, and of course the St Joachim's School as well. Not to mention it's also the back way to get into Dan Murphy's, which might be the reason there is so much traffic that goes through that area as well. So it is going to be a much smaller outcome that was first envisaged, because we don't need the full precinct as was required for the Woolies, but the main streets that did definitely need those treatments through Emma, through Walter and down through Hamill Street are going to be dealt with. Building on that planning work from last year, I'm very excited from that, but there's many others that are getting some deliveries following from this year, where they did some in Cooperoo, in Aspley and in Windsor. And this year, as I said, we've got the Emma Street precinct, the Quirk Street precinct in the Gap, the Jarvis Street precinct in Stafford Heights as well. So it's great to see. They are tricky. They're not always easy to get up. And again, I thank Councillor Wines and now Councillor Murphy for that as well. The one thing that we need to remember, Madam Chair, is that infrastructure is about the little things as much as it's about the big things. Those on opposite thought it was more important to stand out on the Story Bridge on Friday than to do their job and come and learn about what their residents were being delivered in Program 2. Can I say this is one of the most important programs that affects the everyday life of those that move in and around and visit our city. This program is an outstanding example of planning for the future, delivering for now and making sure that we make Brisbane even better than it is today. Thank you.
Further speakers? As there's no further speakers, Councillor Murphy, can you please close the debate?
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and it's fantastic to follow on from such a spirited contribution from the former Deputy Mayor, and she spoke about those learner drivers around Holland Park. That was me once upon a time, actually, Councillor Adams, and I hate to say it, but I failed on my first attempt at a hill start at Greenslope, so I ended up going down to Wynnum. It was a lot easier to get my licence down there, and so too it feels like I've got the L plates on in this portfolio, this new merged portfolio, Madam Chair, because it is a beast. It is a huge portfolio now, and I want to pay tribute to the two previous chairs, and Councillor Wines, the infrastructure chair, and Councillor Hutton, former City Standards chair, because this new infrastructure services group, or Brisbane Infrastructure Group, BIG, as we like to call it now, is a combination of the people who traditionally deliver the major infrastructure projects for council, things like Brisbane Metro and Kangaroo Point, Greenbridge, Moggle Road, and the people who do all the things out there every day that make our city wonderful to live in and that keep it moving. The people who fill the potholes, the people who maintain the garden beds, the people who poison the weeds, the people who quarry the rocks that we use, the people who provide the maintenance for the fleet that our people drive. All of these people are part of an enormous structure in council that keeps Brisbane moving, that keeps Brisbane maintained, that keeps Brisbane beautiful. And, there is a lot of opportunity here in combining these two older divisions in Brisbane Infrastructure and City Standards into one group that can deliver projects across a whole range and size of size and scopes that can scale, that has a consistent way of operating and making decisions. And that's the work that is now in front of us to combine and to reshape this portfolio over the coming 12 months. And I want to pay tribute to Tanya Orr and Kristen Booth for the work that they have done and the work that they'll continue to do for Brisbane City Council, as well as all of the members of their team that have been so instrumental in preparing for this budget in a situation and an environment where we have been actively undergoing a restructure. It has been difficult, but I'm sure that it will be worthwhile. And we have a lot in this program to be thankful for that the Lord Mayor has included in this program for us. Things like, the AI traffic management project, all the new roads and intersections that councillors have talked about, the new footpath upgrades, bikeways, new bikeways in parts of the city that previously these bikeways have just been often than never dreamed about. They'll be built in this term by this Lord Mayor. We also have so much improvement to maintenance, ongoing maintenance that is happening in this budget, and many of the councillors who've made contributions on this side of the chamber have spoken about just how big the figures are in terms of percentage increases across a whole range of maintenance verticals in this budget, and I think that's something to be very, very proud of. Madam Chair, there was a lot said in this debate from a lot of different councillors, and I've made a few notes, and perhaps we should start with Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, who waxed lyrical about a toll on the Story Bridge yet again. I think he spent a good 25 to 30% of his speech on this non-existent toll, as if talking about it and mentioning it will just breathe it into existence, and it will just come out of the ether. We'll be conned into putting a toll on the Story Bridge because he mentions it enough, because he builds a cardboard cutout of a toll booth. He said things that I have no doubt he feels guilty about himself. He called the Lord Mayor a part-time Lord Mayor while taking off most of the budget session to go out and spend his time with members of Young Labor and his Labor colleagues around the city. He also said you can't trust a thing the Lord Mayor says. Again, I mean, seriously. So I just, if you reflect on that speech, I think that contribution is far more... It was a confession. I think it was an open confession in front of us all and in front of his colleagues. And you know what? I think we just leave that be, Madam Chair. I feel for Councillor Cassidy at this point. He's had a rough week. Now, Councillor Collier, she went down to Wynnum, and it was almost like the first time she'd been down to Wynnum, I think. Well, she says it's not true. I'll take that interjection from Councillor Collier, but I noted some of the comments that were made on Joan Pease's page when Councillor Collier went down there, and I think people confused Councillor Collier for Cara Cook. They were like, "Whoa, here she is. What's going on? Down here." So I thought that was interesting. I thought it was more interesting that this Labor team opposite seemed to find great excitement and mirth in getting to different parts of Brisbane that they've never been before. Whereas this team, and we've talked a little bit about party room in this debate, this team and this party room is always talking about all parts of Brisbane because we represent all parts of Brisbane. We don't find those parts of Brisbane to be novelties or interesting curios. We find representing all parts of the city to be important and critical in the delivery of our job. We heard from Councillor Chong-Wah, who talked about the 5 promised green bridges and the fact that only 2 had eventuated, 1 more is in the planning and 2 were cancelled. And I would just simply pose the question back to Councillor Chong-Wah, what would you have us do about the Bellbowery Bridge? The residents did not want that bridge. Would you have us build it against their will? The same with the St Lucia to West End Bridge, Councillor Chong-Wah. Those residents did not want that bridge. Councillor Wolf's residents did not want that bridge. Would you have us build that bridge against their will? The Greens often talk in this place about participatory democracy and letting people have their say about things. They now seem to want us to build these bridges against the will of the people who we consulted. They also talked about the Story Bridge. They talked about the Story Bridge at length. And they talked a lot about our perceived failures and this and that, and they didn't talk a lot about what they would do differently, because we know that the Greens at the last election did tell us what they would do differently in respect to the Story Bridge, Madam Chair, didn't they? Yep, they told us they would put a tram across the Story Bridge, a light rail line. Now, did they say, "Oh, we'll maintain the bridge, we'll do, we'll just do boring stuff like maintenance"? No, they went out there and they said, "We're going to build light rail. It's going to go from what was it, Councillor Dixon, Hamilton North Shore to QE2, that famous high-frequency trip that everyone loves to do from Hamilton North Shore to QE2. I do it all the time. And then the day that it was announced, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, the then Lord Mayoral candidate, got absolutely panned by everyone for this crazy idea. And then he got on Facebook and he said, "Well, okay, if not this, what would you do?" He started crowdsourcing his election commitments from the people mid-announcement. It was the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. But I will say this, at least it was an announcement, because Labor had an opportunity to make an announcement about what they would do with roads, what they would do with intersections. They said they'll spend $1 billion. This is after saying the Schrinner approach of building roads is crazy. We wouldn't do this. We're on a roads diet. We're not going to build roads. We're never going to build our way out of congestion. And then they announced, more than we announced, for road projects. They just didn't tell anyone where they would build any of these roads. They didn't say a single road or intersection they wanted to upgrade with this $1 billion. And yet, we had Sylvan Road, completing Moggle Road, a balance of Beams Road, KPB, Shaftesbury Avenue, a mix of multimodal approaches to tackle traffic congestion. And there was Labor promising to can Brisbane Metro, do more buses. They weren't going to build more buses, $1 billion for roads. It was a ramshackle election campaign from the Labor Party and from Tracy Price. And we also had another great one, Madam Chair, which was Councillor Kim. Now, like a lot of councillors on the other side, Madam Chair, Councillor Kim has not had a lot to say about what the state government has been doing until the state government has changed, and now she has had a lot to say about what the state government is doing, and I understand why. And she also spent a lot of time relitigating her win against Councillor Owen. We understand, Councillor Kim, you beat Councillor Owen. We know. You don't have to keep telling us. We know. And she also mentioned that that she supported what was it? Footpaths over fountains. I went back and had a look at the only people that promised a fountain last election, and it was the Labor Party and Tracy Price. We didn't promise any fountains.
Your time's expired.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by, is it Councillor Johnston? Yep. Yeah, and seconded by Councillor Adams. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 2 against and 1 abstention.
That motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. I'll now ask Councillor Davis to present the next program, Sustainable City. Councillor Davis.
Madam Chair, I move that for the Sustainable City program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 15 for the years 2025-26 through to 2028-29, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 59 to 65, so far as they relate to program 3, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Dixon that for the Sustainable City program, 1, the budget allocation by program is set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan is set out on pages 59 to 65, so far as they relate to program 3, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Chair of the Sustainable City program, it gives me an enormous amount of pride that Brisbane continues to be recognised as Australia's most sustainable capital city. This recognition does not happen by accident. It happens because this administration continues to deliver real, practical sustainability outcomes across each of our operations. We are incredibly fortunate to live in a city framed by nature, and through this budget we are reaffirming our commitment to protecting and enhancing our world-class natural assets, as well as making sure we retain our title as Australia's lifestyle capital. We also want Brisbane to remain Australia's most biodiverse capital city, and through this budget we continue to make investments to support that mantle. From increasing native habitat and restoring creeks to helping residents live more sustainably and managing our parks, waterways and reserves, we will continue to invest across our more than 2,100 parks, 4,000 kilometres of waterways and an extensive urban forest. And importantly, we will do so in a way that continues to deliver value for the residents and ratepayers of Brisbane. Program 3 now also takes on some additional responsibilities, which include drainage infrastructure and catchment resilience, open space management, waste and city resilience, and I look forward to working with the respective teams in those areas to deliver more for the residents right across our city. Madam Chair, everyone who calls Brisbane home can probably name at least one of our city's parks that holds a special meaning for them. These parks are valued assets for our community, and that's why we are driving continued investment across our parks portfolio. The Delivering New Parks for Brisbane program will continue to deliver improvements to enhance and expand Brisbane's public open space network. This year it includes establishing new parks like the Urban Common at the former Red Cross site in Greenslopes, as well as upgrading and expanding existing parks like Redhead Street Park in Doolandella, Whites Hill Reserve in Camp Hill and Carina Heights and 7th Brigade Park in Chermside. Additionally, 8 neighbourhood parks will receive upgrades, including Moore Park in Indooroopilly, Shore Estate Park in Wavell Heights and North Shore Riverside Park in Hamilton. Park facilities will be improved at a further 18 parks across the city, including Fletcher Parade Park in Barden, Cracknell's Gully Park in Tarragindi, the Lake Parklands in Forest Lake and McPherson Park in your ward, Madam Chair, of Bracken Ridge. And these upgrades include everything from new playgrounds and shade sails to pathways, picnic facilities, shelters and barbecues. In 25-26, we will also replace existing playgrounds at locations including Will Street Park in Cooperoo, Fenwick Park in Mitchelton and Hickey Park in Stafford. And of course, the specialised items replacement program will continue to provide for the replacement of higher value items in parks across the city like flying fox cables, climbing nets or large area rubber softballs. Madam Chair, the Lord Mayor announced in his budget speech that the Mount Cootha precinct will be protected and enhanced as it is transformed into a world-class ecotourism destination. Brisbane Sustainability Agency are tasked with developing a long-term vision and master plan for the whole precinct, which includes the Brisbane Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha, the St Thomas Brisbane Planetarium, as well as nature walks, off-road cycling trails and picnic areas. BSA have already proven themselves as leaders in regeneration and transformation projects, just like the Oxley Creek Transformation Project. Mount Cootha Precinct is an iconic destination and prized natural asset that already receives more than 1 million visitors every year, and the long-term vision will focus on protecting Mount Cootha's natural environment while exploring opportunities for new nature-based destinations and attractions. This will establish a lasting legacy that enhances the Mount Cootha precinct experience, both for residents and visitors alike. In the 2025-26 budget, funding is included to plan and design an upgrade of the 50-year-old Tropical Dome, as well as the delivery of an accessible toilet block at the summit and new picnic shelters at Brushbox Picnic Area in the reserve. Continuation of improvements to wayfinding and interpretation signage will enhance the on-site storytelling in the lead-up to the 50th anniversary of the Gardens, which will help us to commemorate its past and, of course, showcase its exciting future. Madam Chair, the Mount Cootha precinct also includes the quarry, which, as the Lord Mayor said, presents an incredible opportunity for a transformation in the longer term. While we expect the Mount Cootha quarry to continue to operate for at least another decade, we are beginning to plan for its long-term future. Pine Mountain Quarry, on the other hand, presents a much more immediate opportunity. The Lord Mayor has also asked BSA to start planning the Pine Mountain Transformation Project, and this year we'll see the preparation of a landscape concept plan and completion of geotechnical investigations and assessments to inform future planting of the disused section of the quarry, which we expect will boost koala habitat and it will also add new walking tracks for residents to enjoy. Madam Chair, as we look ahead to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we're backing our aspiring athletes with sports parks to support everything from grassroots footy to high-level competitive events. In our city's fastest growing suburb, this year we will finalise the plan for the Pallara District Sports Park. Once the plan is finalised, we'll look to go out to tender to identify the partnerships that will help us deliver this exciting new project for the community. Based on a sports needs analysis and feedback from the community consultation, the final design would likely consider 2 multi-use sports fields, a clubhouse with a kiosk, changing rooms, public amenities and, of course, car parking. The project is currently undergoing a range of design and technical feasibility exercises to test what is possible on the site, recognising that the park is also designed to protect significant vegetation and biodiversity values. Nearby, this budget also takes us further along the planning stage of the new Ellen Grove District Sports Park. This new park will host a mix of courts to host sporting activities and other recreation facilities, including a playground. And budget is also provided for planning upgrades to Honeyeater Street Park and Roachtail Sports Park. Madam Chair, alongside Brisbane's diverse and much-loved parklands, we remain committed to enhancing our city's natural areas and conservation reserves. In 25-26, we'll continue investing in Brisbane's status as Australia's most biodiverse capital city, strategically acquiring bushland and restoring a further 32 hectares of habitat across 8 sites through our environmental offsets program. The program will also continue to manage ongoing maintenance of over 307 hectares across 40 environmental restoration sites that have been delivered over the previous years. Across our 1,700 hectares of conservation reserves, a rolling program of works will continue to protect ecosystem health, support our native wildlife and reduce risks such as bushfire. This year we'll see upgrades to facilities at Anstead Bushland Reserve, new and improved trails at Karawatha and Whites Hill Reserves, and safety-focused access upgrades at Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve to better accommodate pedestrians and cyclists. Our reserves provide exceptional opportunities for outdoor recreation, and in 25-26 we will progress our off-road cycling strategy, delivering more to see and do in Brisbane's natural areas. And this includes advancing key actions from the Mount Cootha Mountain Bike Concept Plan, such as upgrading and expanding the track network at Mount Cootha Reserve. We'll also continue to partner with our volunteers through the Trail Care program to protect natural or native habitat through sustainable trail management practices, and that's going very, very well, Madam Chair. Across the city, planning will continue for new off-road cycling skills facilities, including the detailed design of a new track at Kianawa Road Park in Wynnum West and scoping additional trail locations in our natural areas. There's also continued funding allocated in this budget for the development of the Kedron Brook Vision and Master Plan, our 20-year $85 million plan to enhance and revitalise the creek corridor that runs through 14 of our northern suburbs. And the Wynnum Manly Foreshore Master Plan will be drafted and returned for more community consultation. Madam Chair, as you know, Brisbane proudly holds the title of the koala capital of the world, and Council continues to work closely with leading university experts to tackle the key threats facing our koala population. These partnerships have already delivered significant outcomes, including the successful re-establishment of koalas at Wakehull and support for QUT researchers to register a new chlamydia vaccine developed right here in Brisbane. In 25-26, we'll continue our investment in the successful Koala Recovery and Resilience Project, rolling out this program to restore healthy koala populations in key habitat areas across our city. Brisbane is fortunate to support wild platypus populations. The presence of this iconic species in creeks across Brisbane helps to remind us of the importance to look after our waterways and catchments, and that's why we will continue to invest in our plan to boost platypus by 2032. Through Platy Partnerships, research work is currently underway with the University of New South Wales and the University of Queensland to collect critical data on population sizes, movement patterns, genetic diversity and, of course, their overall health. And our waterways are a significant feature of our city, and healthy creeks and catchments benefit wildlife like the platypus that call waterway catchments home, as well as residents who use the waterways for recreation. In 25-26, we'll deliver projects at strategic locations across the city to ensure that our investment results in the greatest improvement to waterway health and water quality. These projects include creek bank stabilisation at Norman Creek in Ickerman Park, the revegetation of the riparian corridor along Nursery Road in Holland Park West, and the rehabilitation of 4.5 hectares of riparian habitat surrounding Bullockhead Creek, which, as we know, is platypus and koala habitat. Revegetation work will also be delivered within the Oxley Creek corridor, guided by the Oxley Creek Transformation Master Plan. And Madam Chair, detailed design is getting underway for the naturalisation of a section of Downfall Creek at the cross-section of Chermside Hills Reserve Link and Nunda Downfall Creek links, and upon approval of the design by the Australian Government, construction will begin later this year. With the return of drainage infrastructure to Program 3 this year, we'll see funding for the next stage of the Polaris Stormwater Infrastructure Project with the construction of the discharge outlet for the wetland. Within the Drainage Construction and Resilience Program, there are works across the city at locations including Gebby Street in Kelvin Grove and Lord Street Avenue in Barden, Oxlade Drive in New Farm, Cross Street in Fairfield, Fairfield Road in Yeerongpilly and Hart Street in Chelmer to deliver improvements for flood resilience. Across the city, budget is also provided for installation of water level sensors on backflow devices to provide remote flood level information that is essential to determine when to open and close backflow devices during a flood event. Madam Chair, our Floodwise information system is Council's primary flood intelligence tool for river, creek, rainfall and storm tide data analysis and flood alerts. With Tropical Cyclone Alfred this year, the system had a thorough workout and enabled real-time monitoring of rainfall and water levels across Brisbane. This system helps us to provide email and SMS flood warning alerts, and it assists in our flood modelling, providing data to support the management and flood risk through a range of measures, including land use planning and development, flood awareness and education, disaster recovery and asset management. And in this year, the budget will allow for continued support and maintenance of this vital system, as well as support for training as it continues to be configured for use on our updated web portals and dashboards. Madam Chair, we are committed to keeping Brisbane clean, green and sustainable by increasing the amount of organic waste recovered and working with residents to reduce the amount of garden waste sent to landfill. As the Lord Mayor announced, from August we are expanding the green waste recycling service to become part of the standard curbside collection for all eligible households, continuing our proud track record with the green bin rollout. We're now scrapping the itemised quarterly green bin charge and will create a new universal waste charge. For the 170,000 households who already have a green bin, there will be no extra cost. For the remaining households, the annual waste charge will increase by $49.52, with the majority of this being the cost of the former state government's bin tax, also known as the waste levy. But most importantly, unlike the plans put forward by those across the chamber, there will be no reduction to red bin services. This rollout of green bins will mean that some 310,000 households will have a green bin as part of their standard waste service, the most significant change to Brisbane's waste services since yellow recycling bins were introduced in 1993. We are regarded as a leader in waste and litter management with our highly efficient waste and resource recovery infrastructure, collection services, waste disposal and litter management services, and will continue to lead the way. As a city, we are reducing waste with Brisbane residents embracing waste avoidance, resource recovery and recycling initiatives. Madam Chair, I'm just about out of time, but I would like to welcome the City Resilience team to Program 3. They do an amazing job and did an amazing job during Tropical Cyclone Alfred. It will be a very busy year ahead, Madam Chair, for Program 3, and I look forward to delivering for the residents of Brisbane, and I commend the program to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, the bread and butter of council that I deserve requires far more love and attention than it's getting now. I begin by congratulating and thanking our council waste services staff for their hard work over the past year. From curbside collection to green waste removal and rapid response to illegal dumping, the team has supported my ward throughout some challenging periods we've had over the past few months. Their professionalism, reliability and commitment to community service do not go unnoticed in my community, and I want to place on record my appreciation for everything that they do. It's also very welcome today to hear about the progress on Pollara District Sports Park as well. I'll continue to raise questions about the progress of this well-awaited upgrade throughout the rest of next year too. I'm also proud of the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre and the exceptional staff there who hold a positive reputation of council in our area. On behalf of ratepayers across our ward, I will also continue to advocate for fair and consistent delivery of this program across Brisbane, particularly in the fast-growing southern suburbs of Callambell Ward. We've missed a few marks, however, in getting key components of this program right. It's not the flashiest one like infrastructure of transport, but it's the one that's the true essence of local government. This program outlines important objectives: greening our city, restoring our environment, building resilience and increasing urban tree canopy are the right priorities for a city like Brisbane. However, what concerns me is the growing gap between these priorities on paper and what residents are experiencing in their streets, parks and neighbourhoods. Callambell Ward includes some of the fastest growing communities in Brisbane, including Pollara, Heathwood, Drewvale, Parkinson and Algester. Families in these suburbs walk to school and shops with little to no shade. Local playgrounds are exposed to direct sun without shades or shelter, as goes for our bus stops. As the city heats, our suburbs are being left exposed.
Council's own data shows that Brisbane's tree canopy has declined from around 35% to 32% in the 10 years to 2019. Brisbane has the land and the opportunity to lead on this, yet we're falling behind. We welcome the tree planting, the street planting in Algester in the Suburban Works program for this next financial year. I also thank the arborists and council staff for supporting us in this request for more street planting generally. But a general note on trees from my community: while we're declining in tree canopies, residents are also reporting trees damaging driveways, lifting footpaths and creating safety hazards, particularly during storms. Many residents were concerned throughout Cyclone Alfred that there is no consistent program to replace or relocate these problem trees because of the lack of coverage of shade across our city. Residents are the ones who pay when the council doesn't provide enough room in a budget for flexibility and leniency with these circumstances. Residents are told to wait or are left to deal with the consequences themselves. On the one hand, we've got work to do on creating more canopies, but on the other, we have problem trees that we just can't touch or replace due to the costs. I'm looking forward to working with advice with the professionals. I'm not a tree expert, but I also advocate for this dead end to be fixed. Of all the support the LNP Council can give, this program deserves a lot more thought because poor maintenance of trees is one of the top 3 concerns residents bring to my team. I know this dilemma isn't just unique to myself, but is also felt by many colleagues. I think I've got a broader explanation as to why residents are being treated like this. How can we keep up with making our city greener when we can't get our maintenance right with the hundreds of millions we keep slashing each year? This LNP Council didn't maintain the Story Bridge well, and who pays in the end? It's our local residents. Maintenance of parks and open space is also below standard in many parts of Callum Ward. I regularly receive reports about parks and overgrown grass, overflowing bins and garden beds left dry. These are not isolated issues, they are signs of long-term underinvestment in basic services in outer suburban areas. I want to make it clear that it's not a criticism of the local council crews on the ground. I've met them, they work hard, often with limited resources, and they take pride in their work. I respect the expertise and professionalism of the officers I've met personally, and I thank them again here for what they do. The issue isn't their performance, but the lack of resourcing and priority given to the suburbs they serve. Stormwater infrastructure is another pressing issue. Under Strategy 3.5.1, funding is outlined for future upgrades. I strongly welcome Polara's inclusion in this. In particular, also the intersection of Devries Road and Ritchie Road has been a long concern. During the floods, this intersection became dangerous. There's no proper drainage and no safe pedestrian crossing. I've been advocating for a safe footpath connection at this site and continue to do so. There are growing residential areas and they deserve the same level of planning as any other suburb. When I hold mobile offices outside the Polara shopping village, residents from every surrounding estate in this suburb come to raise infrastructure concerns. Some ask for paths, others raise road and lighting issues. The message is always the same. They want basic services delivered, they want safe streets and green public spaces. They want to be treated equally as every other suburb. This message was loud and clear after Cyclone Alfred. Many residents asked for green waste curbside collection. When it was not provided, the community filled the gap. And I also want to acknowledge the Algester Scouts who teamed up with my office to drive around and help collect green waste and support local families. We also emptied people's recycling and general waste bins as well. This is the kind of community resilience we're proud of, but it shouldn't fall back when council services are missing. More recently, curbside collection has begun in our area. However, I must also raise a concern about how it was communicated. In 2 suburbs, collection dates were not published until after the trucks had already started. Despite our office making repeated requests for information, we received no formal notice. To council's credit, anyone who missed that date will now receive a supplementary collection. We've been told this issue was specific to our ward due to the timing at the end of the financial year. And if that is the case, I strongly recommend a review of this process to avoid unnecessary costs and confusion in future years. Finally, I again acknowledge and thank the waste reduction and illegal dumping teams who've worked with my office across the past 12 months. With multiple townhouse complexes and pockets of bushland, my ward has seen a high number of dumping reports. Officers have acted very quickly and professionally, and their efforts have had a real impact on the safety and appearance of our community, but the work keeps coming back. Chair, the success of this program will be measured not exclusively by how many trees are planted or how many reports are produced, but by how equitably these services are delivered. Sustainability must be more than an ambition. It must be lived and also visible in every neighbourhood. That includes the southern suburbs. It includes Callumvale Ward, and it includes these families who have waited long enough for basic services to be delivered properly.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak on Program 3, and Program 3 actually reminds me of a Greek proverb. A society grows great when old men plant trees, knowing they will never reap the benefits of the shade. And I absolutely love that, and I reflect on that very often, knowing that that's what Program 3 does. It provides for a growing society. And through Program 3, we make society great. But, Madam Chairman, to go back and look at what Program 3 does further, and even more locally, and I might go back to the gym analogy I was using yesterday. When it comes to our bushland preservation, we're actually now supersetting the whole program. And for those who don't know what superset is, it's when, say, you do a full set of flies and then, you know, during your break, you duck in and you do your bench presses and you just smash it out. And I'll take that interjection, Councillor Adam, thank you. Thank you, yes, mate. If you would like to know, if you'd like to do a superset with me sometime, I'm more than happy to take you into the gym. But Madam Chairman, what I mean by that is when it comes to our bushland preservation, not only are we expanding our bushland area, the amount of bushland that we acquire across our city, but we're also preserving it at the same time. And I'll give you an example. And an example that's very close to my heart and within my ward, that's Capera Saddle. So under our previous Lord Mayor, Capera Saddle expanded by 62 hectares. We actually acquired Tina's old property. But it was actually highly infested with ochna, which is a plant. Our officers have gone in and cleaned that out. And as a result of the work that our officers have done through the acquisition and the removal of the weeds, we now have an increased amount of biodiversity across the Capera Saddle. One of the residents that backs onto the Capera Saddle informed me that for the very first time, they have seen a koala return to Capera Saddle. Wow. And that truly impresses me. Even anecdotally, when I walk through the Capera Saddle, and all councillors here, I would recommend that you do it sometime. It is a fantastic piece of bushland. You will see small birds who were usually inconspicuous, now very conspicuous, moving through the area. You will actually see small wallabies grazing now, and in some cases in residents' backyards along Hilda Road. Madam Chairman, the work we are doing, the superset work we are doing in bushland preservation is awesome. We are increasing our biodiversity and we're increasing the amount of tree cover that we have. But one thing that I really love about the Capera Saddle, Madam Chairman, is that I took a walk up there to one of the lookouts, and I'd often heard rumours around the ward that they had black cockatoos. And I just stopped for a moment, and I had a bunch of cows behind me on the neighbouring property, but that's another story. They get out every now and then, we've got to go and shuffle them back in. But I witnessed a pair of breeding black cockatoos. Now, they're not common in my part of the world, in that northwest shoulder of the ward. And to actually see them hunting, or not hunting, I should say, looking for a new home. They're actually looking at a hollow in a tree, both of them there. It actually reminded me that the work we are doing today is going to benefit generations to come. And I'll draw back to the gym analogy again. Madam Chairman, when I first came to Brisbane, which was in the last century, believe it or not, I remember standing at the top of Mount Cootha and looking out across the city late in the afternoon, and there used to be that brown haze that used to settle in on the afternoon. And this was the time, I think, and Councillor Murphy mentioned it yesterday, it was the Leyland buses, the ones that used to catch on fire and burn a lot of diesel and create a lot of smoke, used to settle across the city. You don't see that anymore. The air that we breathe today is a lot cleaner than the air that we breathed yesterday, and that is because of this program. That is because of what this program does. And Brisbane Metro, I'll take that interjection, yes, Brisbane Metro being fully electric service, as well as the City Loop, Councillor Murphy, yes, they're all contributing to cleaner air, which is something that we did not have back in the 90s. You know, not only are we expanding our lung capacity now, we're like an old chain smoker. We're flushing out all the old soot. Our city air is actually getting so much better. And with it come all the other benefits of the biodiversity, of the tree planting, of all of that. Madam Chairman, Program 3 is also looking after our play spaces. And today, when we're in a society where most of our children play with opposing thumbs, they've got, what did you have, Councillor Parry, the other day you were talking about? The Nintendo thing? The Switch, thank you. No, we were just talking about it, I know. I acknowledge that you don't have one, but we were just talking about it. Our play spaces are becoming far more important than what they used to be, because now they're places of imagination. You know, when our kids are on devices, their imagination is limited by the structure of the game framework. But nowadays, with the playgrounds that we are creating and the spaces that we're providing for young children, and there are many young children that are part of this chamber. There's a lot of parents in this chamber. Sorry, Councillor Murphy. We are creating places of imagination that's outside the digital framework. And I think that is highly, highly important as a growing city. You know, a climbing structure, you know, we would look at it. I mean, I know if I was a parent, I'd go, oh no, they're going to break an arm, they're going to break a leg. The kids climb up the top and they're, I'm the king of the castle! You know, it's that kind of imagination. Sorry? I'll take that interjection, Councillor Murphy. Yes, I do. You know, it's one thing to see these kids in a little Batman suit climbing up to the top of the structure, you know, and all of a sudden they've freed Gotham City. Yeah. You know, the Joker's gone. It's amazing to see what our play spaces can do. And for my ward particularly, Watonga Park is going to benefit from a revigoration of a new playground. And I'm looking forward to going out to my community, and especially the kids. You know, the kids are going to want all the dangerous stuff. The kids are going to want everything that gives the adrenaline. Mm-hmm. The parents are going to want everything that's wrapped up in bubble wrap with cotton wool. Yep. I'm not going to listen to the parents. I'm going for the kids. You know, it's adventure. This is what this is about. This is adventure. We are creating adventure spaces and imaginative spaces. And I really want to thank Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor for doing that. The other thing that is really important in my ward, Madam Chairman, is Honeyeater Park, and the Chair did mention Honeyeater Park. And yesterday I mentioned Minnie, the cow. Honeyeater Park was Minnie's home, and Honeyeater Park now will become a new sports field. So we are looking at new play spaces, new spaces for football, new spaces for rugby, new spaces for Aussie rules, new spaces for cricket. No statue for Minnie, Councillor Adamant, I'm sorry. No, thank you, no. But it's an open space where kids can go and kick a ball. And in a city where we're confined by where we live, and, you know, especially in my ward where we have creeks and mountain ranges, we've got 3 mountain ranges in the Gap ward. So it's sort of divided quite a bit. Having those play spaces and those open spaces is something that the future generations are truly going to love. And I'm really grateful for the work that is coming, that is provided in this budget. You know, I look at this budget now and this isn't a set program. This is a superset program. And it is going to deliver a lot of good for a lot of people across a lot of wards. And on a word of gratitude, I thank the Lord Mayor, I thank the chairs for the work that they are doing, because this is truly the budget for the future generations to come. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, Madam Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, I have given consideration to the circumstances this morning, and I acknowledge that Councillor Howard has apologised to Councillor Cassidy. I consider, Councillor Howard, that you have displayed unsuitable meeting conduct for using inappropriate language, and I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, Sustainable Cities. Pay more, get less. That's the defining story of this year's Brisbane City Council budget. Under Program 3, Sustainable Cities, this budget should be about protecting what makes Brisbane livable: our parks, our trees, our waterways, and our climate resilience. But instead of investing in the green lungs of our city, the LNP is cutting back. Cutting green space, cutting tree cover, cutting investment in the natural assets that keep our city cool, beautiful and livable. This is not just neglect, it's deliberate choice. A budget is more than numbers on a page. It reflects what a council values. And this budget shows loud and clear that the LNP prioritises PR spin over public good, secrecy over scrutiny, and short-term savings over long-term sustainability. Let's call Program 3 what it really is: the unsustainable city. While residents are paying more through rising rates and fees, they are getting less of what truly matters: less shade, less green, less access to public space. This budget accelerates Brisbane's decline into a hotter, harsher and less livable city. Under Strategy 3.3.3, Grow, Improve and Maintain Brisbane's network of urban parks, you would expect to see serious investment in the spaces that keep our city cool, green and livable as the climate crisis intensifies. Instead, this budget delivers the opposite. This year, the LNP has cut $36 million from the combined capital and expenses budget for new park upgrades and maintenance. For capital expenses alone, there is a 44% cut to capital works compared to last year. But these massive, unprecedented cuts to our green spaces don't stop there. The forward estimates reveal more than 50% cuts in every future year compared to previous forward estimates. This is not a one-off dip. It's a collapse in investment in the very places that make our suburbs livable and makes our city livable. This is not just about aesthetics. It means fewer shaded areas for families, less habitat for wildlife, native wildlife, I should say, more heat, more glare and more concrete. As our summers grow more dangerous, Brisbane's urban heat island effect is intensifying, and the LNP's response is to rip money out of the parks and trees that help protect us. Under Strategy 3.3.3, this council claims to grow and improve our park network. But how can that be taken seriously when the funding has been gutted? These enormous cuts to our investment and maintenance of our green space come directly on the back of the LNP changing our city plan to allow for a reduction of 290 hectares of green space over the next 11 years based on population ratios. This is no accident. It's the LNP's blueprint: clear the trees, carve up the land, build more high-rises, more roads and more Olympic tourist venues. This is vain council and Lord Mayor who only care about maximising growth, developers, Olympic prestige and their donors.
Staying with strategy 3.3.3, grow, improve and maintain Brisbane's network of urban parks, the LNP is eyeing off our largest remaining green space, Victoria Park Barrabin and Victoria Park Forest Reserve. Not to preserve or to celebrate their uniqueness, but to commercialise, develop and monetise them. The council is now colluding with the state government to break key promises made in the Olympic host city contract not to build Olympic stadiums in a cultural heritage park. At the same time, the state government, Department of Environment, has recommended that virtually all of Victoria Park Barrabin be given full heritage status. This further highlights how this LNP administration cares nothing about our city's unique heritage parks' legal contracts with the International Olympic Committee. The cuts in strategy 3.3.3 reveal a council who treats its commitments with contempt and treats residents as obstacles, not stakeholders. Parks like Barrabin, once lost, lost forever. Looking at our budget under strategy 3.3.2, growing our urban forests, we see a city that is going backwards on tree shade canopy. The most recent secret internal council review leaked to the media showed a decline from 35% to 32% over 10 years. That's not a trend. This is an emergency. And it's no surprise why this council is allowing thousands of mature trees to be removed across the city, replacing saplings, often just tube stock. Will take decades to form a meaningful canopy. Council's Olympic Corridors tree planting program is more about optics time for Olympic headlines, not about restoring lost canopy or responding to community need. This budget also delivers deep and dangerous cuts to stormwater resilience and drainage at a time when Brisbane can least afford it. Under strategy 3.5.1, delivering drainage networks, there's a $19.5 million cut to capital budget for new drainage infrastructure compared to last year. Under strategy 3.5.2, stormwater management, maintenance and rehabilitation, a further $14.4 million has been slashed from ongoing maintenance compared to last year. And under strategy 3.6.2, stormwater treatment and waterway access infrastructure, there is a $3.4 million cut from the very systems that filter runoff and protect our waterways, comparing the combined expense in the capital to last year. That's a $37.4 million stripped from flood resilience in a city where so-called a 1 in 100-year floods are hitting every few years. These aren't abstract numbers. There are decisions that will leave neighbourhoods more vulnerable, homes damaged, roads washed away or washed out, parklands eroded and residents devastated. Brisbane residents don't want apologies after disaster strikes. They want investment in prevention. Cutting investment in stormwater infrastructure is fiscally irresponsible and socially uncaring. We're not just paying for this with higher rates, we're paying with our home, our insurance premiums and our children's future. Across so many strategies in this Sustainable City program, 3.3.3, 3.5.1, 3.5.2 and 3.62, the picture is undeniable. This is not a budget for the future, it's a budget for appearances. This LNP administration's real priorities are clear: developer mates, prestige, infrastructure and political image. Their priorities are not to create a sustainable, livable city for the people or who call this city home. We see a different future. We see Barrabin Victoria Park restored to wild beauty, not paid for profit. We see the quarry at Mount Coot-tha closed and healed, not mined for another decade or more. We see a city that preserves its heritage tree canopy, cooled by this beautiful tree canopy and clean waterways. A city protected from floods by smart investment in stormwater and resilience. Because Brisbane is not a brand, it's a living place that deserves to be governed as a truly sustainable city.
Further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program is one that always excites me and energises me because it's about practical environmentalism. It's about practical outcomes. It's not about grand gestures and virtue signalling, which is what those opposite are interested in. It's about outcomes, real outcomes that deliver real results and improve our environment, improve our quality of life, improve our sustainability, and that's what we've always been focused on. Those opposite and their parties, they love to set a big grand target and then actually do nothing from that point on, because they always set a target that becomes someone else's problem. They never have to deliver on their target, and especially when they're in opposition, they never have to do anything. And we've seen that at other levels of government where they set these targets and pat themselves on the back and say, oh, aren't we great? Aren't we sustainable? We've got these grand targets. Targets that are completely unachievable and targets that they have no plans to achieve, but you know, they all celebrate themselves for setting a great target. We've always been about outcomes. Now, this program delivers better parks with more to see and do. It delivers more trees, not just on streets, but also in our bushland and conservation reserves. It delivers more and healthier habitat. It delivers environmental restoration and weed removal and the maintenance of the bushland that we have. And isn't it interesting, because we hear those opposite complaining about maintenance, yet when the bushland preservation levy goes into maintaining bushland, they're outraged. Yeah. This is what it is for. It is to buy and protect and preserve and to maintain bushland reserves. Right. That is exactly what we do with it, and it is appropriate because we have...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston, I caution you, do not call out across the room when another councillor is on their feet. Lord Mayor.
We have a proud record of an accelerated bushland acquisition program, and little did we know at the time that we would do that acceleration before the big boom in property values. And so we were able to achieve the acquisition of 10 years worth of bushland properties in just 4 years at a time when land was more affordable. And we have massively increased the suite of bushland reserves across the city.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Again, Councillor Griffiths. Do not yell out across the room at the Lord Mayor. Ask all councillors to pay their respect to people who are on their feet. You can have your turn in a moment. Lord Mayor.
In that 4-year term, we were able to accelerate the purchase of more than 750 hectares of bushland across the city. And the focus is on making sure that, yes, we buy land when it comes up as an opportunity, definitely, but also that we invest in the land that we have to restore and regenerate it, to remove the weeds, to maintain it, to replant it, to create that quality habitat that Councillor Toomey was talking about, where the weeds are removed from the Capera Saddle, and then the wildlife comes back in and the koalas come back in, and we see that happening in many parts of the city. We see this program supporting a really groundbreaking program for the re-establishment of koala populations in areas where they have long died out. We're bringing them back, and they are thriving in those areas. And we're seeing that happen naturally as well in parts of the city, but we're seeing that in places like Pooh Corner, where in areas like Pooh Corner, we've re-established a population when there were no koalas there in recent times. And the koala populations are thriving as a result of that, and we want to see that continue to happen. It's not a matter of just protecting the remaining koalas that are left. We are actually growing the population of koalas. We're creating safe places for the koalas to live, and that is one of the practical outcomes. We're protecting platypus. Another groundbreaking program with researchers to identify where platypus are across the city. And Councillor Hutton out there in the middle of the night, platypus spotting, and what a wonderful thing. It is a truly wonderful thing to be able to see platypus in the wild, and you can do that in Brisbane. You can see them in our creeks if you're patient and if you're willing to go out at night. You can see koalas in our bushland. And this is something in the daytime and at night. And this is something that many people take for granted in a city like Brisbane, but this is not something we should ever take for granted because so many cities don't have that. So many cities have lost these populations. We have, as in this program, more recycling options, more opportunities to avoid the Labor government's bin tax, more composting opportunities, more opportunities to protect and enhance Mount Cootha, the whole precinct, the Botanic Gardens, the Summit and the Bushland Reserve, also the quarry for the long term as well. Opportunities to enhance the old Pine Mountain quarry by planting new koala habitat in an area where we know there is also a thriving population of koalas. And so there's so many exciting things, and I could go on, but I also wanted to tell you what Program 3 doesn't include. It doesn't include Labor's plan to reduce bin collections from weekly to fortnightly. That was the plan they took to the last election, reducing red top bins from weekly collection to fortnightly collection to prop up their ill-conceived FOGO proposal. It doesn't include Labor's plan to have stinking, rotting piles of food waste located in undisclosed locations around the city. They didn't say where they would be, but stinking, rotting food waste was coming to a suburb near you under Labor's plan. Because the reality is, the industry does not have the capacity to switch on, in a short period of time, a citywide FOGO program. They do not. The industry capacity is not there. And if the industry capacity is not there, what happens? Stinking, rotting piles of food waste around the city building up and not being able to be processed by the industry at this point in time. It doesn't include a wide-scale rollout of smaller red top bins either. Now, we saw Councillor Cassidy just last week saying how great it is that residents can get smaller red top bins. He thinks this is a great thing. Now, we have long had this as a choice for residents, and there are some residents who, for various reasons, want a smaller red top bin, and they can get access to that red top bin if they want it. And if their circumstances are such that they need a small red top bin, that's available. It's been available for quite some time, and this dates back to something like the 1980s or 1990s. But Labor quite clearly wants to force a smaller red top bin on people. That is their vision of the future. Weekly green waste and FOGO collection, fortnightly red top bin collection, or a smaller red top bin. That is a downgrade in service for people. That is a retrograde step. And while we certainly support the provision of that as an option, we won't be forcing smaller red top bins on people. Now, we also heard from the Greens as well. Now, the Greens stopped focusing on the environment as their core issue many years ago. Now, I remember Councillor Sri Ranganathan. He talked a lot about a lot of things. He had an opinion on everything, but one thing he didn't really talk about much at all was the environment. And I remember at question time, he had the chance to ask me questions, and I don't remember a single question that he ever asked me on the environment. It was always about something else. It was always about something else. Now, the Greens as a party have transitioned away from being a party of the environment to be a party of radical socialism, extremist social views, anarchy, a party that is more interested in their radical social and economic agenda. It's a retrograde agenda rather than the environment. Now, I do suspect that Councillor Chongwa cares personally about the environment. That actually makes her different to most in her party, because most people in her party are about that radical social agenda. Now, Councillor Chongwa, I wish there were more people like you in the Greens party, because, well, why would you laugh at that? I do wish there were more people like Councillor Chongwa in the Greens party, because having a party that genuinely cares about the environment would be a good thing, as opposed to dividing our community with a radical social agenda, getting involved in Middle Eastern politics and dividing the community. That's a retrograde step. Having inflaming divisions between different sections of our community, that's a retrograde step. But having a party that cares about the environment, that's not a bad thing. Maybe Councillor Chong-Wah can help them get back to that. But having said that, I have to disagree with Councillor Chong-Wah's comments on Victoria Park Barrambin. Because if you listen to her, she would have you believe that the majority of people are against the Victoria Park Stadium. We know the truth is the opposite. The majority of people are in favour of that. They see it as a positive thing. And Councillor Chong-Wah is talking to a vocal minority. That is something that we see reflected in the people who are against it. They're against it no matter what. They're against it no matter what the great public outcome is.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this program, Sustainable City. And it's interesting that the Lord Mayor speaks so much about political parties and politics and political positions, and he talked about the Middle East, but not what's in his budget. Not what's in the program before us today that we are debating. He did mention koalas, though, I'll give him that. And the Lord Mayor's view, if we get this right, is that if you remove weeds on the ground, koalas return to eucalypt trees. That's the sort of the understanding the Lord Mayor has of koalas. And he also seems to think Brisbane is a safe place for koalas, despite the fact there were 21 killed at the Whites Hill Reserve in the last year. So if the Lord Mayor says you can see koalas during the day...
One moment please, Councillor Cassidy. Councillors, again, please remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet. And if you want to add to the debate, you can after Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. So if you want to see a koala during the day, just drive out there to the Whites Hill Reserve and you'll see a dead one on the side of the road. And that's this LNP's legacy on that. So in this program, there's a lot to get through in the next 9 minutes or so. The outcome in the book describes how Council intends to value, protect and restore the natural environment, ensuring there's a resilient, well-managed and accessible conservation network. A few lines down after that, it mentions the monstrosity of this enormous glass dome and glamping tent proposal that the Lord Mayor has for Mount Cootha. So Lord Mayor's recent plans to turn Mount Cootha into Brisbane's Singapore Gardens by the Bay says a lot about his priorities when Brisbane is crippled by congestion, is seeing the Story Bridge crumble and is facing record high rates, fees and charges. How can you introduce glamping tents onto Mount Cootha while you're bulldozing other tents in Brisbane parks where people are sleeping rough and have absolutely nowhere to go? We know that the Lord Mayor invests in projects that give him a flashy media headline and a glossy brochure, but fails to deliver the basics for ratepayers, and this program is more evidence of that. We're not the only ones to think that, of course. Here's some comments from people across Brisbane. Some of these are on the Lord Mayor's Facebook. Some of these are on the comment section on media. Frank says, BCC say they can't afford to maintain the Story Bridge without state and federal government financial assistance, yet here they are spruiking this indulgence.
Point of order. Lord Mayor, do you have a point of misrepresentation?
Yeah, this is back to the actual item that we're discussing.
Don't uphold that point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Another one that went by the name of Puzzled said this: a lot of people would simply appreciate lower rates, affordable housing and basic maintenance. I've grown tired of my taxes being used by politicians for their vanity projects, Lord Mayor. Jack said fixing the streets and mowing the parks should be the priority. Jules said what's going on with the development all of the development on natural spaces in Brisbane. And Michelle said the comparison of Singapore's Gardens by the Bay made me laugh. That is about the opposite to natural bushland as you can get in terms of parkland. Bye-bye Mount Cootha as we know it. And Maureen summed it up very well, I think. I'm so tired of this council and their developer mates. If we spent less time clearing trees for development on Mount Cootha and more on investing in suburban trees, we'd be in a better space, right? So the ABC reported recently on their RTI into Council's tree maintenance and management, and the headline really says it all. The headline is really quite incredible. Brisbane Council fails to keep hundreds of thousands of trees in good condition, raising the risk of damage to property. It goes on to say Brisbane's council failed to keep hundreds of thousands of its trees in good condition, raising the risk of damage to property or infrastructure, an internal review shows. The council review, obtained exclusively by the ABC, divulged a number of good condition trees on streets has slunk far below government targets, and almost 20,000 trees have been in a poor shape. It says the council inspections might also have underestimated how many street-side trees were truly in a poor condition. Bureaucrats also described extreme pressure on the tree maintenance budgets, and they quote, "Any further reduction in funding will likely translate to an increase in risk." Well, that happened. There was a reduction in funding. We know that after those reports were done, more budget cuts were made. KPIs were blown out, external contractors were disengaged from maintaining trees, and public health and safety was put at risk by decisions, political decisions, that this Lord Mayor made. So when he talks about this being some koala utopia, it's amazing tree cover here, he clearly doesn't actually get out and see what's going on the ground in Brisbane and talking to the council bureaucrats who are under immense pressure from his political decisions around the budget. Let's talk about the introduction of green bins. The Lord Mayor unveiled the worst kept secret. He finally stole a bit of Labor's homework and finally decided to act on delivering green bins. At the last election, we committed to more waste services, a weekly red top bin service and a fortnightly green and fortnightly yellow top recycling service. But the Lord Mayor has been less than truthful about all the details, and I thought we'd hear a bit more from him today about it, but he ran out of time when he was talking about the Middle East. He said green bins are going to be free for everybody, and then says there's a $50 charge to. At one point he said to cover the cost of the green bins, then at another point said it's not about covering the cost of the green bins, it's in fact covering the LNP bin tax. And it had nothing to do with the green bins. And I liked how the Lord Mayor just then said he just referred to the current state government as the Labor state government. He can't quite get that out of his head, can't quite transition from attacking Labor to attacking his colleagues in the LNP, because this has everything to do with the LNP's failure to prepare for the waste levy heading our way, which has been heading our way for years, right? The LNP mayor was warned that waste levy charges were going up because support was dropping off with the incoming LNP state government. He was warned. The Lord Mayor has been loose with the truth about that, and it's no wonder people stop believing him out in the suburbs of Brisbane. And perhaps he thought he had more influence with the LNP state government than he really does, because I know he requested that support continues, and the LNP state government rejected his request and said, no, the LNP bin tax is coming into full force, therefore every resident and every ratepayer in Brisbane flowing on to rental residents will be paying $50 extra for waste services. So he couldn't get growth funding for bus services, couldn't get funding for the Story Bridge, couldn't get relief from the waste levy, couldn't organise a chook raffle in a country pub, I suspect. This Lord Mayor. So we know that as council is now broke under the LNP and they're relying on QTC credit to keep the lights on, we see the need for an extra $50 a year bin tax under the LNP to pay LNP cost blowouts on projects. I note that drainage has been moved from Program 2 to Program 3 this year. It's incredible that just after a few months after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, that this LNP council has not woken up to themselves and decided to prioritise spending on drainage. We saw homes inundated with water, residents anxious in the lead up because they knew their suburbs weren't up to scratch when it came to their dated drainage systems. In fact, spend in this year's budget, when compared to what was forecast in last year's budget, is down and down by a massive amount. After the Lord Mayor handed his budget down last week, a local resident, Sherlin, said to me, if there's no money left in the BCC budget for drainage, how the hell can a monstrosity be built by BCC at Mount Cootha? The mind boggles, and I have to agree with you, Sherlin. It's time that council got back to basics. Don't rack up the credit card on designer when you can't afford the basics. And note there's a significant reductions when it comes to stormwater maintenance and rehabilitation, a massive $20 million cut. So that's less drains fixed, less drains cleaned, fewer flood mitigation studies and less spent on waterways management. This is particularly bad news for residents who were told by Council as early as February this year that maintenance funding had been fully expended for the 24-25 year, so jobs that should have been done in the current financial year have now been pushed into the next financial year. And now this year, which all those jobs have been pushed into, we find out there's a $20 million cut in funding for the basics. And those cuts are baked in each and every year for the next 4 years. So that's totalling $80 million less spent on maintenance over the next 4 years on drainage. Here's the response I got for flooding in Lower Alexandra Street and Sandgate. As a result of the assessment, the inspector had identified that further works are required. As this request has been placed in a future maintenance program, the dates have not yet been scheduled. Another one in Baskerville Street. The council officer inspected the site on 13th of February 25 and confirmed the stormwater drain was blocked and the flooding was caused by vegetation build-up. Then the update came. The team has updated the notification and will place it in the 25-26 financial year, as this year is already full. Now, can you just imagine, calling council, having council confirm that their drainage system is causing flooding in your home, and then council going back to you and saying, by the way, there's no money because the Lord Mayor hasn't allocated enough. I certainly hope call centre scripting has been updated to reflect that, because this is a decision of the Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, Sustainable Brisbane, a program that directly reflects the values of our Bayside community in the Wynnum Manly ward. Our beautiful Bayside suburbs, Lota, Manly, Manly West, Wynnum and Wynnum West, are all deeply connected to nature. Whether it's our mangroves, wetlands, coastal foreshores or the long hours families spend in our parks and playgrounds, there's a shared pride in keeping our environment clean, safe and thriving. This program continues to deliver on just that. Under Strategy 3.1.2, Council will continue to monitor water quality at key recreational sites across the city, right here in Wynnum and Lota. We know our locals love getting out on the water, whether it's kayaking or paddleboarding off the mudflats or sailing out of the Manly Harbour or fishing off the Wynnum Jetty. This monitoring ensures residents can do so with confidence. The testing identifies bacterial levels following major rain events and helps Council communicate risks through signage and online updates. These are small but vital steps in making sure our local lifestyle remains safe and sustainable. Under Strategy 3.3.1, I'm thrilled that the off-road cycling track at Kyanoa Road in Wynnum West is progressing to the design phase. This is a project that has been driven by strong community enthusiasm, especially from the young riders, parents and local schools, and those especially from Iona. We'll be working closely with the Bayside BMX Club, Brisbane's largest BMX club, whose home track is located right next to the proposed site. Their experience and deep connection to the local cycling community will be invaluable in guiding the design and ensuring the track is safe, engaging and sustainable for a range of ages and abilities. This project is a great example of how Council can partner with community groups to deliver infrastructure that supports healthy and active lifestyles. The new track will provide much needed and accessible space for children, families and cycling enthusiasts, and where they can develop skills, create outdoor recreation and connect with others. It's also a meaningful step towards encouraging more people to embrace green spaces and enjoy the benefits of being active in nature. Under Strategy 3.3.3, Council is investing in our parks, and Wynnum Manly is going to see significant local improvements. Most significantly, the Wynnum Manly and Lota Foreshores Master Plan is entering the next phase. This once-in-a-generation opportunity to re-image our much-loved foreshore is in a way that balances natural beauty, community use and long-term sustainability. After over 5,000 online submissions and 5 face-to-face kiosks this year, I know the project team have a wealth of suggestions and ideas to assist with their planning phase. In the coming financial year, Council will progress with technical investigations and incorporate feedback from the first phase of community and consultation to develop a comprehensive draft plan. This master plan will consider everything from improved accessibility and pathways to the protection of our natural coastal ecosystems, as well as enhancing amenities like picnic areas, playgrounds, open spaces and community facilities. We all know how these foreshores are used by many of our families, whether it's walking along the waterfront, people enjoying getting fish and chips by the bay, local community groups hosting events at George Clayton Park, or the early risers catching the sunrise on their early morning walk or run. We are blessed to have this asset in the Wynnum Manly ward, and I strongly encourage all residents to continue having their say on what they want this plan to be, because we want it to be shaped by them. A much-loved location for families is Green Park in Wynnum. This is set to receive a major playground upgrade that will make it much more fun and inclusive for children of all abilities. This project is a fantastic outcome of ongoing community conversations reflecting on the wishes of local families and stakeholders who want to see Green Park revitalised as a safe and welcoming space for everyone to enjoy. The playground upgrade will be thoughtfully designed with a fishing trawler theme, paying homage to the history of the nearby fish market site and celebrating Wynnum's strong connection to its fishing heritage. This theme will help create unique, imaginative play environment which sparks curiosity and learning while keeping the local identity front and centre. We are excited to soon share draft designs with the community and key stakeholders to gather feedback to ensure that this upgrade meets everyone's needs and expectations. These works will also complement the recently lodged development application for the old fish market site, which proposes a vibrant new waterfront venue. We look forward to families picking up fish and chips from the new takeaway and enjoying them in the park, bringing renewed life and activity back to this iconic bayside location. Additionally, suburban enhancement funds will also be allocated to further revitalise Green Park, supporting landscaping, both functional and decorative lighting, pathways, seating and other amenities to enhance the experience for all park users. Together, these improvements will reinforce Green Park's role as a cherished bayside location, inviting all families, neighbours and visitors to come and visit this beautiful waterfront. The adjacent dual-purpose car park at Glenora Street boat ramp is now almost complete, and I'm pleased to see that this will be the final works program in this financial year. This will also improve access for small watercraft and recreational users of our beautiful bay. Nearby, at the Wynnum Wading Pool Park, two significant upgrades are happening. The Henry Walter Barnes Memorial, a project close to the hearts of Wynnum Manly Historical Society, is being finalised this year. This recognises one of our local political pioneers who served as the Queensland Treasurer and the Member of Wynnum back in 1918. We're also replacing 3 water play sand filters in the Whale Park water play system, which will ensure that this much-loved playground remains clean and safe for our youngest residents. These upgrades will help reduce the pressure issues that we've seen in previous years caused by bark and sticks being placed in the water spouts. After all, a tipping bucket and water squirting whales are essential ingredients for maximum fun at the Whale Park. Fun fact, the Whale Park even had a cameo in the Pass the Parcel episode of Bluey. At Eleanor Park, which where the locals call Wynnum North, upgrades to the dog off-leash area are finally on the way, something that has been on a high priority list for local pet owners since I was elected. In particular, users of the small dog enclosure have long advocated for the realignment of the fencing to make the area larger and shadier for their 4-legged family members. This has not been a straightforward fix. The site was once used as landfill, meaning that any changes must carefully consider contaminated land management and involve more complex planning and remediation. I'm pleased that this budget includes funding to get this job done properly. Along with fencing adjustments, we'll see turf remediation, new agility equipment tailored for small dogs, and installation of seating and planting of additional trees to make space more enjoyable all year round. These improvements reflect Council's commitment to not just maintaining our parks, but upgrading them in a way that responds to real community needs. At Dreviston Park in Manly, we'll see the old pedestrian bridge being replaced, ensuring safe access and preserving the charm that was of this one of the most scenic foreshore parks. Also, continuing the important environmental management projects like maintaining the Sandy Camp Park Wetland Lagoon at Lytton. These are crucial ecosystems for bird life, biodiversity and water quality. These works include weed control, litter removal and water quality monitoring. Our bird watchers and local conservation groups will be pleased to see this commitment continue. Meanwhile, ongoing park facility upgrades will ensure that our public spaces continue to serve the needs of all. In 25-26, this includes improvements to picnic shelters, lighting, seating, fencing and play areas across the entire ward. Small details that all add up to a better day out for everyone. We welcome all business residents and tourists to our city to come to the Bayside and experience all that our recreational spaces have to offer. Finally, under Strategy 3.4.2, we're undertaking essential coastal maintenance at the Wynnum Jetty, with new handrails being installed. This jetty is one of the most photographed and beloved Bayside locations in the entire city, a place where locals and visitors alike gather daily to watch the sunrise, go fishing or simply enjoy a peaceful view of Moreton Bay. Maintaining its safety and appearance is a top priority for Council. Right next to the jetty lies Pandanus Beach, a treasured foreshore area that we can thank former Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson for formalising as a beach in the 1980s. I was honoured to recently visit the beach with the former mayor herself, reflecting on the legacy that she has left for our Bayside community. Across all of these projects, there is a consistent theme: listening to locals, respecting our natural environment and investing in infrastructure that supports outdoor, active lifestyles. These projects are a result of community voices being heard and acted on, and I thank the residents for their ongoing input and feedback. Together we are building a more livable and sustainable future for our Bayside suburbs, and these investments reflect the commitment that we're keeping to the Wynnum Manly ward of a recreation and lifestyle destination for residents and visitors today and for generations to come. I commend the Lord Mayor, Councillor Chair Councillor Davis and the Council officers for their work on Program 3 and their ongoing support of the Wynnum Manly ward. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, Sustainable Cities. Residents want long-term thinking. Residents want a sustainable city. We all want, I believe, environmental responsibility. And we all want to feel safe in our homes, especially during a crisis. This year's budget does tell a different story to those things that I believe we all want. Instead of investing in resilience, this is a budget of retreat, a budget of short-term optics over long-term protection, a budget with deep and dangerous cuts to the very systems designed to keep our city safe. I want to start by talking about drainage and stormwater infrastructure, which has been discussed already, has received major cuts, and is it assumed that will receive major cuts in future estimates. I cannot overstate how reckless this is in the context of the climate emergency that we are in. And to demonstrate this, I want to talk specifically about a case study, which is about a group of residents in West End. Late last year in West End and in many other communities across Brisbane and within southeast Queensland, we were all hit with intense, sudden flash flooding after heavy rainfall in a short period of time. Now, flooding is not new to West End. I'll be honest, if it rains more than 2 or 3 days, myself and residents get a bit anxious and I start doing my gauge checks and my street checks. But the sudden rain hit everyone by surprise. And what happened was that houses that have never flooded before were overwhelmed by overland flow. These weren't properties built without care. These were homes that had been retrofitted for resilience, sometimes even with works through Brisbane City Council. That means being raised, having flood-resistant materials put in, electrical systems shifted, drainage upgrades, slump pumps, underground pumps, whatever resilient work, you name it, it happened. And yet still, those houses were inundated. These were streets like Princhester, Thomas, Corbett, Spring, Granville, and Bynes. Now, I know this because I not only door knocked those streets immediately, but also actually helped on the cleanup. And then what actually became apparent was the need for those residents to meet with me regularly to talk about their challenges. And I did. I had multiple meetings with different residents across all those streets, which led us to a town hall meeting for small streets of West End for flooding. This is something that's actually a continual meeting because those residents requested that from me, from our consultation. And, you know, their stories was devastating, but not only was it devastating, because even now, as I continue to communicate with them, some of them still haven't returned to their homes. That's how much damage has happened. We were able to connect them with local resilience groups like Resilient Kurilpa, and also one of the most important things is that collectively, the residents and I decided on action. Some things that I could take on to help. Some of them was information sharing and giving, some were investigations around that program that had previously existed in Brisbane City Council. But the other main task was actually about finding if there were, or have been in the past, designs, concepts, plans, projects for these streets in existence. And so I went searching. And I searched and I searched and I searched, and I did end up finding one thing, and that was the 2004 West End Stormwater Management Plan. Anyone can find it. It was dated October 2004. And anyone can find it. It's not digital. It's actually in the archives. That's where it exists now. The folder that you're looking for is actually Book 3, and it's in the Brisbane Square. And this, interestingly enough, was the most relevant council flooding management plan for a flood-prone area in 20 years. There were no designs, there were no concepts, there were no other builds, of course. And I recognise that that plan is well superseded now by different frameworks and different legal principles. But what I wanted to do next, here's a page from it, by the way. I had to photocopy, it was uncomfortable. What I did find from it was the next step was to go, well, okay, what work was done from this plan? That was the Brisbane City Council plan. Because I could see on that plan, there were 11 stormwater and drain upgrades that were tagged and also budgeted for that plan from 2004. And what I found was one project. 21 years later, there was only one project. And it was a small one. It was like a little interconnecting one. Yes, there have been upgrades to stormwater in the area. The majority of the upgrades to stormwater and drainage in the area for Kurilpa have predominantly been towards the Montague side, where the South Brisbane Riverside Neighbourhood Plan uplifted everything in 2011. I assume that these were all predominantly developer-contributed assets. And I talk about this situation. We're meeting again, of course. I'm always meeting residents. But we talk about this situation because I think this is not just an example of what's happening in West End. This is an example of what's happening in areas in Highgate Hill. This is an example of what's happening in Kangaroo Point. And it is most definitely an example, I am sure every single councillor in this chamber has stormwater, drainage, overland flow, flooding issues in one of their areas that is not being upgraded and is being ignored. And this is a system of a greater systematic problem because there is no strategy to fix this. There is no plan to sort this out. Instead, we see now in this budget cuts to this area. And cuts to this area is problematic because we're putting people in danger. And climate change isn't a hypothetical. Just this year, we had not only this rain bomb event, We also had ex-cyclone Alfred and multiple heat waves. So it's here now. I'm going to touch base quickly on a couple of things before I finish up. Flood mitigation spending on modelling, we're not increasing it. Just recently, there are articles talking about it's not keeping up with the potential effects of climate change. We're not investing in it as we should. I'll also touch base on the cuts from the parks, maintenance and park upgrades. These are slashes that we're seeing happening. We know that these slashes are happening. So what that means is not only are we losing flood defences, but we're also losing public amenities. And we're not getting the maintenance that this city deserves. Very quickly, what do we see instead that's being highlighted by this LNP Council and this LNP Lord Mayor? $2 million for planting trees on main roads, and I quote, so that Brisbane looks good for 2032. I quote, that's a direct quote. Oh, and glamping at Mancouth at some time in the future. But my question is, what about for residents today? What about for residents in Brisbane who are facing a terrible climate emergency and who are literally losing their homes? I'll finish on this. You can't greenwash your way to resilience. You can't hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony to stop flood water. And you can't slap a tree on a medium strip and call it climate adaptation. You can't stop expanding and upgrading green spaces as density dramatically increase, which we all know it is. All of that is just negligence.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to make a contribution on Program 3, Sustainable City. There are many great things happening in the Hamilton ward in Program 3. Councillor Davis has a program that is close to the hearts of the parents in this place, parks, and I dare say that the Shrinner Council team could form a little crew of junior playground inspectors with the amount of younger kids we have in our ranks. So locally, I'm delighted that Oriole Park in Ascot, a very much used and popular park in the Hamilton ward, is getting money allocated to design the refurbishment of the toilet block, showing our commitment to making Brisbane's lifestyle even better. Talking of making Brisbane's lifestyle even better, the budget doesn't stop at Oriole Park. There's been funding allocated to continue rehabilitation works at the North Shore Riverside Park in Hamilton to address land subsidence that impacts the pathways and park infrastructure. This park's also next to Bluey's World, so I'm sure it's a very, very popular park after they've been to Bluey's World and been to the gift shop. So Newstead Park as well, which is a heritage listed park, will benefit from replacement of bench seats and timber picnic settings. There's already some work completed last year, so it's great to see more improvements made, especially with the recent refurbishment of Newstead House and also the Breakfast Creek Bridge, which continues to be very, very popular. In Program 3, in Sustainable City, it ensures that Brisbane parks provide a diverse range of recreational activities to suit all ages and abilities, and Hamilton Ward certainly has not missed out. So now on to another deliverable in Program 3, the Kedron Brook 20-year vision and master plan. The progression of the Kedron Brook 20-year vision master plan has got $1.1 million allocated to start the ball rolling, to start consultation on a much-loved corridor that not only covers my ward, but also of many of my colleagues, including my colleague in Northgate, Marchant, Enoggera, McDowell and the Gap. For those in the chamber who might not be familiar with the Kedron Brook, it is a very popular 20-kilometre stretch where I've personally spent many hours walking a pram with my now 3-year-old son with my mum squad. Unfortunately, due to the honour of this job, I don't have as much time now to pound the pavement at Kedron Brook with my daughter, but on the odd occasion we do sneak out the house in a pram. She loves it and mum does too, just quietly, as I'm sure many families do every day, particularly for school holidays, which have started for some. This catchment will have an overall $85 million investment to shape the next 20-year vision and master plan to enhance one of the Northside's most natural and recreational spaces. The Shrinner Council also has runs on the board when it comes to enhancing flood resilience, protecting nature's biodiversity and making vibrant spaces for the community to enjoy for many years to come. But Chair, you don't just have to take my word for it. We have Archerfield Wetlands in the Maruka ward and the award-winning Hanlon Park in my good friend and the excellent Deputy Mayor Councillor Cunningham's ward in Coorparoo. Community consultation has started, as I mentioned before, and I intended an in-person kiosk, one of the 7 scheduled at Kalinga Park a few weeks ago, which was part of community engagement across the 14 suburbs, which are in the Kedron Brooks catchment. Residents who took the time to come down to the kiosk were able to put location-specific comments on the map, share their ideas, thoughts, and complete a quick survey. It was a lovely morning, while a bit rainy, to meet many locals who shared their memories of the brook. Some even brought photos down from years gone by and shared what they hoped for the future of the Kedron Brook catchment. Deputy Chair, through you, I just want to say thank you to the council officers from the community engagement team who braved the wet weather on a Saturday to facilitate this important community consultation process. We've also welcomed feedback online through Council's Have Your Say website, which closes on the 29th of June. For those who have not provided feedback, there is still a little bit of time. Chair, I'm looking forward to hearing after the 29th of June what feedback has been received across the 14 suburbs and the next steps for the Kedron Brook vision. The Shrinner Council is taking a whole of catchment approach to ensure that Kedron Brook is able to reach its full potential. It should be noted that the preparation of this draft vision and master plan will also include planning, feasibility and due diligence to ensure we are getting the best outcome for the Kedron Brook for the next 20 years and beyond. Technical investigations will also be completed where required. The Shrinner Council is ensuring that this master plan focuses on balancing its role as a community space and waterway. Deputy Chair, I also want to touch on the incredibly popular curbside collection that is back again for another year across Brisbane and in the Hamilton ward. People get really excited about curbside collection. In fact, over the last few weeks, I've had a few phone calls to the office from residents eager to put the dates in their diary. We said to them, don't worry, the budget's nearly here and the dates will be announced, which they were. So Hamilton ward residents, book your spring clean from October onwards. Pinkenba is the first cab off the rank, followed by other suburbs in my ward. And in early 2026, Bowen Hills and Newstead will have their turn as well. I've put the date on the fridge at my house to give my husband plenty of notice to clean up, so there's no excuses, Matthew, if you are listening right now. Yeah. Sometimes there's an ounce of truth in a joke. The curbside large item collection is a free and very important service offered to residents as part of the Shrinner Council's commitment to keeping Brisbane clean. Deputy Chair, by offering this annual service, it helps residents get rid of items that can't be repurposed or repaired or donated. It is estimated that curbside collection collects over 14,000 tonnes of material, with over 200,000 properties taking advantage of the service. There's an average of 21 suburbs per month, so a big effort to get around Brisbane. The collection service operates 41 weeks a year, pausing for school holidays as well as Christmas and Easter, so it's a big operation. Residents can also use the Brisbane Bin and Recycling app to remind them of collection dates to get ready and get their items out on the curb in the Monday before the Monday of collection. Curbside collection is a great way to give those items a send-off when they're no longer, in Marie Kondo's words, giving you joy. I'm also excited about the rollout of the green waste bins to every eligible household in Brisbane. Deputy Chair, I'm one of 170,000 households that already have a green bin, which is, and so do you have, Councillor Givney, great. And you too, Councillor Adaming, wonderful, which is almost 50% of eligible households. The green waste bin rollout makes it easier to reduce our landfill, especially when we get ready for the summer weather season, which will be here before we know it. I'm pleased that Program 3's budget deliverable also includes the continuation of the compost rebate, which is very popular as well. Program 3 also has carriage of drainage, and I'm pleased in this year's budget we've announced funding for drainage in McIntyre Street in Hendra and Evelyn Street at Newstead. Finally, Chair, I would like to take an opportunity to touch on the city resilience that is also in Program 3. Disaster management is something that the Council is no stranger to as we combat severe weather every summer season. The Shrinner Council is again investing in city resilience to ensure that we have continued capacity to prepare, plan and respond and recover after these events. The City Resilience team, led by Howard and his team, do an excellent job in providing residents information on how to be prepared, whether it's for a bushfire, flood, storm, or in this year's case, a cyclone. Councils strive to continuously improve on delivering effective emergency and disaster management to ensure that Brisbane has the capability to prepare, plan, respond and recover. City Resilience provide information on how to plan and prepare your family. In fact, a couple of weeks ago I had a Queensland Day event and City Resilience came out and did a stall, and it was actually one of the most popular. People commented how excited they were to sort of learn how to get prepared, particularly as we'd been through quite a intense severe weather period. And this year's budget also includes funding for city resilience engagement activities, which I just mentioned before, but it's also in particular to promote the all hazards preparedness messaging through many modes of communication, including social media. City Resilience will also continue to deliver a community engagement program, which includes the popular Brisbane City Council Emergency Services Expo that was held in Chermside last year, but will be held at the Mount Gravatt Showgrounds in October, which is very exciting. This event partners with emergency services to coincide with the statewide Get Ready Queensland Week and gives residents an opportunity to find out more and educate themselves on how to prepare for natural disasters and maintain personal safety. So, Chair, I will conclude my remarks there and commend Program 3 to the Chamber. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on this program 3. Well, you know, to use a health analogy, there's a incredible. Well, no, I won't use that because that's probably a little bit disrespectful. I'll use this word. There's a debilitating disease that's actually permeating through this program, and the virus is underspending. And for years, I've been talking about the fact that the growth in spend in this area, especially in our parks, and the maintenance of the park has not been keeping up with the CPI growth. But this year, you've gone beyond all that. You've cut the expenses in both capital and general expenses by 30% and 60% respective. I never thought I'd see a council that talks about the canopy and the green of Brisbane start really cutting so deep into the budget that is supposed to actually maintain and look after our parks. You know, we talk about fauna a lot, but flora is something that we see every day as we drive through our own neighborhoods, and people can actually see the lack of care in a lot of areas, not in every area, but in a lot of areas. And my ward, it's called Forest Lake. It's made up of 6 suburbs, 6 mature suburbs, really, in a lot of ways. Inala and probably Forest Lake. As far as the flora, the magnificent parks that we actually have in my ward, which will, I think, in time become iconic in a lot of ways, especially the Parkland Precinct. And there's some really spectacular parks in Inala, Kev Hooper Park being one that I think we haven't really invested in over the years to make that what it could be. Yes, we're developing new park space, or a new park space, the sport and rec space in Waterford Road, which the chair mentioned, and I'm looking very much forward to the rollout of that precinct in the next year or so, and of course that work and that district park, of course, down at Pollara as well, and I'm sure Councillor Kim is really looking forward to that as well, as she spoke about. But listen, as I say, the virus is the fact that we're underinvesting. We're underinvesting in those areas that we're the most proud of. And that is Brisbane and the environment of Brisbane. You know, I've lived here many, many years. I came from a place that didn't have a lot of greenery. Yes, it was a cold climate, so we're subtropical here, so we've got the benefit of that. And I think we're actually becoming tropical, as climate change changes. We're getting a lot more rain. So we've got to maintain what we have and grow what we need to. And that basically means that we can't ignore the trees that are at risk. We've got to deal with those. We've got to replace those. And I was just out of Victoria Park. What they're going to do to Victoria Park is just shocking. I mean, listen, I'm not a golfer, so I didn't go to Victoria Park very often, right? But standing there at the barbecues, right, the other day, talking to the people that are trying to save Victoria Park, right, and just listening to them, the passion that they have for that park, it was inspiring, actually. And I then thought, well, I can go back to my own ward and have a look at mine as well, right? Just to make sure that we can do as much as we can do to actually preserve and grow those parks as well. But Victoria Park, they're talking about taking this stadium, or stadiums, right? Because you can't forget the swimming stadium as well. They're talking about taking trees that are 500 years old out for a stadium or couple of stadiums. You know, what was passed in state parliament last night that just took away heritage, that it's really suspended heritage, right, for that park for an Olympics, which is going to last about a month. And then what are we going to be left with? We're going to be left with a park that is basically disappears, right? And you know, honestly, what are we doing? What are we doing long term? What are we doing? What does this say about us, right? That we're going to do all this. We're going to do all this for an Olympics, and I've always loved the Olympics.
Me. Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Mr. Chair, I heard an audible interruption from Councillor Adams over there. What action are you going to take?
Well, I heard audible voices from both sides. So, councillors, please respect the councillor on their feet and stay quiet while the other councillors are speaking. Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Now, the other issue I wanted to raise was the recycling. And one aspect of recycling that this city does not deal with, and that is tires. We have a policy that we don't receive in our recovery centers. We don't take in tires. Now, we're about the only council surrounding us, right, that doesn't do that. So, and of course, you know what's been happening in my ward over the last couple of years is there's been a lot of dumping of tires in public space, and also in vacant land, and also in abandoned house land as well. And the reason this is happening is we don't actually have a policy that actually deals with that. Now, that's quite amazing when you think how big we are in comparison to those councils around us who do have a policy to deal with that, and do have a cost when you take them to them, and that's fair enough. You know, anytime we buy some new tires on our cars, you've got to pay a fee, and that fee is supposed to be able to help in the disposal of those old tires for repurposing. Right now, I you know, honestly, every week or every fortnight, we're making a call, right, to the flying gang because there's been another dumping of 100 tires or 20 or 30 tires, right? And we know some of it's happening and the police are dealing with it, right? But we need to have a policy here. Now, green waste bins, I've got one, and I use it. It's almost full every week because I've got a very old growth, a very mature garden that I didn't plant, but I'm looking after, of course. And so I'm filling up that green every week. Now, I just want to say about green bins, what are we doing with the public housing stock residents as well as social housing residents, because public housing stock residents aren't able to have green bins. So I think we need to open up negotiations with those people up at George Street to allow residents in those public houses to have green bins. Now, how they work it out with their rents and things like that, well, that'll be up to the public housing people. But one of the reasons why we're having to do this and to roll it out from what the Lord Mayor said is because of this levy, right, that the state government is posing on us. And this is one of the fixes. Now, is everyone happy about green bins? No way. I've been getting calls from friends as well as residents, and they're saying, well, we don't want one. And I said, well, yeah, you can opt out. You can opt out. That's your right, but you'll still be paying. So you might as well have it. Maybe share it with your neighbor. I don't know. But I mean, it's an important thing that we do, but we can't just force it down their throat. We have to educate them. And education is all about what we were talking about with FOGO. And a lot of councils do a very good job in education, and they have very successful programs. Some of them aren't successful, right, as we're told from time to time. But maybe they're not as big as Brisbane. Maybe they don't have the synergy of Brisbane. But you can roll out a FOGO plan as we tried a little bit.
Councillor Strong, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I rise to talk about Program 3, Sustainable City, and in particular, the Brighton Foreshore, which is something, unfortunately, Councillor Cassidy hasn't spoken about within this program and is part of Deagon Ward. The Delivering Iconic Parks for Brisbane project is a rolling program of works to ensure Brisbane's park network meets the needs and expectations of customers via planning for and delivering upgrades to park facilities and infrastructure enhancing the visitor experience. The Brighton Foreshore is an area very close to my heart, Deputy Chair, and I know to my residents. And I know Councillor Givney talked about Wynnum, which is, I actually visited Councillor Givney not long after she became a councillor, and she was kind enough to show me around her ward and the beautiful places, the Wynnum Foreshore that you have, and very, very similar to what my community enjoys as well on our north side of Brisbane, and very important to look after. This area, as a child, you know, as I've said in this chamber before, I did grow up in Brighton in 4017, which is a postcode shared by Brackenridge. And as a child too, it was somewhere where, you know, all of our community would gather. Even Sunday school picnics we had there every year. My father took us swimming and kayaking, and I remember, like you, Councillor Toomey, I like to keep fit, and my brother and I would run along the foreshore because it was a great way to measure distances, etc. I don't run there anymore, but I do walk there if I can every weekend, and take Lulu for her walk there. It is
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
Would Councillor Landers take a question?
Councillor Landers, would you?
Oh, I think so, with trepidation, but yes, Councillor Toomey, what would the question be?
Yeah, Councillor Toomey, please go ahead.
Councillor Landers, do you superset your run with a set of push-ups?
No, I must say push-ups are not one of my favourite things, but no, I do not, and I don't run anymore either, Councillor Toomey. I'm very sensible, and I walk. but I do weights, Councillor Toomey, so very important to be weight-bearing as a woman through life. And look, this particular area has also been very important, as I said, for those social gatherings. As a young graduate from teaching, I was sent to do country service, which in those days all teachers did, and I went to Aramac and spent 8 years there. And when I came home, the easiest way to catch up with friends was to have a picnic on that Brighton foreshore. And that's what we did. And it works still to this day, where friends of mine, you generally who will come home to their parents who are still in the area, and at Christmas time we'll gather down there at the foreshore, because that's a beautiful place to be. And it's become a tradition for my children when they come home from Melbourne and Hobart. That's what we will do, and often their friends will join us there as well. So it's they very rarely return home and don't go for a walk down there and enjoy that beautiful part of Brisbane. So it is very important that for Brackenridge Ward and for the residents of Deagon Ward, that this beautiful place is looked after. And this budget will support, along with the federal government, with grants, to look after the Brighton foreshore. So design and commencement, I know, and delivery of those upgrades to specific Brighton foreshore parkland locations will occur. The improvements, I believe, will include Brighton Park, Decker Park, which is one that I'm very fond of. Brighton Health Campus and Sandgate Foreshores Park will provide opportunities for people to continue to enjoy this beautiful part of Brisbane while retaining its relaxed and laid-back character. Not only will the plan maximise opportunities for recreation and relaxation, but it will increase the habitat values and scenic amenity of the parklands while reducing the risk of sea levels, storm surge and king tides affecting the parkland and surrounding streets. This is part of the Shrinner Council's commitment to enhancing and maintaining more than 2,180 parks across the city, which helps residents get outdoors and enjoy our city's unique and subtropical lifestyle. The Shrinner Council is committed to protecting and improving our city's natural assets while also promoting active, healthy lifestyles for residents, which I know all councillors here are taking part in, obviously from all of your speeches, which is great to see. And also it is boosting sun safety in our playgrounds. We continue to upgrade neighbourhood parks and facilities and parks and replace playgrounds. And as was mentioned in Councillor Davis's speech, that I am actually very much looking forward to the completion of Makaranga Park upgrade, Councillor Davis, through you, Deputy Chair. The weather has been unkind while the works have been going on, but hopefully I had a few updates recently and a few pictures sent through, because obviously we've been here at City Hall this week, so it is looking great. And I know that the consultation that I had with my community and the nature play that they requested, you've definitely ticked the box. So thank you very much, Councillor Davis. It's going to be absolutely fabulous for my community. This budget will also see some renovations to Barber Road Park Basketball Court, obviously on Barber Road in Brackenridge, and some lighting in Nicole Street Park, which is very important for people who, particularly commuting by bus, who use Nicole Street Park as a pathway to get into a pocket of Brackenridge that they live in, so that from going from there to the bus stop and back. So in the evenings, particularly, with winter, it can get a little bit dark when they go through there. So I'm pleased that this budget will see that lighting put into Nicole Street Park. And there's also going to be some improvements to the picnic facilities at our much-loved McPherson Park as well. These commitments are all part of making Brisbane's lifestyle even better. Deputy Chair, I also want to speak about green waste recycling service that is being delivered. Brisbane City Council is committed to keeping Brisbane clean and sustainable by increasing the amount of organic waste recovered and working with residents to reduce the amount of garden waste that therefore goes to landfill. And as has been mentioned, from August 2025, Council will expand the green waste recycling service to become part of a standard curbside collection for all eligible households. And this will make it easier for us to recycle. This service change represents a transition of Brisbane City Council's green waste recycling service from an opt-in model to a standard part of our curbside bin collection for all eligible single-unit dwellings across Brisbane, including both owner-occupied and rental properties. Eligible properties which currently do not have a green waste recycling bin will receive the 240-litre green waste bin with a bright green lid delivered to their property between August and December this year. This rollout is the most significant change to Brisbane's waste service since the introduction of the yellow recycling bins over 30 years ago in 1993, and it will deliver significant environment benefits for our city. This expansion reflects Council's commitment to building a more sustainable city and supporting residents to help reduce their environmental footprint. Every single resident with a green waste recycling bin has a role to play in keeping or helping create a more sustainable city, and the green waste recycling service is just one of the many ways that this council is paving the way. As the Lord Mayor said in his budget speech, Deputy Chair, we are delivering on rates, roads, rubbish and rapid
Councillor
transport.
Lenders, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just turn that off. Look, I rise to speak about this project area, our environmental program, and I really want to first off by saying I've had a few wins in this program. So I want to put those on the record. Before I do so, I just want to congratulate Councillor Cassidy on your efforts in terms of recycling and getting green bins in the city, and it's good that the LNP finally followed through. After criticising you for so long, they actually did it. They actually did it. But let's... Mr. Chair. But let's talk about the wins. The wins, one of the wins is here. Here it is. Oh, I'll hold it up like a victory, because it is a victory. This is all the work that's gone into Stable Swamp Creek over the last 3 years that the LNP have voted it down, not met with residents, not attended public meetings, not fronted the media. Lord Mayor, one of those meetings was flying to Egypt to an environment conference. It was just incredible. But we've got outcomes, and we're going to get outcomes in the following year. So all I can say is keep pushing, keep fighting, do it, because that's the only way you're going to win against this LNP administration. Second thing I want to talk about is rewilding, but I will come back to that soon because that is an amazing project that has taken off, but, and I've got so much good news to talk about there. Look, in terms of, I was listening to the Lord Mayor, and you get the environmental sham Liberal National Party agenda of what they're doing. And it's all a sham. Oh, I can hear someone over there. But evidently the chair can't. So let's go through their record for this year. No money has been spent on bushland acquisition. Zero. We've collected over 20 million and we have spent zero. Shame. That's your track record. First time in 35 years. What about, and Brisbane Downs? I've been out there, met with residents. The local council won't meet with those residents. But we found $6.5 million for some tennis courts in Holland Park that Councillor Adams was having a development issue with. There were no koalas on that land. Wow.
Point of order, sorry, Steve.
Point of order.
Councillor Adams has now interjected multiple times. You have, and the chair has named other councillors, including myself, Councillor Cassidy. Why aren't you applying the same rules to Councillor Adams?
Well, you've been doing that for multiple times too. Councillor Griffith.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I ask the councillors call me by my title, not by my first name. We're not friends.
All right, councillors, Councillor Griffith is having the floor. Please show some respect. Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Well, but so we've heard about their record with the environment levy, but let's hear about the trees and the tree offsets, because that is just diabolical. Here I have an email from the Environment Chair, and I asked, how much do we have in offsets? And what did the Environment Chair come back with? Oh, $5.144 million in unspent offsets. There we go, I'll table that. Then I went to council and said, what do we have in related to unspent offsets for council? Oh, over $20 million. Wow. How can you ask the same question and get different answers like that? I table both those documents. But gets better, because then I went to do some tree planting in a park as part of the rewilding project we're doing, thinking that it would be paid for out of this $20 million offset. Oh no, Councillor, we don't do that. We don't plant trees in parks. Oh no, you have to pay us $33,420 to get trees planted in a waterway in a park. How do you guys sleep at night? Anyway, I table that as well. What a sham. So we're making money from cutting down trees, and then we're not planting trees, and then to here we're going to plant along corridors. I had Ipswich Road corridor that was going to be boulevarded cut. And why was it cut? It was cut for the Olympics. Oh, councillor, I had 8 staff come out to my office. 8 staff and an executive come out to my office, surround me and tell me, oh, councillor, it has to be cut. Oh, we've got the Olympics, very important. It was incredible. I have never seen such a waste of resources. Incredible. To think that's the way you use resources. So we've gone through the hypocrisy of the bushland buyback. We've gone through the hypocrisy of the tree offsets. Let's go through the hypocrisy of weed management. And I'll give you an example. Got a park, Cracknell Gully at Maruka. There's, what are there? There's echidnas, there's koalas. We've even got an orphaned bush care group who are struggling away there, working for N4C. And you know what we've got? We've got this big sign that says Wipe Out Weeds program, and it's covered in weeds. It's a beautiful picture. It says it all about Brisbane City Council and my experience of how we run these programs. And what was I told? I was told, oh, councillor, that's not an important piece of bushland. We've got to put it to the important pieces of bushland. You might remember my story about the 2 Titanics the officer gave me. I'm on the sinking Titanic. I'm on the sinking Titanic. Yeah, it's a joke. All the officers are watching. They think it's a joke too.
Mr Deputy
No,
Chairman.
I won't take question.
Yeah,
I've got too much to get through.
Excuse me, Councillor Griffith, Councillor Toomey.
This is just a reminder to...
Is that a point of order?
Yeah, it is a point of order. I just want to remind Councillor Griffiths that it was the Titanic and the Olympia were the 2
Councillor
vessels.
Toomey, I don't uphold your point of order.
There weren't 2 Titanics. One was
Councillor
Titanic,
Toomey.
the other one was Olympia.
Councillor Toomey, please. Councillor Griffith.
Whatever it was, the officers told me I was on the sinking Titanic, and that's the way resources are being allocated. They're going to save the Titanic that isn't sinking. That's how they see it. And I thought, that's it. That is actually what they're doing. Thank you for telling me. Granard Wetlands on Stable Swamp Creek, can I get funding for the weed program? They've been doing 20 years of work there. Since I came to office, 20 years of work. No. No, councillor. Oh, it's not important to us. Similarly, Archfield Wetlands, the beautiful playground is open. I just drove there the other day to take a guest from the ward there, and it's a rainforest, it's a forest of weeds. So apparently we look after it for the opening and then we let it go. But let me talk about the rewilding project. And this probably is a bit I'm really excited about, and this is a bit I haven't had a lot of support from our news branch about. But we've got some really good things happening. We have a really energetic, probably about 50 people so far involved in this group. They're bubbling away, they've got ideas. These are the sort of people who get involved in when we have flooding. They want to be there, they want to do things, they want to find solutions. They're the sort of people I like. They're like our really good officers, our top class officers are like, let's find a solution, let's get things done, let's not play politics. So what we've done in the few months we've had that group set up is we've established 4 new bush care groups. One at Maruka at Rockley Waterholes, one at Cracknell Gully, one at Freeney Street Park with the Brisbane Frisbee group, and one at Durack is just beginning. So we've added 4 new groups plus leaders into the program, plus volunteers. It's amazing. It's incredible. We can do it. People want to do it. People are giving up their time. Who don't want to do it? The LNP. We've got a Kids and Koala Festival coming up, and that's going to be the Eco Centre at Griffith Uni. This builds on the Jazz and Koala we did a couple of years ago. Councillor Kim's bringing her youth group. Unfortunately, the group who want to attend, Sustainability, aren't allowed to attend because, oh, councillor, it's political if we go to your event. Wow. Brisbane Sustainability Agency can't come to a sustainable event. How does this happen? And then you've got, I'm funding free koala walks. So I fund Griffith Uni Eco Centre to pay the students to run free koala walks, and they book out like that. People want to go there. People want to do those walks. The building is all built. The paths are all built. They have a simple walk around. It's fully accessible. People love it. People from other cultures come to me and go, why isn't council doing this? And I said, well, I am council, but I'm the opposition. And you know what? I reached out to the Lord Mayor when we had a chat about Stable Swamp Creek and said, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to work with you on this one. I think it's good for the city. What happened? Bam, bam, nothing. This is the sort of thing where you go, hey, this is good for the city. This is good for our residents. I tell residents that story. They can't believe it. Anyway, there's such an opportunity there. There's so much there we could do, but unfortunately, we've got people who don't want to do it. But the most exciting thing we've done is, because I've engaged this group and they're on apps and they're doing things, they've done a lot of research. Now, they did a lot of research about...
Councillor Griffith, your time has expired.
Sorry.
Point of order, Deputy Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Givney, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that we now break for lunch for a period of 1 hour only after all councillors left the chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Enjoy your lunch.
Further speakers, Councillor Adelman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in the budget debate for Program 3, Sustainable City. As Councillor Davis has already outlined, the Schrinner Council Sustainable City program plays a key role in maintaining and enhancing Brisbane's environmental health, resilience and livability, overseeing our natural assets, drainage infrastructure, waste services and disaster preparedness. Given the large tracts of bushland in the Pullen Vale ward, not to mention the flooding issues we've experienced over the years, it's fair to say I have a strong interest in this program. My ward is also home to Brisbane's jewel in the crown, Mount Cootha, and there's probably no one more excited, apart from the Lord Mayor, about our council's plans for Mount Cootha going forward. I thank the Lord Mayor for his investment in the 2025-26 budget for a range of projects and initiatives that will bring to life our city's most valuable natural asset. Chair, already more than 1 million visitors a year come to Mount Cootha, or come to the Mount Cootha precinct. Many of these are coming to see our award-winning botanical gardens and the Sir Thomas Brisbane Planetarium, which I'm told is second only to South Bank in terms of visitation and popularity. And one of the draw cards at the gardens is unquestionably the tropical dome. So it was pleasing to see in Strategy 3.3.3 that there is funding in the Schrinner Council's budget next year to plan and design an upgrade of the 50-year-old dome. I look forward to watching this take shape in the coming years, and who knows, it could be the attraction that eventually helps knock South Bank off its pedestal. Chair, our many picnic areas across Mount Cootha continue to be popular for family celebrations or for those just wanting to enjoy some serenity in a natural environment within Brisbane. One of the most in-demand picnic areas is Brushbox. So again, it was exciting to learn that in Strategy 3.3.1, funding has been allocated in our council's budget for new picnic shelters, barbecue facilities and toilets there. Another tourist hotspot at Mount Cootha is the Summit, where I note that the Mantle Group has recently renovated and opened its new hospitality facility there. The summit offers the best view of Brisbane, and tourists flock from around the world to get that iconic shot of the city from the lookout and enjoy the hospitality on offer, whether it's a cup of coffee, lunch or dinner. It's important we provide facilities to cater for the large numbers who visit the summit each year, so I'm pleased to see that under Strategy 3.3.3, funding has been provided for a detailed concept plan for the delivery of a toilet block at Mount Cootha. But Chair, I'm leaving the most exciting development to last, and that is also in Strategy 3.3.3, delivering iconic parks for Brisbane. I refer, of course, to the Quarries Visioning Project and the Lord Mayor's announcement to fund the creation of a master plan for Mount Cootha that will investigate a range of ecotourism destinations and attractions going forward. The very respected award-winning Brisbane Sustainability Agency will be engaged to lead the master plan to develop a long-term strategy to protect Mount Cootha's valuable native areas while exploring opportunities to enhance the precinct's existing attractions, including the gardens, planetarium and summit lookout. The master plan will also create a long-term plan to transform Mount Cootha Quarry into a must-do destination when it ceases operations sometime over the next decade. And as the Lord Mayor pointed out, the quarry has been operating since the mid-1890s and still supplies 90% of asphalt aggregate for Brisbane roads. Chair, the master plan will undoubtedly draw inspiration from other award-winning nature and parks precincts around the world. Some of the ideas have been floated and they've been mentioned before: the establishment of a wilderness trail, a sustainable nature retreat, reconfiguring Sir Samuel Griffith Drive to a one-way loop road, reserving a lane for cyclists, new and improved picnic facilities including pop-up cafes, a mountain bike skill development track and an accessible tree-top walk at the summit. There is still a way to go before we see the finished product, and I look forward to seeing what will ultimately be recommended as a result of their investigations and consultation. But suffice to say, I'm excited to see such a visionary project earmarked for the Pullen Vale Ward, and I know that benefits to flow from it will be appreciated not only by residents and businesses in the western suburbs, but citywide. Chair, also in this program under Strategy 3.3.3, funding has been allocated for playground replacements at both Mary Park, Chapel Hill and the Brookfield Reserve Park next to the Brookfield Cemetery. Again, these two parks are among the most popular in my ward, but have reached the stage where they need to invest in new play equipment for the next generation of children in those communities. And I'd like to thank my outcome manager, Shane Klepper, for his support and advice to secure the much-needed capital funding to make this happen. Also under Strategy 3.3.3, funds have been allocated for a visitor node at the Gap Creek Reserve, Mount Cootha. And over the next 2 years, a new toilet block, the creation of a permanent storage facility for childcare equipment, new lighting, an upgrade of the car park, and the conversion of 2 gas barbecues to electricity will be delivered. Turning now to Strategy 3.3.1. And as we all know, the Bushland Acquisition Program was initiated by a Liberal Council administration under Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson and has ensured that many reserves are protected for their natural significance and importance to be enjoyed by residents who appreciate their value. The majority of these reserves acquired under this program over the years are in the Port Vale ward, and I've had the unique opportunity to spend time with council officers visiting many of them to appreciate and see why they were acquired. The Anstead Reserve is a good example. Over the years, Council acquired 3 adjoining properties as they came onto the market to create what we now know as the Anstead Reserve. The Moggill Historical Society regularly conduct walks through the reserve to the old Sugars Quarry, which supplied much of the rock product used in the early development of Brisbane CBD. There have also been sightings of the collared delma, otherwise known as the legless lizard, at the Anstead Reserve. With the cooperation from our council accessing this reserve, both the Pullen and Colo Creek catchment groups have been able to secure federal funding to help ensure the survival of this endangered species. In this budget, the Schrinner Council is allocating funds for the embellishment and upgrade of the visitor node at the Anstead Reserve. This will help meet the increasing public demand for recreational opportunities there. Also under this schedule, we will see the reconstruction of the existing Death Adder Mountain bike trail at the Gold Creek Reserve Brookfield to address user safety and environmental concerns. And this work will ensure this trail aligns with the broader network standard. Chair, I will conclude with the improvements to be undertaken in 2 of my local dog parks, Strategy 3.3.3. At the Mount Crosby Sports Ground at Chuar, Council will repair damaged fences and rehabilitate the turf, while at Blackbutt Place Park, also under Strategy 3.3.3, a timed lighting system will be installed to address concerns raised by local residents, particularly after sunset in the winter months. The latter is another box ticked in the commitments made during the 2024 council election and delivered by the Schrinner administration, and it's my pleasure to commend this to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I rise to speak on Program 3 and to express concern over how yet another budget from this LNP administration fails to meet the needs of Brisbane's suburbs. Year after year, the LNP gloat and boast about sustainability, but the delivery tells a very different story. Really what we're seeing is piecemeal investments, patchy rollouts, and a growing lack of transparency. This program should be our blueprint for resilience and community wellbeing. Instead, it reads more of a checklist of the LNP's less than ambitious hopes and dreams, while everyday residents are left waiting for basic upgrades, essential services and genuine climate action. Take the Brisbane Sustainability Agency. It's a council-funded body, but when asked what the agency actually will deliver with the money that they get in this budget, the LNP can't give you a clear answer. Councillors get told to wait for the annual report, but this is public money. It should come with public accountability. Instead, we're being asked to trust that the LNP and its contractors, its huge inflated team of contractors, know best. That is not sustainable governance. It's secrecy and it's dressed up as strategy. Yep. Then there's the state of our parks. This year allocates only a very small amount of funding to upgrading, in parentheses, neighbourhood parks, but when you follow the money, it becomes very clear where the LNP's priorities are. Take, for example, Mowbray Park in East Brisbane. The council, the LNP council, is spending over $500,000 to demolish the former East Brisbane Bowls Club facility that was home to many community groups who were forcibly evicted by this LNP council. There was strong local opposition at the time, and there's still deep frustration now. So when the LNP talk about their investment in the suburb, they're happy to bring in the bulldozers. The LNP are very happy to bulldoze community infrastructure, but they won't reinvest in equivalent or improved facilities. So they're happy to take them away, but they're not happy to build the same more. And I wonder which community facilities will be on the next chopping block. That is not revitalisation. That is straight up neglect. And there's no further investment earmarked for Mowbray Park. So they might like to talk about their master plan and their vision, but the only dollars that are allocated under this LNP council are for bringing in bulldozers. That is not right. While the suburbs wait for park upgrades, they also wait in the rain, literally. This budget includes some money in capital for drainage, yet the list of projects is pretty vague and uneven. There are a couple of named streets, but no clear sense of how or when flooding risks that face our communities will actually be resolved. Council claims, it's carryover after carryover after carryover. This LNP council claimed to be building resilience, but many residents are still cleaning up after the last storm, with little clarity on what's going to be done next. From my perspective, the clarity is, it's there because it's nothing under this LNP council. When we ask questions about spending on parks, on flood mitigation, or anything.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
Collier, take the question.
Councillor Collier.
Absolutely not.
No,
Yeah,
Councillor.
I was just wondering when she asked questions.
Councillor Adams, thank you. Councillor Collier.
Is she done?
Councillor Collier.
Sorry. When we ask questions of this LNP regime on parks, on flood mitigation, on anything in this portfolio, you are met with deferrals, you are met with vague references and fog. That is not how you build public confidence, that is how you lose it. And the LNP, we know in this so-called budget, there is no transparency, there is no accountability, there's barely even any figures, let alone a list of what they will do, and more importantly, what they won't do. They won't ever come clean about the things that they neglect. They'll carry over stuff, they'll push it out, and they'll put it in the delays, and that is what this LNP budget, year after year, that is what the LNP delivers, or fails to deliver. Another flashy announcement in this budget was, of course, the green waste recycling rollout, which the LNP Council has described as the most significant change to waste service in 30 years. And I welcome the move from an opt-in model to a citywide standard service, but it's important that we see this for what it really is. A late step forward, a very late step forward, with plenty of gaps and an LNP bin tax. Their rollout won't begin until August 2025, and many residents, including those in units, may still miss out or be forced to apply through complex approval processes. Renters were excluded for years, and even now, I don't think that council communications clearly explain how tenants are going to be supported. And of course, there is the $50 fee. And what this is, it's not in real terms actually helping to deliver this service for residents. It is a fee to cover up the LNP's bin tax because they waited. They waited until the last possible moment. If they had done the work to actually, if they'd done the work 5 years ago to actually reduce green waste in this city, we wouldn't have to pay this much. But it is because of the LNP's failure and inaction that residents are stuck with the bill yet again. While this reform is long overdue, the execution is flawed. The program comes with no broader commitment to organic waste reduction, composting expansion, or, importantly, community education, despite the fact that the former Civic Cabinet Chair responsible, Councillor Sarah Hutton, admitted that they got it wrong last time. Residents didn't know what was going on. She stood in this place and she blamed everyone but the people who are actually responsible for leading.
Point of order,
Would Councillor Collier take a question about her failed FOGO plan at the election?
Councillor, will you take the question?
No.
No, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Collier.
Councillor Hutton stood in this place and blamed everyone but the LNP, they have been in charge for 20 years. They are responsible for leading the city's waste strategy. The LNP are in charge of that, and they blame everyone but themselves. So, like so much of this program, unfortunately, this announcement, it's a great headline. It might, again, fulfil the need, the real strong desire of the LNP regime to get those social media shares and likes and some good content, but the delivery doesn't actually match the lame promise. It never does. It never does. Let's also look at climate resilience. Council continues to claim that it's investing in flood readiness and bushfire management, but again, we see really fragmented spending and no meaningful local coordination. There's a small amount allocated across various sign updates and fencing projects and fire trail upgrades, but most suburbs only see a couple of $1,000s work, if at all. There's no evidence of a citywide strategy that maps risk, prioritises the vulnerable communities and delivers real on-the-ground outcomes. On flood resilience, residents are told to rely mostly on online portals and mapping tools. These are useful, but they don't lift a sandbag, they don't lift a single one, and they don't help the people who are still cleaning out mould and damage from under their homes. What we need is a coordinated suburb-led resilience agenda, real investment in suburban infrastructure, proper planning and collaboration with the communities who know their risks best. This budget continues the LNP's pattern of centralisation, secrecy and short-termism. Residents don't know when or if their local infrastructure is going to be fixed or upgraded, and too often suburbs see their priorities ignored in favour of the LNP's pet projects. Sustainability isn't about glossy campaigns or Instagram likes. It's about making sure that our city works for everyone in every postcode, and that means safe, shaded playgrounds. It means clean and accessible green spaces, modern, equitable waste services that reduce council's carbon emissions, and transparency, so we all know how our money is being spent. This budget doesn't get us there. Our communities deserve one that does.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on Program 3, which is of course not only about just the new but also the maintain and the enhance. I'm disappointed I didn't get to ask the question to Councillor Collier, because she kept repeating that when we ask our questions of the LNP, and I don't understand where Councillor Collier thought she asked questions, like from the Story Bridge when they didn't turn up to info sessions. No transparency we hear. There was 2 hours of question time. Councillor Massey can actually confirm. She got a lot of questions in. I am disappointed to hear, though, from Councillor Massey in the Courier Mail that we nearly shut down a session because she was at the toilet, because that is actually very poorly misspoken, because we kept asking questions so the session kept going while we waited for her to return. But truth and a good story for Brendan O'Malley, let's not get that in the way as well. But there is plenty of transparency in this program, as Councillor Collier and her colleagues would have learned if they bothered to show up and do their job last week. And as a representative for a ward only 8 kilometres from the city and one of the most biodiverse areas in the city, I am very, very excited about Program 3. From echidnas on Mount Gravatt Outlook to koalas in Whites Hill, Holland Park really is one of our green oases in our capital city. And Program 3 delivers to keep it this way as well. We can see that we have in Strategy 3.3.1 a rolling program of habitat restoration works, including tree planting, weed and pest removal and habitat enhancement. Our natural areas and ecological corridors are absolutely vitally important, and maintaining these corridors, not just buying new ones, Councillor Griffiths, but maintaining these corridors are what is the offset funds have been collected for. And the offset restoration works balance the impacts on habitat as our city develops, and is all undertaken under the ordinance of our Queensland Environment Offset Acts as well. So they include things like, as I said, planting native species, mulching for erosion control, placing woody debris, logs, old tree stumps and large branches around to provide immediate habitat. And this is a very important program that I know the officers do regularly at Mount Gravatt Outlook as well for our beautiful little creatures. And as I said, the echidnas are coming back in great numbers up there as well. And of course, making sure that we manage the weeds and the existing native vegetation management. Our offsets program commenced in 2015-16 and Council has now delivered and established over 452 hectares of koala and vegetation offset restoration at 71 sites. 457,000 stems planted and attracted over 3.1 million additional funding to restore habitat within Brisbane as well. Great work delivered last financial year was over 6.3 hectares, including Whites Hill Reserve of about half a hectare. But this coming year, we'll see 32 hectares of restoration works at 8 sites across the city. And many of those are important areas that feed into the Holland Park ward, like 6 hectares in Mackenzie. 3 hectares in Carina, 2 hectares in the Bulimba Creek corridor in Mansfield that all feed along those important ecological corridors into Whites Hill and Mount Gravatt Outlook as well. We also have Strategy 3.3.3 delivering new parks in Brisbane. Nearly $13 million of capital and expense there to purchase land and deliver important enhancements to our public open space network. This way we can get a great diversity of formal and informal recreation spaces for the communities. There are plans to develop new parks that contribute to the appeal of the city and, of course, what everybody loves about Brisbane, making it a great place to live, work and invest. The schedule is formed from our LGIP, of course, which is a citywide schedule of works, and has been prioritised to provide those newer upgraded park infrastructure. Some of the works proposed for Holland Park in the 25-26 include the Whites Hill Reserve at Camp Hill and Carina that, again, Councillor Cunningham and I kind of share really between our 2 wards. Fantastic for work on the concept plan to upgrade the park to district general recreation levels. It's a much-loved, fully accessible program that is well and truly ready for a refresh with a large kickabout area that needs some upgrading as well. We also have our wildlife movement solutions, and I cannot talk about being the centre of koala movement in Brisbane without talking about the great work that is actually done through the Conservation Reserves Management in this project as well. As I've said many times, and as everybody here knows, Holland Park Ward is very fortunate to support a significant population of koalas, and this iconic animal is found along many parts, and just recently in the Kedron Saddle, I heard as well, Councillor Toomey. But they are also highly mobile animals and then can be at risk from vehicle strike when moving between habitat. So I will not go through all the works that we have done in Boundary Road, but we do need to make sure that we continue this across the city and throughout the Holland Park ward as well. They're delivered based on hotspot vehicle strikes around the city, which is definitely within the Holland Park ward as well. And we partner through our Koala Research Partnership Program to make sure that the leading experts at universities can track the movement of koalas in parts of Brisbane and better understand where and how they move through the landscape. This financial year, again, money has been allocated to support safe wildlife movement through our Conservation Reserves Management Program and the Toohey Road project as well. These will include the continually rolling out of our variable message signings at priority locations during August and October, of which I have several. The management of the LED wildlife awareness monitors to encourage drivers to reduce their speed of which I have several. And of course, the restoration of habitat through wildlife corridors, trialling new wildlife movement structures and installation of fencing to make sure we safely funnel our wildlife towards safe crossing structures as well. One thing I am very excited about in this budget is the announcement that BSA, who are obviously renowned for their fantastic transformation of Oxley Creek, has also been appointed to lead the transformation of the Pine Mountain Quarry. So building on the success of what I've just talked about at nearby Whites Hill Reserve, a rehabilitated landfill site now home to a thriving koala population and popular recreational facilities, we'll see the transformation plan for Pine Mountain Quarry, which envisions converting the 30-hectare site into public accessible green space, featuring koala habitat restoration, walking tracks and trails, and the possibilities of nature-based experience as well. And while Mount Cootha is a long-term prospect for our city, Pine Mountain Quarry is a much more immediate opportunity, and these enhancements will be implemented as the current site uses are gradually transitioned out, creating a vibrant and ecologically rich destination for the community and obviously for Brisbane and visitors alike. And last but definitely not least, unlike what we hear from those on the opposite side, my residents in Holland Park actually move around Brisbane and go to other parks in other parts of the city as well, and of course have plenty of visitors that come along and want to see the best parts of Brisbane. So our iconic parks and delivering those are extremely important in 3.3.3, and our budget of 11.588 million in capital and expense is going to continue that rolling program of works to ensure Brisbane's park network meet the needs and expectations of customers via planning and delivery to our facilities and our infrastructure to make every visitor experience the best that it can be. What we will see over the next 12 months is, of course, upgrades to some of those parks that everybody knows very well, like the City Botanic Gardens, in particular Lagoon rehabilitation, the New Farm Park decking. There will be the Mowbray Park demolition of the existing Bowls Club and preparation for future park upgrades, which I just heard Councillor Collier having a whinge about. Maybe she should have been at info sessions to ask about what was happening in the coming year. She's not here now to hear it either, unfortunately. Brighton Foreshore design and commence delivery of upgrades. Rocks Riverside, Brisbane Botanic Gardens, Mount Cootha, as we heard from Councillor Adamant as well. But what I am most excited about, of course, is the Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve Summit upgrades. One of the very hidden spaces that people forget is an extremely iconic park in our Brisbane landscape. And it will continue the upgrades of the visitor facilities at the summit that were started in the last financial year, and continue investigations to make it safer to move around in, through and around the summit as well, including an upgrade to the toilet facilities, which is always fun when there's not actually town water to the top of the mountain as well. So that needs some work. But it is a fantastic place, and I have to say, Councillor Adam, a much better and closer view of the city than Mount Cootha. We'll agree to disagree, definitely. But Brisbane is Australia's most biodiverse city in Australia, and I thank Councillor Davis and the work she and her whole team do to make sure we are keeping it that way. I recommend Program 3 to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, and I've got a fair bit to say in this portfolio. I would like to start, though, with an acknowledgement of the hard work of the council waste team, cleaning team, and parks and public space operations teams who do work very hard to look after our local environment. I feel very, very sorry for them, because this council is treating them like, I don't know, a Lego block, basically, just moving them around however they want. Having gone through a major restructure a few years ago that was botched and has caused so many problems, this restructure is attempting to address some of those problems, but it has just left officers angry, uncertain, unhappy, and unsure of their roles and their jobs. And they openly talk to councillors about what's going on. And it is a sad thing to see what was a good system that was not broken that was broken deliberately by the LNP. So I know that they are trying the best, but they do not have the support from the council leadership team nor the resources in the budget to actually do all the work that is needed. And the Lord Mayor's not here, the part-time Lord Mayor's off. I know Councillor Collier is here, but the Lord Mayor is not here. And I'm glad the CEO has come back, because the Lord Mayor earlier today stood up and said that the LNP have always been about outcomes, that they will always meet their targets. Well, I mean, I've never heard a more untrue statement out of the Lord Mayor's mouth than that one, because this budget comes on top of $500 million of cuts just a couple of months ago to the 24-25 budget. And in this budget, we see cuts to park facilities, park upgrades, stormwater drainage, tree management, waterway corridor projects, and much, much more. These are the everyday operational parts of council that council doesn't want to do anymore, because it's a management organisation now, not a service delivery organisation. And you can put the word service back in some of the titles, but you can say it, but you can't do it, seems to be the problem. So the fact that the Lord Mayor says we've always been about outcomes is specifically untrue. And the CEO would be aware of this, because I've written to her in the last month or so about outstanding tree jobs, some of which are now up to 2 years old. These are tree jobs where council has said, yes, we will do some certain work, and then it doesn't happen. Then the resident may try and go directly to council, and they'll be told, oh yes, it'll be done with a new date. Then that doesn't happen, and then they eventually come to me. So by the time they come to me, sometimes it's up to a year after they made the request. We then follow up. I'm ignored. So months go by, we follow up in my office. Oh yes, councillor, we'll get back to you. We're very busy, councillor. We have outstanding jobs that are up to 2 years old on tree works that are not related to any storm damage, that are simply council's failure to deliver on promises they made to residents, not to me, not to any other councillor, but when they ring up and they say, we need help with this, and the officers say, yes, we will do that, it's not being done. And that is because it is not being properly resourced and managed within council. You can say the same thing for cars, and I've raised that as well. But it's not good enough, and it is letting down our residents. They pay extraordinary levels of rates for basic service delivery, and it is not happening. So the Lord Mayor's statements that he always delivers outcomes is fundamentally untrue, and unfortunately we see it every single day that he cannot even. Today we're debating a budget that within the year will not even appear to be what it is now. I said to Councillor Massey earlier, she wanted to give me some figures for the section of this program I missed, and I said, I don't know that you need to bother. They'll all change. Yes. In 6 months, they'll be all different. They'll be cut, they'll be wiped, they'll be revised. This budget will look nothing like the budget next year, and this is the CEO's first budget. But I can tell you now, there'll be another huge cut coming, and none of this work's going to get done. And to this, I'm going to raise a great example of the Lord Mayor's failure to deliver. In the 2021-22 budget, Council started planning and design work to repair the World War I retaining wall at Yeronga Memorial Park facing onto Ipswich Road. It was built by returning servicemen. It's quite a unique construction, and it's a little bit complicated, right? It's not straightforward. Heritage-listed park, as it's either contaminated or heritage in my area. It's always hard. There's some tree issues and all the rest of it. Put in the 2021-22 budget. Then it got cut. Then it got back in the 23-24 budget. Then it got rolled over to this year. It was in the 2024 budget, 25 budget, cut, rolled over, and it's in this year's budget again. This will be the fourth year that a LNP councillor has stood up and said, we are going to fund repairs and remediation of the retaining wall in Yeronga Memorial Park. Do I actually believe this council is going to do it? No, I do not, because 4 times I've been in this exact position and this council has said, yes, we're going to do it. I know they've done some planning, I know they've done some tree works, but are they actually doing the work? No, they're not. Does the Lord Mayor deliver on his outcomes? No, he does not. Does this council have the capability of doing it? I don't think they do. But after 4 years of promising to do something, not me, the Lord Mayor, Councillor Davis and the Councillor Hutton before her, are they actually delivering it? No, they're not. This is an administration that fundamentally cannot deliver on their promises. Now, in this budget, they are extorting the residents of Brisbane through the new green bin tax, and I agree it's a tax. I just want to say this. I have a green bin. I think they're great. I think every resident in Brisbane should have one. Do I think that residents should be forced to have one, particularly if they can't fit it onto their property? And do I think they should be forced to pay a tax even if they opt out of having the bin? No, I don't. And do you know who agrees with me? The Lord Mayor. He stood up here earlier in the chamber when he spoke and he said, we've got these smaller red top bins. We want to give residents in Brisbane options. Well, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. They're forcing an outcome onto sometimes vulnerable people, because we are going to see elderly people whose rates are already going up, whose fees and charges are going up, and now they're going to be slugged with a new $50 bin tax by the LNP. And they're often paying a landscaper or somebody else to do this work for them. It should not be mandatory. We need to find a better way, and if it's an opt-in system or an opt-out system, the fee should be opt-out as well. I don't want to see anybody under hardship because of this decision. I do just want to make a couple of very quick references. I note that this council is doing nothing about revegetating the buyback blocks, and they're still 3 years on after the 2022 floods, demolishing homes in my area. It's still not done. I'm doing that with my money. We're just calling it buyback rejuvenation. We don't have a fancy word like you, Councillor Griffiths. We're wilding. It's very good. But I'm delighted that I'm working with OCA and my local bush care groups to start this year in Oxley, and we'll be following in Fairfield and Corinda. And we're doing that off our own bat, because this council, having an agreement with the state government, who will pay for all the demolition and remediation works, decided they would not plant any trees on the buyback blocks. They could have done it and been reimbursed by the Queensland state government under the heads of agreement for the buyback process, because I've seen it, and yet this council's not planted one single tree. They couldn't be bothered. Too hard. Couldn't be bothered. That's somebody else's problem. Meanwhile, I don't want these parks still looking like Park Jail with all the little bollards lined up. We're going to try and make them look like part of our community. I just want to finish with stormwater drainage, and I wish I had more time. Councillor Massey, who isn't here, but I'm sure she'll hear this, in 2001, Council did a major stormwater drainage report for my area in Yeronga West, which covers Yeronga and Fairfield. In 2001, Brisbane City Council acknowledged in Yeronga West that significant drainage works were needed to upgrade the catchment, almost $30-odd million. Now, this is 24 years ago. This report is on my website because I went and looked for it. In my first term, the 2011 floods happened. It was catastrophic, and I thought, well, holy hell's bells, surely there's got to be a drainage solution, and I found it. Do you know what it said back then? And I'm going to read it out. Proposed developments within the catchment should be allowed to proceed only if the quantity of the runoff from the development is not increased. Now, since that time, you know what's happened? All of these blocks through Yeronga and Fairfield have been upzoned. They're going to be upzoned more. They've had medium density, and there's a massive underinvestment in the necessary stormwater infrastructure we need to prevent
Councillor Johnson,
flooding
your time
and stop
has
these natural
expired.
disasters.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on the sensational program that is Program 3. Now, there has been a little bit of rewriting of history in this chamber, Madam Chair, and I do want to start with some of the comments that Councillor Collier brought here. Now, I do want to remind councillors that the bin tax actually started under the state Labor government. Now, I'll say it again, state Labor government. She was actually part of it. Yeah, you're right. She was a spin doctor there, Madam Chair, and so she would know very well that this is where it started. So there has been lots of rubbish shared in this chamber about this program, and I'm here to just clean up and make sure that the people of Brisbane understand exactly
One moment, Councillor Hutton. It's interesting, the first time that somebody gets up on their feet to speak, and you've had endless opportunities, Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Johnston too, and are interrupting yet again. Please stop. Please stop laughing and being, you know exactly what you're doing, while other councillors are having their turn. Councillor Hutton.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Note your claim. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will just make sure it's very clear on the record, I did not say that there were any particular councillors that were talking rubbish, but there was rubbish being spoken in the chamber. But I do want to just go back a little bit. So this time, well, actually it was in March 2024, we went to an election. And I just want to touch on what the Labor opposition put forward at that election. And that was actually to start a full FOGO service. So I do think it's quite funny that Councillor Cassidy comes into the chamber and claims this as his win, that we're rolling out these green bins, because at the last election that was utterly refused by the people of Brisbane, that he claims that, oh, it's a big win for us in the Labor team. And Councillor Griffiths, through you, Madam Chair, obviously acknowledged that it was Councillor Cassidy's big win. It's a shame, Madam Chair, that they are leaving when I am about to tell them exactly what they did wrong. But I do just want to acknowledge they wanted to roll out a full FOGO plan with no idea of the infrastructure, the industry or the cost that it would involve. It was actually going to end up with people having rotting food waste on their footpath. So, and also, of course, the red bin would be collected fortnightly to make this happen. And this is what we've seen happen in Labor and Green councils across Australia. Now, Madam Chair, I have lived in Brisbane my entire life, and there's one thing that I know happens every time it gets to Christmas. We go and put the prawn heads in the bin, Madam Chair, and if that bin is not emptied, I can tell you there are some very feral maggots that are coming out of that bin if the bin is not collected. And that goes the same with a dirty nappy, all of that. We know that living in Brisbane means that your bin has to be collected every single week. So, Madam Chair, I do want to make sure that Councillor Cassidy is reminded of his previous election commitment, which was to roll out a full FOGO scheme. And FOGO, Madam Chair, is a no-go, which we are well and truly aware of. Now, I do want to touch on a few other mistruths that were shared here today, and one I did find funny, and I do really enjoy Councillor Strunk's contributions to the chamber. He actually said that he doesn't like it that we're going to force green bins on people. Now, just a minute ago I explained that at the 2024 election they were going to force full FOGO bins on people. No option, no question. So, no, I don't know if he knew, but that's okay. I do want to also acknowledge that public housing will be eligible for a green bin. So I'll say that again, public housing will be eligible for a green bin. And so, yeah, if you did actually attend the information sessions, I'm sure Councillor Davis would have acknowledged that, but I appreciate you were busy out protesting. So the other thing I wanted to touch on is that Councillor Collier was concerned about education. Very good. I'm glad that she is concerned about education, because when you roll out green bins, you actually have to make sure that it is actually only green waste. So something that I want to remind the councillors in this chamber is if it grows, it goes. So green bins are only for things that are growing. So trees, branches, all of that sort of thing. But can I assure you, there is going to be an extensive education program as these green bins roll out from August to December across our city. So don't you worry, our waste team have got this in hand, and I can be confident in saying that the state government are supporting us wholeheartedly in delivering that education. They want this to be a huge success, because right now we have actually got 1/4 of the red top bin can actually be recycled. So this is our opportunity to get that out of the red top bin and recycled into compost and mulch that ends up back on our gardens and parks across our cities. So it's really, really important. And not only are we doing 43,000 tonne of green waste across our city at the moment with the green bins, but this is going to increase so much more to the point where we will save up to $3 million in the waste levy charges, which is fantastic. It's a huge win. That is actually going to go up to $30 million in the next 5 years. The bin tax will actually cost us $30 million if we do not do this. So can I say, not only is it an environmental benefit, but it's also economically beneficial for our residents. Now, I do note that the independent councillor for the Tennyson ward raised concerns about people getting a bin who didn't want it. Well, I can tell the residents of Brisbane that if you do not want a green bin, you can call our award-winning 24/7 contact centre or jump online and you can not receive a green bin. This is a really important thing for people to be aware of. You can actually opt out should you choose to. I do not want to encourage people to, because like I said, a quarter of the red top bin is actually ending up in landfill when we could actually compost it. So it's really important that we get people on board. We encourage people to be part of this. For the other concerns that people raised about apartments, we have got a fantastic team in waste who will work with the various apartments who may be interested in having a green bin, and they'll work with them to make sure that they can accommodate the space for a green bin. So there are ways for us to do this, Madam Chair, and I really want to make sure that the people of Brisbane are all on board with this, because you know what? It is a fantastic, like I said, environmental and economic benefit for our city. Now, Madam Chair, I do want to conclude with a few comments, particularly about our team. I know that Councillor Davis will do a sensational job in this program. It is a fantastic program, and I do want to say a big thank you to the Lord Mayor and the leadership team who have pulled together a fantastic budget in this program. Personally, I know within our ward we're very excited about getting the Rocks Riverside water play up and running and spectacular. Better than ever. I know those in the opposition, Madam Chair, particularly love talking about Rocks Riverside Park. They love talking about how much the people of Brisbane just love coming to my ward, and I'm very supportive of this investment. I do also want to say a big thank you to our waste team. We are about to roll out 170,000 bins. I really want to say a big thank you to the team for their extensive efforts in making sure that this is a seamless approach. And if I hadn't reminded councillors, you can actually jump online and find out when your bin is arriving right now. Type in your address and they'll let you know the week that it is arriving. It is a fantastic program, and I really want to make sure that all councillors are supporting Councillor Davis in this rollout. It will be a great thing, not just for Brisbane, but for the world. Thank you.
Further speakers? You got a point of order?
Misrepresentation first.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Johnson. You do.
Yes. Councillor Hutton stood up and claimed that I'd been a media advisor for the former state government. That's...
No, Councillor...
Well, anyway, I believe she was speaking about me. It was actually...
Councillors, thank you. Councillors, no, shh. Councillors. Councillor Cassidy, you have no grounds to stand on as far as that sort of thing goes. Councillor Johnson, please finish.
I know they were laughing, but they weren't cautioned. But it's okay. It was the LNP, so it's all on their side. I was actually policy advisor for the Attorney General of Queensland, not a media advisor. But I do have a point of order, Madam Chairman.
No, okay, point of order.
Okay.
Sorry.
Point of order.
No, that was a misrep. Now point of order.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I move the following amendment to Program 3. I move that within Program 3, proposed 25-26 capital and expenses budget on page 15, Council allocates...
Councillor, just one moment, because I think you're supposed to do that at the end of your speech, but just let me check first.
I think I can move it at any time.
Yeah, just hold one moment. I'll check. Councillor, it is actually silent, so it doesn't clearly say that it cannot. So what I'm going to do, it is better if you are putting the amendment when you actually speak, but what I'm going to do is allow it, and just be mindful, councillors, that it probably is best that it is done when you are raising all of those points and that you allude to that. Okay? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that within Program 3, proposed 25-26 capital and expenses budget, page 15, Council allocates $250,000 to upgrade the children's playground at Nixon Park, Oxley, $4 million to upgrade the stormwater drainage system in Yurong-Pilly between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek, and $600,000 for a gully pit and stormwater pipe connection to Lily Street, Sherwood.
Second.
An amendment has been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Strunk. Program 3, Sustainable City, I move that within the Program 3 proposed 2025-26 capital and expenses budget on page 15, Council allocates $250,000 to upgrade the children's playground at Nixon Park, Oxley, $4 million to upgrade the stormwater drainage system in Yurong-Pilly between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek, is that how you pronounce it, Councillor? And $600,000 for a gully pit and stormwater pipe connection in Lily Street, Sherwood. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where the LNP have failed to make provision for the necessary expenditure in Tennyson Ward, I will always seek to amend the budget to make sure that the funding is going into those projects where it is needed. None of these projects are new, I don't think. I moved them all last year as well. Maybe Nixon, maybe not Nixon, which was my #1 playground request. But I'll start with Nixon Park in the first instance. In the council budget, there are numerous provisions which are about upgrading playgrounds and parks, and not a single cent is being spent on Tennyson Ward. There is some funding under the Brisbane Sustainability Agency for an upgrade at Graceville, but that funding is being matched by the federal government, and that money wouldn't even be in the budget if the feds hadn't have committed their money. So, you know, we're lucky to have that. But out of council's general operating revenue for parks and playgrounds upgrades in this city, there is nothing for Tennyson Ward. Nixon Park is a very busy, very popular district-level park at Oxley with a playground that's more than 30 years old. It is in desperate need of refurbishment you know, it is important that council invests fairly in all wards, and $250,000 to upgrade that playground would go a long way. It would be enormously valuable because of its location to families in part of my ward where playgrounds, there aren't a lot of playgrounds, so it would be a great project and very useful. The next one is one of these stormwater projects that council is well aware is needed but is simply not funding. So I met with residents several years ago in Yurong-Pilly who are being flooded every time there's heavy rain in their house. Every single time there is heavy rain, they are flooded. And that is because council is aware, they've done a report, they've done a plan, they know the cost of the infrastructure drainage cost. They're well aware that the drainage which starts at the top of that catchment in Yeronga Memorial Park and the drainage then runs down south underneath Yurong-Pilly homes and comes out into Moolabin Creek, they're well aware that the capacity of that drainage is not sufficient to meet the needs of the catchment. And as a result, water is reaching the low point in South Street. The pipes aren't big enough to carry it away fast enough to the creek, which is another couple of 100 metres on. The water is bubbling up through the stormwater drain and flooding several houses in South Street, Yurong-Pilly.
This situation cannot be allowed to continue. It is a known problem and council is not investing the necessary funds into stormwater drainage upgrade, and they should be. They've cut the budget for stormwater drainage upgrade, and that is not good enough. Finally, $600,000 for the gully pit and stormwater pipe in Lily Street, Sherwood. If you want to see a rural road, pop out to the dead end of Lily Street, Sherwood, adjacent to Sherwood Rail Station. There's a little bit of bitumen, but it's pretty broken up. There's no curb and channel, and there's no stormwater drainage connection. So again, the water doesn't go anywhere. It pools, it floods people at the end of their street. This has been on Council's capital works list for, I don't know, a decade now. Tony, if you're listening, I am trying for you yet again this year. Residents pay rates and they deserve to see an investment in the necessary infrastructure to make their suburbs safe and functional. We're not talking about Rolls-Royce stuff here. We're talking about improving the size of some stormwater pipes and putting in a gully pit and some stormwater pipes. And this LNP administration is failing to do the important and necessary works that we need in the budget in Tennyson Ward. Now, there are a lot of other things, of course, that I'd like to see in the budget, and my budget submission is quite long, so I've only picked a few things over the last couple of days with respect to these amendments. But I can't sit back and watch the lack of drainage infrastructure in this city. And 2011, in my first term, was such a wake-up call, and every year since then I have called for more investment in stormwater, stormwater backflow valves, stormwater catchments, etc. It's great that all the other councillors have come on board. The flood in 2022 showed up the deficiencies right across the city, not just in wards like Councillor Griffith's mine, Councillor Massey's, but now we know the whole city needs stormwater upgrades desperately. These are two in my ward that are critical.
Yep. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to, we will be supporting Councillor Johnston in relation to this, this proposal. In particular, I speak about part of this motion that impacts my ward, and that's Milliband Creek, which actually runs from the area I represent on the western face of Toohey Mountain, and it flows down through Maruka and then enters your ward, and it's actually part of our boundaries. And it is an issue with flooding along this creek. In fact, I raised the issue of flooding where we're putting the 20,000 extra people along this creek. These are issues. Council has signed the roads to make them safer. The one of the biggest problems we don't have is we just don't have regular maintenance, and we don't have money spent on these waterways. For me, it is also, this is, what you're talking about here, Councillor Johnston, is what I spoke about here with Stable Swamp Creek. Exactly the same. And unfortunately, you've got to fight and fight and fight for residents to get a fair go out of this council. And I would just say, Councillor Johnston, if you have any residents who want to, it is always good to get media, because media really works with this administration. It's like the way of getting things done. Because God knows, we try and tell them in this chamber, but they don't listen. We tell the bureaucracy and they go, well, it's not us, it's them. So you've sometimes got to go to the media to get an outcome. So I think you're very consistent and brave for raising this, and your residents support you a lot. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
I thank Councillor Griffiths for his support on this issue, and I definitely want to say something about Milliband Creek, which is the end point for the drainage from the Surongpilly catchment, which is our boundary on the southeastern side. But Milliband Creek then runs through my ward, through the Brisbane Golf Club, through Rocklea, around behind Tennyson, and it comes out in Oxley Creek, which is also our boundary. It is the most neglected. If you think Stable Swamp Creek is bad, you should have a look at Milliband Creek. Largely it runs, on one side is the golf club, and they do a great job on their side. Council has allowed 10 metres of fill
on the banks of this creek at Yurongpilly, where they've allowed an industrial development. The creek then runs through the back of the Brisbane markets, who neglect it, and the Queensland State Government rail precinct, who do nothing. And then it runs out into Oxley Creek. I doubt anyone has ever cleaned it out. And after the 2022 storms, the golf club came to me and I went to council to say, hey, we need some help. You know what council said? No, not our problem, not our problem. Go talk to the state. And the state say, oh no, it's a council issue. The creek's a council issue. So we got this back and forth, back and forth. Council go, no, no. Same thing, Councillor Griffiths. I know you've had this battle. So at this point, my focus is trying to stop the residents from flooding because all the water is coming down the hill from Yeronga Memorial Park too fast for the pipe size, and the pipes need to be bigger. And the inlet up in Yeronga Memorial Park actually is unsafe as well, is my understanding, and it's quite dangerous, but they haven't fixed that either. So the creek itself desperately needs work, but at the moment we need to fix the drainage so that residents don't flood. Now, cleaning out Moolabin Creek would be really important because we know that Councillor Davis and her ministerial colleague at the state level, Anne Lay, they went out and $600,000 was promised for the upgrade in Councillor Griffiths' area for Stable Swamp Creek.
We got it. It hasn't happened.
Yeah. I don't think, you've not seen that 600 million, sorry, here it is. Council says it has close to $600,000 on the table for the past 2 years to progress the final stretch of works along the council-owned parkland in Rocklea. This is literally just upstream of my boundary with Councillor Griffith. But says requests to boost the resilience among the adjacent state-owned lands were ignored by the former state Labor government. Well, I don't know. There's a new state Labor government. New Liberal state government. Have they popped out their money? Is there $600,000, I wonder, through you, Madam Chair, to the CEO to fix Stable Swamp Creek? Because Moolabin Creek needs that much or more as well. I'm happy for Councillor Griffiths because I'm aware of how bad the creeks are in his area. Because they all flow into my area and they cause problems. But we need to do something about the stormwater drainage, the pipe stormwater drainage. We will then need to do something about the creek system that is silted over, full of debris, full of flood waste, full of mud, completely toxic. These are creeks that fail. They get Fs every time on the Healthy Waterways assessments. So we need to do more here to improve stormwater drainage, not just in Yurongpilly for the residents in South Street particularly, but for the residents in Lily Street in Sherwood who also need curb and channel and a gully pit to take their water. I mean, just a gully pit would be good. They don't actually, I don't even know, it's just ridiculous. But I'll just sum up by saying I'm so sorry that no one from the LNP is going to speak and support the upgrade to Nixon Park Oxley. This is a park that has been in Jamboree Ward or Maruka Ward over its life. I haven't had it for that long, but one day it won't be in Tennyson Ward anymore, and I'll be happy to tell, probably Councillor Hutton will get it, if there's another boundary redistribution. I hear she's under target, but I'll be happy to tell them that she's voting against fixing this playground. I mean, yeah, Rocks Riverside's getting an upgrade. Wonderful, but not Nixon Park at Oxley. So I think she should be pretty fair, and I think she should support this amendment. So not only her park, but the park in the suburb that we share can also be upgraded. I mean, she voted against the soccer club upgrade yesterday, which is pretty much all her residents. That's not going to go down well.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired, and we'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. Motion is lost.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 15 against.
Motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, are there any further speakers on program 3? No further speakers, then I will call upon Councillor Davis to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all councillors that contributed to the program 3 debate. Madam Chair, it's a sad reality at budget time in program 3 that those on the opposite side of the chamber feel the urge to come in and talk down our green credentials and our beautiful green city. Madam Chair, I have many opportunities to attend citizenship ceremonies with you here in City Hall, and to a person that does the speech for the representative person to those that are becoming Australian citizens, they always talk about how much they love this city. They love the lifestyle, they love the greenery, they love our environmental credentials that we have here, and many of them have travelled to different cities in the world. But they come back to Brisbane because it is a great place to live, it is a beautiful green city, and it absolutely horrifies me that those opposite come into this chamber and demean what we have to offer to the world. Madam Chair, I know through you that Councillor Hutton loves recycling, and I really appreciate her contribution to the debate. And in fact, Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council team loves to recycle. We love recycling green waste. We love household waste, industrial waste and water to keep Brisbane a sustainable city. But the only thing that we see the opposition recycling is the same old porkies. They come into this chamber in budget debate time, and you can pretty much know what's going to be thrown, mistruths, and there are a couple of the opposition councillors who come in and, you know, you could award them for their ridiculousness in the mistruths that they peddle during the debate. One of the challenges, Madam Chair, in finding out about program 3 is if you don't ask any questions, you're not likely to get any answers. Now, Madam Chair, I was unavailable to attend the information session because I had laryngitis. A bit hard to answer a question when you can't talk, and in her absence, I'd like to thank Councillor Kim Marks for stepping up at the very last to be able to take that. But of course, during the course of the debate, I was listening in intently, through text message, to understand the sorts of things that the opposition councillors were asking. And it was at that time, of course, that I learnt that there were people absent from there. And why were they absent? They were absent because they were on their selfie tour of Brisbane, talking about the Story Bridge, not about clean, green and sustainable Brisbane, not about program 3, not about their interest in parks or bushland reserves or drainage or any of the things that they've come in and whinged about today. None of that. And it's very disappointing, Madam Chair, that in a program that delivers so much right across the city in so many areas, for those opposite to treat both the program area and oftentimes our officers with disdain. Madam Chair, it was also disappointing once again to hear Councillor Griffiths about the Bushland Preservation Levy. I don't know how many times I've had to get up in this chamber and explain to him what the Bushland Preservation Levy is and the sorts of things that the bushland levy contributes towards, including the Wipeout Weeds program, including our Habitat Brisbane, the community conservation partnerships, as well as the acquisition of properties through the Bushland Acquisition Program. Now, this is a voluntary program, Madam Chair, and so we require our residents, for whom we ask would they like to sell their land, to agree to that. We don't walk in, we don't take it, and sometimes we have periods of time where lots of people want to sell their properties, and then there are others times where people are quite happy to sit where they are. Now, we're in a housing crisis at the moment, so it is fair to say that some of the opportunities that we might have had, people are staying put where they are, but we will continue to reach out to owners of properties for which we believe that there is significant benefit to enhance our environmental bushland reserves. Madam Chair, it was interesting also to hear Councillor Griffiths come in and talk about his win about Stable Swamp Creek. His big win on Stable Swamp Creek. Now, Madam Chair, you would have heard me discuss Stable Swamp Creek in the past in this chamber. And Councillor Griffiths had undertaken for several years to get his friends in the then state Labor government to come on board with some funding in order to progress the works along Stable Swamp Creek. And do you know what his win was on that? A big fat nothing. Not a thing. Not a thing. Even the local state member didn't even really care about Stable Swamp Creek till I raised it in the chamber, and then all of a sudden he had to do a little bit of a speech in the state parliament to show his interest in it. The Shrinner Council put money on the table to undertake works on land that we are responsible for. We sought for the state government to put money on the table, and that's at $600,000 that was mentioned during the course of the debate, and they will deliver it. They've just done their budget, Madam Chair. It will happen. But Councillor Griffiths cannot accept that it was the Shrinner Council and our advocacy to the Crisafulli government and the interest of the Crisafulli government to put money towards a project that benefits the residents in Councillor Griffiths' ward. Do not rewrite history, Councillor Griffiths, through you, Chair. We know the truth. It's what I've just said, and perhaps you might like to relay that to your local residents as well. Councillor Collier, in the debate, talked about a community group being kicked out of their home in Mowbray Park. So, Councillor Collier, I don't know whether you were in the chamber. In fact, you weren't. It was the previous councillor, because there was a bit of a community beat-up from the Labor opposition. And in fact, this community group has moved into some fantastic facilities in Councillor Collier's ward. And my understanding, Chair, is that this community group is absolutely thrilled with their new accommodation. They've been there for some time now, and Councillor Collier probably needs to go back and read history rather than rewriting history. Councillor Collier also suggested that we don't answer questions. Well, I think that goes to my point. Well, you can only answer questions if somebody poses a question to you, rather than standing at the Story Bridge with cut-out models. Madam Chair, Councillor Johnson mentioned that the funding secured for Gracefield Riverside Parklands from the federal government. Well, guess who secured it from the federal government? Yeah. They didn't just walk up to us and go, you know what, here's some money for Gracefield Riverside Parklands. There was a plan. We provided that plan, and the state and the federal government agreed that that would be a good place. And I wonder whether Councillor Johnson, Madam Chair, would be prepared to reallocate the funding for that project to somebody else's park project, and I suspect the answer to that is no. With regard to revegetating the VHBB sites, one of the requirements of the state government is that any embellishment cannot make it any worse in terms of flooding. And the only way that we can determine that, Madam Chair, is if there is some hydrological work done to make sure that anything that may happen on that site is not going to cause any more problems than what were before the homes were removed. So Councillor Johnston can come in here and talk about what the criteria might be, but the bottom line is we are not going to be putting anything into those areas until we know that it is not going to make the flooding any worse than it was before the homes were removed.
Councillor Davis, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we'll now put program 3 to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 2 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. I'll now ask Councillor Allen to present the next program, Future Brisbane. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Future Brisbane program, 1, the budget allocation by program as set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 66 to 71, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by, was it Councillor Dixon? I didn't see you on your feet. Councillor Dixon, that for the Future Brisbane program, 1, the budget allocation by program is set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan is set out on pages 66 to 71, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brisbane is one of Australia's fastest growing capital cities for one simple reason. People from all over the world and from all walks of life are choosing to call Brisbane home and make the most of the incredible opportunities on offer. From raising families to starting businesses, increasing numbers of people are seeing Brisbane as the place to do it. It's our job as council to respond to this growth while ensuring Brisbane remains Australia's lifestyle capital. To these ends, the Future Brisbane program seeks to ensure that Brisbane remains a great place to live, work and visit by supporting local businesses, creating vibrant precincts, facilitating economic growth for Brisbane, unlocking new homes and jobs and planning for sustainable growth while celebrating our city's unique character, livability and heritage. Madam Chair, it's no secret Brisbane, along with other major cities, is facing the complex challenge of providing affordable housing choices for a growing population. This challenge is marked by high median house values, low rental vacancies, significant foreign immigration levels and skyrocketing construction costs. There is a role for all three levels of government in addressing this challenge. As one of those levels, we are committed to doing the one thing we know will help ease housing pressures, and that is supporting and boosting latent supply. Madam Chair, we don't build houses, but we do have levers at our disposal that can support the private sector to deliver homes, a sector that provides 96% of all housing. Without the right policy settings in place to support this sector, the necessary housing supply won't be delivered. So what are we doing, Madam Chair? We continue to deliver on the strategies designed to ensure sustainable growth and the provision of housing suitable for our growing city, and these include Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan, and Brisbane's Inner City Strategy. We've recently adopted the Nathan Salisbury Moorooka Neighbourhood Plan, expected to create about 2,500 additional dwellings and 12,500 jobs, as well as the Inner City Affordability Initiative, placing downward pressure on the price of building a new apartment. Building on these efforts, we are now creating housing and economic opportunity through precinct planning, with the commencement of the Mount Gravatt and Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct plans and the continued progression of the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct. I look forward to progressing further suburban renewal precincts this year. We are continuing to support the community housing providers, which can access 100% infrastructure charges reductions for eligible dwellings, and these are occurring across the city. We're continuing to progress with amendments to City Plan to ensure that it is up to date, fit for purpose and aligned with this Council's goals of boosting housing supply, with a recent example being Major R, which seeks to transition some sites that are currently zoned as industrial into a residential zoning. As the Lord Mayor announced in May, we have commenced a review of the low-medium density residential zone, a zone that is located primarily in the inner to middle suburbs of Brisbane, near major transport nodes, employment hubs and services. The objectives of this review are to build more homes sooner, improve development feasibility, and expand the number of housing choices for renters, first home buyers and downsizers. Madam Chair, while this list is not exhaustive, these items provide an indication of just how seriously this administration takes the challenge of housing affordability. It is a key priority and one that we will continue to tackle in the year ahead. Madam Chair, Development Services plays an important role in improving latent housing supply for our city. This financial year, 3,357 development applications were decided. The South East Queensland Regional Plan, which is the state government's planning tool that directs the volume of housing we need in Brisbane, envisages that Brisbane will need to provide 210,800 new dwellings by 2046. This constitutes an average of 8,432 dwellings per year, based on Development Services approving a total of 10,592 new development dwellings last year. Council is already exceeding the average by 2,160. Now, clearly this needs to continue, but we are doing what we can to create the environment where housing can be provided. Not only is Council approving significant numbers of development approvals, but according to the Beta State of the City report, we are undertaking these approvals 38% faster than our Sydney and Melbourne counterparts. Madam Chair, Development Services has a number of initiatives that will be continued in the coming year, and this includes the build-to-rent incentives, specifically for community housing providers, and we'll also continue our fast-track assessment team. Now, our fast-track services are a key feature of Development Services' contribution to providing faster approvals. So what we are looking to do is to bring those applications in that have got a high likelihood of approval, bring them in through the Development Services team and ensure that we can provide quick responses to the applicants, and then they can get on and provide housing to our growing population. So the fast-track services cover a number of key assessment types. They include code-assessable build-to-rent and other housing applications eligible for the current incentives. It includes change applications with a priority assessment for shovel-ready projects. It includes Risk Smart, our Risk Smart eligible development types. It also includes express development of requests for referral agency responses. It also includes preliminary discussion and pre-lodgement services, and it includes our plumbing permit application. So there are a number of things that we're trying to get through the system as quickly as we can. The eligibility criteria for most fast-track services ensures proposed developments are low risk that limits adverse impacts to surrounding areas. We on this side of the chamber are acutely aware of the growing pains our city is experiencing as more people decide to make Brisbane home. And the Shrinner Council will continue to do everything it can to provide suitable housing for our growing population while supporting the economic needs of our growing city today and into the future. Moving on to Design Brisbane. Madam Chair, a central part of future Brisbane is placemaking and public art, both of which serve to enhance our local place's character and identity so that development and economic opportunities are supported. The Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces program, previously known as the Village Precincts program, will continue to refresh and enliven key neighbourhood spaces with improvements such as open spaces, street and seat upgrades and tree planting. Construction works are currently underway in Ryans Road, Nunda, while site investigations and planning have commenced in relation to Lambert Road, Indooroopilly, and Councillor Wolfe isn't here today, but also the other one is Ainsworth Street in Salisbury. In addition, our fantastic and very popular outdoor gallery and Art Force Brisbane programs will continue, with the latter providing talented Brisbane residents with the opportunity to express their creative side and paint on traffic signal boxes. And I had a young fellow visit my office the other day, Zoffy, who had very proudly completed a traffic signal box down the road from my office, and he was thrilled. So, you know, it's something that's a real grassroots artistic program, and you know, if anyone's been to the awards nights, they're incredibly popular and very well received. So I would encourage everyone to be involved in that. Moving on to economic development, the Shrinner Council is proud to support local businesses and entrepreneurial endeavours as we seek to build a strong economy and be Australia's most small business friendly council. As the State of the City report makes clear, Brisbane's economy is expected to reach $275 billion by 2041. In the Brisbane LGA, almost 97% of our businesses are small businesses, and that's over 138,000 small businesses, and we all know them. You know, we operate amongst the small business community, and they are numerous and they are varied. The Shrinner Council will continue to provide a range of support programs and initiatives to businesses, helping them to develop and thrive. These include our dedicated business hotline operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's been in operation since 2012. We'll continue to showcase and support over 20 business networks and chambers of commerce, and supporting even more suburban retail precincts through the growing Precincts Together program. We'll continue to provide free co-working spaces at the Brisbane Business Hub in the CBD and the Suburban Business Hub at Nunda. And we're also going to continue to offer the Maker Entrepreneurship Program to provide opportunities for makers to grow their business. Small businesses are the background of our economy, and the Shrinner Council will continue to deliver a budget that supports them. Turning to the Queen Street and Valley Malls, the City Malls team will continue to support the Queen Street, Brunswick Street and Chinatown Malls precincts, coordinating council services, events and projects to drive economic growth and unlock their potential. The Queen Street Mall in particular is one of Australia's most successful malls, renowned for its high-quality retail and dining, entertainment offerings and vibrant public spaces. By supporting weekday and weekend activations such as the expanded and popular Redcliffe Place markets, this council helps to generate significant economic activity while drawing people into the heart of the city. Brisbane Economic Development Agency will also continue to play a role in activating the Queen Street Mall and supporting city centre traders. The Shrinner Council looks forward to working alongside businesses and traders as we enter the new financial year. Turning to BEDA, we are on the global stage and are well positioned to attract significant investment, visitation and trade, leveraging our status as host city of the 2032 Games. This is a reality that is appreciated and accepted upon by BEDA, who will continue to use this status to attract major events and business events, as well as investment into the city. BEDA constantly create world-class major events, or continue to create a world-class major events calendar that drives significant visitor expenditure and community benefits, including the much-loved NRL Magic Round that draws people far and wide to our city. Currently, BEDA have secured 37 future major events, generating an anticipated $371.3 million in economic activity. 66 new business events set to take place in Brisbane between 2024 and 2030 have also been secured. This year's budget will also allow BEDA to continue looking after the Brisbane brand, providing business support, including running the Brisbane Business Hub, administering the Lord Mayor's Business Awards, and assist with the Women in Business grants and so much more. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council greatly appreciates this city's vibrant multicultural community, and we are committed to recognising and supporting their contribution and role in this city. The Lord Mayor's Multicultural Roundtable continues to represent a valuable conduit between Council and representatives of various communities in Brisbane, providing an avenue to discuss key priorities and issues. The Roundtable is a proud supporter of the Lord Mayor's Multicultural Business Awards, an initiative that will once again recognise outstanding business leaders in the multicultural community, for which nominations are now open. And while we appreciate the multicultural community here, it's also important that Brisbane, as a global city and host of the 2032 Olympics and Paralympic Games, maintain strong international relationships. As they have always done, delegations, trade missions and sister city partnerships will continue to drive economic and cultural benefits for our businesses and community. Additionally, we look forward to hosting the Mayor of Kobe in July as we commemorate the 40th anniversary of Brisbane and Kobe's sister city relationship. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank all the officers who have assisted in the preparation of Program 4, specifically Rebecca Rowland and Patrina Velderhoven, senior officers Marty Reason, Annabelle Matthews and Nicole Andronicus, and of course David Chick. I would also like to thank the team in my office, Dan, Eddie and Rosemary. Being such a large and diverse program, it was no small feat. As our city continues to grow, the Shrinner Council remains committed to achieving sustainable, long-term outcomes that will benefit Brisbane, particularly in the lead up to and beyond 2032. These outcomes are varied, but chief among them is the provision of suitable and diverse housing to support and accommodate our growing city while protecting our incredible lifestyle. Madam Chair, I commend Program 4 to the Chamber.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney to break for 15 minutes for afternoon tea. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber.
Further speaker? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the Future Brisbane program. It's great to see the future of Brisbane here in the chamber as well. Baby Miles has been with us all day. We know Brisbane's growing and traffic is getting worse. The housing market is harder to crack into, and more people are sleeping rough as the cost of living crisis worsens here in Brisbane. And amongst all of that, in that context that the LNP are more than aware of, we see them hiking rates and fees and charges and making cuts to basic infrastructure and council staff to deliver the services that ratepayers expect to see as the city grows, as we develop and as we approve more development here. And after 21 years in power, this LNP Council have lost their way and left Brisbane with little hope for the future. It's a very different kind of future that Councillor Allan talks about, and the kind of future that I talk to about, with people looking to crack into the housing market, looking for a rental in Brisbane, looking to set up their first home here in Brisbane. And it comes down to priorities. Millions are being poured into events and international junkets. We know the Lord Mayor's jetting off to New York in a few weeks and Dubai later this year, while basic services and suburban businesses are left in the dark. Where's the transparency around this decision-making? Ratepayers deserve to know where their money is going. So we've got big spending on tourism and events. We heard a bit about that from Councillor Allan, tens and hundreds of millions of dollars there. It's great for headlines and speeches here at budget time, but what is the real benefit for everyday Brisbane families who are out there struggling? We need to see results, not just the glossy brochures. Council talks a big game on housing, but residents are still waiting for real action on affordability and on homelessness. Fast-tracking approvals means nothing if people can't afford a roof over their heads. We've heard a lot about this LNP regime's plans for future Brisbane, but the focus is on process and not outcomes. That's what we've seen since late 2023, when we heard the rhetoric change around getting away from neighbourhood planning and bringing in precinct planning. The rhetoric changed, but since then all we've had is this focus on process over outcome. We hear less and less about putting shovels in the ground and seeing real action to tackle issues like housing affordability and on homelessness. Now, while the LNP hid away in City Hall last week throwing softball questions at each other at the information sessions, we were out in the community, of course, talking to people and housing organisations, peak bodies, affordable housing providers about how they see the future of Brisbane, because there is so much work to do at a council level. We met with the Urban Development Institute of Australia, who gave some very valuable insights into the housing market, including some big challenges ahead with the Olympic infrastructure build. And one thing that stood out to me at that meeting was where they say we need to make sure that policy changes result in buildable, deliverable housing. A feasibility mindset needs to be front and centre. And it's time for this LNP regime to get out of the halls of City Hall and meet with the people facing these big issues in this sector. We heard more about the challenges around the delivery of infrastructure like water and sewage, building shortages, and how greater coordination between all levels of government is urgently needed. And we wholeheartedly support state and federal government's programs to fast-track infrastructure delivery to enable housing. I understand the state government's $2 billion fund, which was meant to last 4 years, I think, has had $1.8 billion in applications from councils, urban utilities providers and developers in the first year alone. I'm not sure what applications this council has made to that fund, but we have had this debate in the council here, the area out in Councillor Strunk's ward, which came up in debate earlier this year, the need to do that. We're putting ideas on the table, but we don't hear the response from those opposite. We didn't hear Councillor Allan talk much about that catalytic infrastructure to get not just approved buildings, but ensure that they are built and people have a home to live in. So the need is great and the need for support is greater. We know the Lord Mayor recently announced a review into LMR housing. In the wake of this, the Suburban Futures Director and Chair of Council's Better Suburbs Initiative admitted, and this is his quote, "We have been guilty of obsessing over the inner city and its alleged magical and mystical powers to provide all things to all people." We know that sentiment is shared with people in the suburbs who have been missing out for too long under the LNP, particularly when it comes to infrastructure. We see some public comments out there. Anna asked the ABC, will the LMR review, I think this is when the Lord Mayor was on there, will the LMR review include upgrading facilities to accommodate higher population density? The most common question. Tam said on Facebook, I hope this review includes requirements for green space and the movement network. She means transport network there. And Susie raised concerns about the plan because public facilities like congestion on roads are already a very big issue. So it's all well and good to just make the announcement like the Lord Mayor does and then walk away from it, but we must look at the details and listen to what the people in our communities want to see out of it. Back here in City Hall though, today, Chair, when it comes to building homes and looking at this program, the Lord Mayor's budget is making it harder to do this year. Development and compliance fees have gone up. Mum and dad builders, first home buyers, those wanting to grow their nest egg as well, are all worse off now because this Lord Mayor's budget jacks up those fees and charges this year. The minor development flat fee is up 4.4%, double inflation. That means if you want to build a pool or a carport or a shed or a garage or something like that, you'll be worse off this year under the LNP. It's the same story if you're building a new home, renovating an old one or even demolishing one to build a new one. The costs have all gone up. As Adrian Schrinner says, cha-ching, 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 sees the dollars rolling in with every fee and charge he puts on, just like his proposed toll on the Story Bridge. You see, the Lord Mayor sees these fees and charges as the pocket money for council so he can spend. It's more money for advertising. That's why he can spend almost $2 million a year, of course, on the Living in Brisbane newsletters. More money for international travel. We're seeing more and more of that happening. But it is making life harder for people who seek to rent or seek to own a home in Brisbane. We know this because we go out in the community and we talk to people, and the LNP should do that as well. They're working at a snail's pace. There's no urgency from this regime when it comes to housing. Councillor Allen's and the Lord Mayor's mantra in this portfolio is process over outcome. That's what we have come to accept in this program over the last few years. It does make you scratch your head that the Maruka neighbourhood plan, which was flagged 5 years ago and we're yet to see a shovel in the ground, it took 5 years to finally get that through the process, and as we heard from Councillor Griffiths, the number one thing that people raise out in the community is the thing that Councillor Griffiths talks about here in terms of that neighbourhood plan as well, that there's not infrastructure built alongside houses as we develop to ensure that we retain what we love about Brisbane's livability. And it'll be the same story for every other precinct as well. We visited Common Ground on Monday, went out there, and thanks to Sue and her team for the briefing and the tour of Common Ground there, who operate alongside micro projects. And going there and talking to them about those challenges and the work that they are doing and the immense extra work that they're now doing because of the policies of the LNP making homelessness illegal in Brisbane now, it made it more clear to us that more support and more support for supportive housing is a must. And not only does Common Ground provide roofs over heads for those who need it, but they foster that sense of community supporting the most vulnerable and allowing those tenants to live with a high level of independence and dignity, and every level of government played a role in making that an outcome. Where is, and in a big way, back in those days, advocacy from council. Yep. Advocacy for, so where is that? Where is the leadership? Where is the advocacy from council to make sure more of those projects are delivered? We also haven't heard much about short stay accommodation, but I understand changes are coming this year as well. We understand major changes are coming to short stay accommodation with the introduction of the short stay accommodation local law. This will see people needing a permit, having 24/7 oversight, and property managers will be responsible. Note there'll be a grace period up to 2027 for that, which is a good thing because a lot of properties, from what I understand, will have to go through a development application process, and of the 694 properties, 230 are probably unlikely to be supported through a DA process. So more challenges, I guess, for that kind of accommodation type as we head towards the Olympics as well, in fixing that up. And finally, just on the economic development part of this portfolio. Now, while BETA focuses on the city and region-wide tourism, small suburban businesses are struggling. And Councillor Allen said, scribbled down his quote here, I hope you get this right, said that this was a budget that supports small business. But it's not when you jack up their fees and charges and rates in this budget didn't talk about that. The onerous requirements that the LNP put on small businesses are driving them up the wall. High fees for food safe inspections, high fees for footpath dining, and now extreme fees for food truck operators, and they're going to go up again and again and again each and every year. Supporting new and emerging businesses should be the business of council, but for this LNP it's all about revenue
Councillor
raising.
Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to contribute to Program 4. As Councillor Allen said, we are Australia's fastest growing capital city. Of course, this growth brings significant economic and social benefits, but it presents challenges as well, such as increased demand for housing. This program is critical to helping council meet these challenges head-on. So I want to touch on a few of the outcomes, the strategies and projects in future Brisbane relevant to my local community, including the recently released Stones Corner Heritage Trail and the Stones Corner Precinct Plan. Before I get to that, though, I wanted to say that I recently learned and share with other councillors that Coorparoo Ward is topping Brisbane City Council's list as an area for the amount of construction either taking place or proposed to take place. So I reckon, Councillor Adams, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, Coorparoo is the capital of the southeastern suburbs. It's well serviced by major roads and public transport. It has a vibrant local scene on the fringe of the city, and it's an incredibly desirable place to live. It has a balance between old and new housing styles and provides choices for different lifestyles and for people in different life stages. Understanding the history of some of these suburbs provides insight into how they work today, but also how residents will live in these suburbs in future years. Nowhere else is a greater example of this than at Stones Corner. Our built environment tells stories of our city's heritage and enriches our cultural landscape, from grand buildings to the shops, the schools, the churches, factories, parks, trees and homes in our suburbs. Through this program, the Stones Corner Heritage Trail has recently been formalised. Our award-winning Heritage Trail program engages visitors and residents alike with stories of our rich and diverse places. There are now 24 self-guided heritage trails across Brisbane. They use varied delivery approaches to appeal to and engage with both local residents and visitors. For example, there's a Brisbane River Heritage Trail which is self-guided by the City Cat that has accompanying audio timed to landmarks along the Brisbane River. The new trail at Stones Corner, though, offers a glimpse into the area's past, including insights into the striking Art Deco building, formerly Penny's department store, built in the 1930s, to service the growing Stones Corner community and the surrounding district. There are 11 points of interest along the 2.3 kilometre self-guided trail through the historic High Street and nearby landmarks between Burnett Swamp Bridge and Langlands Park. Fun fact I learned on the Heritage Trail is that in 1902, Stones Corner businesses could actually draw free power from the first electric tram line in the area. So I'm told, Mr Deputy Chair, that council officers are currently now working on Brisbane's most geographically diverse trail in honour of our city's municipal history. The trail will be released to commemorate and celebrate Brisbane City Council centenary in late 2025, and I know that the broader community will appreciate this one just as much as all the others. Through the Future Brisbane program, we're helping to meet the ongoing demand for new homes and creating mixed-use communities by facilitating approvals. But as Councillor Allen regularly says in this place, governments don't build the majority of homes. They are, by far and away, delivered in the majority by the private sector. The suburban renewal precinct plans, of which we are currently pursuing for Stones Corner, will give the construction sector the signals they need to have the confidence to get on with undertaking major investments in new homes, as well as new retail and other commercial projects. In recent years, we've undertaken significant projects in Stones Corner to prepare the community for growth in this spot. We've readied nearby Buranda Station for metro services, Councillor Murphy. We've enhanced the local library, thank you Councillor Howard, and we've upgraded Langlands Park Pool. Who could forget our award-winning, Councillor Davis, Hanlon Park transformation? Precinct plans are designed to enhance housing and economic opportunities in key locations, those being smaller, underutilised or strategically located suburban areas, much like is the case for Stones Corner. Unlike neighbourhood plans, which can take some time, as was the case with the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan, precinct plans seek to deliver on-the-ground outcomes for residents and for the community much more quickly. So we've collected submissions and consultation has come to an end on the Stones Corner precinct plan. Updates to that plan are currently being made based on the community feedback which has been received. We intend on finalising and adopting this plan in the year ahead. The precinct plan for Stones Corner will see a range of outcomes, including providing opportunities for the provision of additional housing supply with a range of housing types, sizes and price points, including more affordable 1- and 2-bedroom dwellings. Revitalising the precinct as well as a vibrant mixed-use destination with a distinctive high street and a wide range of shops and services. Unlocking opportunity for additional employment, education and services. Improving connectivity, including the link to Hanlon Park, Stones Corner and Buranda busway and train stations. Achieving subtropical and sustainable design outcomes with high-quality architectural design and environmental accreditation requirements. And of course, it allows for different car parking requirements, which reflect the area's access to high-frequency public transport services. We are already seeing this growth in Stones Corner and plans for further development here. In October, Council's delegate approved the development application at 405 Logan Road for a mixed-use development with 2 towers and a new publicly accessible arcade. This site is a significant landholding in Stones Corner and people know it as home to the local Aldi. Stage 1 is for food and drink outlets, shops and offices within the ground and podium levels. This stage includes a new supermarket and other tenancies as well as car parking. Stage 2 and 3 is for yet more homes for Stones Corner. The development will also improve pedestrian access to the frontages of the site, including streetscape upgrades and an awning to the Logan Road frontage. Public artwork will also be included, which will hopefully join alongside our famous local statue which honours Monty the dog, as well as new creative lighting in the precinct. The development will revitalise the Stones Corner village while supporting a transit-oriented and vibrant residential community with proximity to high-frequency public transport, open space areas, entertainment and employment opportunities. Mr Deputy Chair, another key part of this program area is our support for small business and economic development in this city. We're doing that together with our partners at the Brisbane Economic Development Agency, but we're also engaging with enterprises, chambers and networks, delivering programs to support business development, fostering entrepreneurs and enhancing local villages. And how do I know? Because people tell me and people thank me for this support. Deputy Chair, we know our community is already a great place to live, work and relax. But through this budget and through this program, which looks ahead, we're planning for the Brisbane of tomorrow, where our lifestyle and our neighbourhoods are even better than what they are today. And I thank Councillor Allen for his work in this program and I commend it to the chamber.
Any further debate? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this program, and it was very interesting to listen to Councillor Allen in regards to what this council is doing or maybe not doing in regards to facilitating more homes being built right across the city. I think it was what 10,000. You're looking at about 10,000 a year or something like that. I could be correct on that figure. Anyways, Councillor Cassidy did mention that we we have a small piece of land out in my ward called Ellen Grove, which is needing some underground services, specifically sewage through to the Wakehall sewage treatment area. It's only 175 hectares, not a pretty small piece of land, I suppose, for some people, but out my way, it's quite large, and it's underutilized. And the current landowners who would like to downsize, because they're all to a certain age, and the properties are quite, it's 2.5 hectares or 2.5 acres per block. I raise this as an issue that, it's a greenfield site. Really, it's a greenfield site in some ways. Quite a lot like Duwandella was some years ago, which is now being developed into residential and a bit of commercial too, of course. But this is like 18 kilometres to the city, just off the Ipswich motorway and Centenary Highway. Really a central location, and really deserves to have that to have the services made available. So now QUU, of course, we're the 85% shareholder, so we do have someone representing us, our interest on the board, no doubt, and hopefully they're advocating, because we did pass the resolution here about a year ago in regards to opening up that conversation with the federal government and state government to try to facilitate some funding, grant funding, so that we could put a connection, the sewage connection, through to Wakehall. Now, I don't know if that's happened. Councillor Wines was infrastructure chair at the time, and he shepherded that, so I don't know if that conversation's opened up, but it was passed by everyone in the chamber, and I appreciated that. The area, as I say, is 175 hectares. We have a district park being developed on the edge of that acreage area, and there's the train station location, or the train station option is still there at the end of Considine Street. So anyone living in that 175 hectares would be able to probably be able to walk to the train station, or take a bike, or maybe a scooter or something. So, I mean, listen, a lot of the services that are needed to develop this area are there. The only thing we're missing is the sewage connection. It's all been maxed out into the Forest Lake, what's the word? Forest Lake, can't think of the word. Anyways, it's Forest Lake, the Forest Lake connection for sewage. It's got to the point where the developers, no, sorry, thank you for the interjection there. The houses that are being built mostly houses being built along Waterford Road, they're actually having to, each individual house has to have a pump to pump that sewage up the hill to the trunk infrastructure of the Forest Lake development, and that's pretty well, it's not maxed out, but most people don't really want to have to look after a sewage pump in their house long term, because well, we just don't know how long they last to start with, and it was quite an interesting workaround actually for some of the developers that have been developing those houses along Waterford Road. Moving on to another strategy within this program, and that is the development. Guiding Brisbane's development. It was interesting to see that the revenue was down $5 million in this budget from the previous budget. I don't know what's caused that and why that's the case, but maybe the chair can address that decrease if he's got time, but also 4.4.1, which is growing business friendly city. There's not a lot of connectivity between this council and the businesses out my way. We do have a couple of state members that do run business awards to try to bring those businesses in their areas together. Just Pew and Margie Nightingale, respectively. But we used to also have some business forums that I know that Lord Mayor Quirk put together some years ago, and when the current Lord Mayor sort of took over, it sort of petered out a bit. I don't know if they're still active in other areas, but they used to be in my area, usually in around, well, Councillor Hutton's area actually, on the border actually between my ward and the Jamboree ward at the Lion that they used to meet. But of course the Lion used to have a function room which they don't have anymore, so we'd have to find another venue. But they were very helpful for the local business people to network together, to get some really good advice on how that they can operate and how they can work in together to grow their businesses. So I don't know what's happened to all that, but it's just a bit of a shame that the western suburbs, at least, and I can only talk about my area, really aren't benefiting really from the money that we invest into small businesses. It seems to be centered in the centered here in the CBD area, and I think there was an office on the north side as well. But there's really nothing in the western suburbs unless they come into the CBD to get that good advice. So I just thought I'd point that out, that I think it was that those forums that we used to have out in the suburbs were a really good thing. And I think maybe we should revisit that because it's important, especially leading up to the Olympics, where a lot of small businesses were going to try to take advantage, so they should, to that big event that's coming to this city in 2032. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Any further speaker? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane, which is central to shaping our city as our city grows, thrives and honours its past while preparing for the future. This program reflects Council's commitment to delivering well-designed neighbourhoods, inclusive housing and public places that celebrate our city's identity. It supports a Brisbane that is sustainable, livable and welcoming for generations to come, and no wonder everybody wants to live here. Locally, I'm proud to share that the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan is well underway. In early 2025, Council began working closely with the local business community and property owners to shape a vision for Wynnum's CBD that strengthens its role as a Bayside village. This plan will guide future development to ensure it delivers not just new housing but also economic opportunities and vibrant public spaces while maintaining our distinct Bayside character. Collaborative workshops have been held with landowners to understand what they most value about the centre and how we can grow employment, attract visitors and provide more homes. A wider community consultation process will take place once draft plans are developed, giving all residents the opportunity to provide feedback and help shape the future of Wynnum CBD. Key feedback from landowners in the precinct highlight the need for improved pedestrian experiences, stronger connections through the zone, a greater diversity of housing, a greener and activated spaces to support a true community atmosphere. The draft precinct plan will be released for public later this year and I'm excited about the direction this work is taking. It builds on the momentum already underway in the Wynnum CBD and it will help guide investment, preserve character and support our local businesses. This is particularly important as we continue to see growth in the area. Wynnum has been earmarked by the state government for increased housing density due to its proximity to public transport, shops and services. While change can be daunting, the precinct plan offers a way to manage this growth in a way that protects the identity of the area and delivers better outcomes for the community. With cranes dotting the skyline and several unit developments with construction underway, we are seeing renewed interest in Wynnum as a place to live, work and invest. The precinct plan gives us a roadmap of how we can balance growth with good design, local character and community input. This growth is already becoming visible through key developments such as 35 Bay Terrace and 128 Bay Terrace, which reflects the kinds of well-designed mixed-use projects that our community needs. At 35 Bay Terrace, Council has approved an 11-storey residential mixed-use development comprising of 36 apartments, 10 two-bedroom and 26 three-bedroom, all above a ground floor commercial space. This development supports the local economy with space for a shop or office and offers new housing options within walking distance to Wynnum train station and the major supermarkets. With nearly 10% of the site allocated to deep planting and additional containerised greenery, the project balances density and amenity. Similarly, at 128 Bay Terrace, a 7-storey mixed-use building has been approved, offering 9 three-bedroom units and 2 active retail tenancies fronting Bay Terrace. Each unit features generous balconies and private open space with a penthouse enjoying a rooftop terrace. The development has been carefully and thoughtfully designed to ensure access via Edith Street, preserving the commercial activation of Bay Terrace. This project also retains existing street trees and incorporates deep planting, helping to maintain a green, leafy character that Wynnum residents already value. Together, these developments demonstrate how we can increase housing supply and diversity while enhancing our long-standing Wynnum community feel. By aligning these goals with the precinct plan, they contribute to a more connected, walkable and livable town centre. Program 4 also supports preserving our unique stories and character throughout the citywide heritage trails. In Wynnum, we are excited that the ever-popular Wander Through Wynnum Heritage Trail has commenced a review and refresh. This much-loved 4.3-kilometre trail includes 20 stops that takes locals and visitors on a journey from Glenora Street to the Walter Henry Barnes Fountain Memorial, passing historical homes, churches and public buildings that help shape our Bayside community. Since being elected, I've worked very closely with the Wynnum Manly Historical Society to advocate for this review, and I'm proud that the process will begin this year. The updated trail will not only reflect on our past, but it also tells stories that matter to our community today. This will include the addition of some Indigenous sites and stories at Green Park and Pandanus Point. In addition to this, we're hoping to introduce a new complementary trail, Meander Through Manly. This will focus on the unique history of Manly's harbour, parks and seaside character. Did you know in the late 1800s, Manly was a holiday destination for city folk, many catching the train to the bay? Crazy to think that a train ride from Manly is now only about 40 minutes. Together, these trails will strengthen our overall sense of place and provide opportunities for education, tourism and community pride. The Historical Society plays a crucial role in preserving the stories and images that have shaped the Bayside, and I want to thank them for their collaboration on this project. Whether you're a lifelong local or a recent arrival, these trails are a reminder of what makes our community special and how important it is to preserve the character as we plan for the future. This program is not just about planning for buildings. It's about shaping a city that reflects who we are, where we've come from and where we're going. I commend the team that are working on the Wynnum Precinct Plan, led by Catherine Fleming, and the Heritage team, led by Cody and Laura, for recognising the importance of local identity and storytelling in city planning. I also want to acknowledge Program 4's support of public art and place activation through initiatives like the Outdoor Gallery. Most of these incredible installations are currently in the CBD, and I hope to see the program extend to the suburban centres like Wynnum in the future. Public art has the power to enliven spaces, inspire conversation, and create stronger community connections. This is why I've engaged with a Brisbane street artist, Turvo, to explore options for a mural walk through the Wynnum CBD. We are currently identifying potential locations for street artists to bring their creativity to life on building walls and blank spaces. This proposed Wynnum mural walk has the potential to become a cultural attraction on its own, inviting day trippers and art enthusiasts to explore our town centre and support our local businesses, cafes and discover our beautiful waterfront. By activating public spaces through vibrant artworks, we can encourage foot traffic, support small business and instil local pride. Art has the ability to connect people to place, and this initiative aligns strongly with the goals of Program 4 to promote creativity, culture and community vibrancy across Brisbane. In closing, Program 4 represents the future that we're building together, a Brisbane that embraces thoughtful growth, champions inclusive communities and proudly preserves its local heritage. Balancing progress with character is no easy task, but it's one that we're committed to getting right. I thank Councillor Allen and the future Brisbane team for their vision, expertise and ongoing commitment. I commend Program 4 to the Chamber and look forward to seeing the continued evolution of the Bayside as we grow thoughtfully, sustainably and with heart.
Any further debate? Councillor Johnston. Is it?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chairman. I rise to speak briefly on Program 4 Future Brisbane, and there's just a couple of things I want to mention in this program. Firstly, I note that the Lord Mayor, he's back, here he is, that's nice, the part-time Lord Mayor's joined us. The idea of planning for development in communities has been completely lost by this Lord Mayor. We've had neighbourhood planning, which was going to go street by street, that got abandoned. We had village precinct plans, we've had, I don't know, better suburbs plan. I have no idea what we're doing now, but it's not planning in the way that we know it and as local communities expect, and that's to the detriment of our local communities. However, what I do want to talk about is where we do have plans and what council does with respect to following those plans. And I want to talk about the Yurong-Pili transit-oriented neighbourhood plan, which this council adopted without any community consultation at all in 2017, which it was based on the state government's master plan for the same site. The master plan sets very strict height limits for what can happen on this site, very strict height limits. And those height limits were designed in a way to ensure that development happened in an organised way, that it reflected the community's concerns, that it reflected the heritage buildings, that it reflected the community space and proximity to the river. And under that plan, it made very specific precincts, and each of those precincts also had specific, very clear height limitations as to what would happen. And the highest of those was at the rear of the site.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Allen.
To the budget. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston, can you come back to the budget?
Thank you. This is a current development application being assessed by Brisbane City Council under...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Johnston, point of order. Councillor Allen.
This isn't referenced in the budget.
So, yeah, Councillor...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Councillor Allen.
Could Councillor Johnston point to the page, please, where this particular project's mentioned?
Yep. Councillor Johnston, can you do that?
Yes, I can.
Councillor Johnston, your microphone is not on.
Yes, I can, Mr Chair, and I'm sorry the Planning Chair doesn't realise he's in charge of development approvals, but it's under Guiding Brisbane's Development, Strategy 4.3.1, 304, and there may well be other areas as well, but my understanding is we provide millions of dollars to employ hundreds of council officers, and I have those figures from a question I asked him, to assess development applications in Brisbane. It's also part of City Plan, and that is a current plan within the council. So, thanks for trying, but you are responsible for planning in the city, and it is in the budget.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Allen.
This project, this particular DA, is not in the budget. This particular DA.
Yeah, Councillor Johnston, can you come back to the budget itself?
So again, the council officers right now, yeah, 424, I think there'll be some still working up there. Their salaries, which are in 4.3.1 in Program 4, sitting under the CEO and under Councillor Allen's responsibility, those officers are up there beavering away on this DA this very minute, and it's going to run into the new year as well.
So anyway, that's where it is. But I appreciate the Deputy Mayor, the Planning Chair doesn't want to actually talk about what happens with respect to DAs. This plan specifically regulates height in the precincts, and the biggest concern that is happening at the moment is a developer, Consolidated Properties, has put in an entrepreneurial application for 25 stories on a site zoned for 9 stories. The developer has openly said to council, the community, that it wants to build 5 25-storey buildings on its site that it's purchased from the state government, where the zoning ranges from 2 stories to 9 stories. Yes. Now, under the city plan, and this is the issue I'm getting to, under the city plan, it's very clear. The acceptable solution is that development should occur based on the maximum building heights shown in Figure B. Figure B contains those height limits I just referred to. The performance solution, this is where Councillor Allen might need to reflect. This is where the council officers exercise their discretion against the planning scheme to assess the development, make a decision and make an outcome on the DA. And guess what? This budget we're talking about right now pays the salary of those people who do that work. Here's what they're thinking about right now, I guarantee you. And if they're not thinking about this, and I'll get to that in a minute, we'll have a very big issue. This is what the performance solution says. Contributes to the creation of a vibrant and active urban place, is consistent with the intended scale and character of that part of the precinct and neighbourhood plan area. Does anybody think 25 or 26 stories is consistent with 9 stories? I don't, and I can tell you that 25 stories and 26 stories, which this really is more akin to Woolloongabba, South Brisbane. I don't even know if Newstead has 25-storey buildings over there. It'd be CBD or CBD frame type area, right? Not Yurong Pilly in the middle of, you can't get a bus basically. So be consistent with the intended scale and character of that part of the precinct and the neighbourhood plan area. It doesn't meet that one. Results in a variety of heights within each precinct to create a varied skyline and a scale relationship to adjacent development. Now, they want to build 5 25-storey plus towers, so no diversity. The adjoining buildings immediately to the northeast are 2 stories high, and immediately to the northwest are 10 stories high. And that's why 9 stories was chosen as the reference for this site, because it related to the existing Tennyson Reach apartments that were approved in 2007 by the former council. Provides access to sunlight, amenity, privacy and breezes. Well, there's some issues about that. Does not create overbearing development for neighbourhood dwellings, community spaces and community facilities. Presents the tallest buildings, this is a good bit, presents the tallest buildings to the south and east portions of the neighbourhood plan area, achieving gradation across the area and transition between the more intense forms of residential and mixed-use development around the mixed-use centre and the existing residential north of Ortive Street. So you get an idea, right? There's height limits on here, it transitions across the site. Guess where they want to put the tallest buildings on the site? Where it's supposed to be its lowest. Now, this wouldn't be a concern because I know developers try it on. I've been here a long time. I've seen a lot of odd things come through. But what takes the cake, and I'm glad the CEO is sitting here looking at me and listening to what I'm saying, is the information response provided by Brisbane City Council. It doesn't address any of these things. Do you know what it does? Madam Chairman, through you to the CEO. It says to the developer, please justify your assertion that you can build the same number of apartments on 25 stories as you could have for 9 stories. So here's my issue with how this council runs its plan. I'm not joking, that's what it says. It does not address either the acceptable solutions nor the performance solutions required under the code. This is a statutory requirement of council officers.
They can't just go, well, no, we prefer what the developer says, and we'll get the developer to justify why its marketing spin should be allowed, rather than assessing the plan against the actual statutory responsibilities. Now, I'm interested to see where this goes, and if it is not going to be properly addressed, it will go to the Crime and Misconduct Commission, because what has happened in the information request bears zero resemblance to what the planning scheme says should be happening. And there is something really wrong with this, and we know this because the developer openly has told me and all the community that he's had private meetings with the Lord Mayor, he's had private meetings with Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen stood up in here and said he never took any notes and he didn't, he's all for it. And why is council not assessing this development, which is highly unusual, against the planning scheme? So this is my concern with how development in this city happens, and it's not the only problem. It's not the only problem, and I am watching, and it is not acceptable that council is not assessing this development against the statutory requirements in the neighbourhood plan. They are super clear. They are not addressed, and I encourage the CEO, I might send you a copy of the information request so you can have a look for yourself. It's exactly what it says. Now, this site floods, this site doesn't have enough traffic, all those things. I also just want to mention the last, very briefly, in 2012, I think it was, council passed the Sherwood Graceful Neighbourhood Plan. Do you know what one of the recommendations of that was? A heritage trail out my way. 13 years later, no heritage trail. However, we have 18 heritage trails in LNP areas.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Dixon.
I don't.
Chair, I wish to rise to make a contribution on Program 4, Future Brisbane. Future Brisbane is a program that has a lot in it, like many of the other programs we've spoken over the last few days in these budget debates about. From economic development to planning matters, it is a portfolio that is the heart and soul of the direction that Brisbane is taking. And Chair, through you, Brisbane is going in the right direction. Yes. When I first joined this place as a councillor in August 2023, Racecourse Road had just started to participate in the Growing Precincts Together program. This pilot program gave local precincts a chance to get their hands-on support from the Shriner Council's economic development team to get tailored support to help boost our key suburban precincts. By partnering with traders in Racecourse Road, there was social media support, promotions and the incredible popular vacant shopfront initiative to brighten up the street. Traders are still benefiting from this program, and not a week goes by that I don't get lots of positive feedback about the initiative. It's part of our commitment to be a small and family business-friendly council. Racecourse Road has not been the only beneficiary of the Growing Precincts Together program. Last year it expanded to support the Wynnum Town Centre and Banyo Village. Rosalie Village was also part of the pilot together with Racecourse Road in 2023. I am delighted that this year's budget is continuing the Growing Precincts Together program to make it a citywide program, enabling all businesses an opportunity to participate in the many business support programs that the Shriner Council has to offer. These programs include one-on-one business coaching, visual merchandising, and for hospitality-focused businesses, coaching for food. Connecting experienced coaches to business owners to help boost their performance.
Sorry, Councillor Dixon. All councillors, there's several conversations going on across the chamber, and it is creating a lot of noise for Councillor Dixon. Councillor Dixon.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. These coaching programs show that the council understands the challenges of small and family business, providing up to 10 hours of one-on-one coaching to ensure that traders can work on their business, not just in it. The Business Coaching for Food Businesses program enables business owners the opportunity to look at the specific challenges facing the hospitality industry. It's a unique business, so this coaching has been introduced to suit the industry's business diversity and varied operating hours, with business owners receiving up to 16 hours of one-on-one coaching. It's also pleasing to see a visual merchandising program to help traders with store design, essential to making any shop inviting. These include 2-hour prop workshops and one-on-one visual merchandising consultations. The Growing Precincts Together initiative helps businesses feel supported by the Shriner Council to start, continue or grow their business, and I commend this initiative going forward. Chair, I am pleased that Program 4 is continuing the very popular Lord Mayor's Women in Business grant that was established in 2021. It's a program that is going nearly 5 years strong, and there have been many successful applicants from the Hamilton ward. Chair, it is important to note that 36% of Brisbane's business owners are women. There have been 4 rounds since 2021, and this year Hamilton Ward was lucky enough to have some women win the $5,000 to help boost their business endeavours, along with mentorship and events at the Brisbane Business Hub. Locally, I want to talk about the positive impacts this grant has had. Lauren from the Legal Edit in Clayfield, who was a grant winner this year, used her grant to revamp her website. Lauren said as a legal professional, she doesn't have a shop front or physical goods to display what her business does, and that a refreshed website would enable it to act as a shop front. Lauren was particularly excited about the mentoring program with the 12-month Women in Business Support Program through the Hub. In conjunction with the mentoring, grant recipients they get networking opportunities, but also access to workshops on topics such as financial literacy, social media, marketing and procurement. Another recipient in 2024 was Wendy from the Cheese Board in Albion, who used her grant to invest in a butter churn to expand her range in her boutique cheese shop and deli at Albion. Yes, it was very good, because at the time I was pregnant, so I couldn't actually eat the soft cheese, so the butter I was able to eat, so it was wonderful. It was very tasty. So these are just some of the positive stories from this grant, and again, Chair, I'm pleased it's continuing for another year. It ensures that a greater representation of women in the Brisbane business community strengthen connections and create a positive economic impact across the city. Further demonstrating the Srina Council, again, is one that is small and family business friendly. The Lord Mayor's Women in Business grant makes a real difference to women in business, not only financially, but allowing them to flourish as business owners to reach their goals. Another way that the Srina Council shows its business-friendly credentials is through our continued investment in the Brisbane Business Hub on Queen Street and the suburban Business Hub at Nunda. Responding to the challenges that businesses faced throughout the height of COVID, the hubs have become a fixture for businesses. These hubs provide a place to get resources, as well as a place to hold a meeting or grab a desk at the co-working space. It's great to see funding continue in this year's budget for the 2 hubs, one out in the suburbs and one in our Brisbane CBD, to complement each other. Even though these hubs were created to help businesses navigate through the challenges of COVID, it has evolved past that to a place that supports capability and makes Brisbane a very great place to do business. Chair, last year I was lucky enough to do a tour of the Brisbane Business Hub, and you really have to see it for yourself. There is so much on offer, from expert facilitators, workshops, masterclasses, and the consistently packed out On the Couch with series, which has a 100% satisfaction rating with an average of over 120 attendees per session. It is estimated that the Brisbane Business Hub alone has delivered over 460 sessions with over 14,000 attendees. In the last year, the average attendance has risen from 34 to 41 people per session. I've touched briefly on the mentoring programs on offer and the Brisbane Business Hub. They also offer one-on-one mentoring with up to 90 minutes, which makes access to support accessible. In fact, the Brisbane Business Hub has conducted over 650 mentoring sessions, as well as providing a diverse range of mentors, including 12 mentors who speak languages other than English. In this year's budget, funding will continue to provide support to business owners through the mentoring, both in person and the virtual mentoring sessions. There will be a continued effort to keep the programs relevant and meet the demand which is growing. Chair, I conclude my remarks there and commend Program 4 Future Brisbane to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Oh yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the Future Brisbane item that we have here. Certainly there's a lot to say. I agree with what Councillor Johnston was saying before about the Yeronga Green development, and I remain extremely concerned about that development, and also the connection with the current administration in relation to approvals and meetings around that development. I remain, and I'll just repeat that again, I remain extremely concerned. In fact, what I hear around the city when I go
to meet with different business people is that there are some developers around the city who actually refer to the Lord Mayor as the deputy mayor for the developers. He does what they want. He delivers what they want. And it's not surprising that time after time after time, we're hearing what's going to happen in this city in terms of development from a news article that's been written at a developer's breakfast or a developer's lunch. That's normal practice in this city. And I tell you what, the people out there in the suburbs, when you talk to them, if you talk to them, are very concerned about the very strong connection between developers and this administration. So I am very concerned particularly about the Better Suburbs Board. I've raised this before. I've raised it at a public meeting, and it's one of the hottest issues I've seen at a public meeting, where the public go, bang, why is that happening? This board, what's the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Board? These people get paid by council to meet with council staff. So some of these people are developers. Some of these people have very strong LNP connections or pedigree. They meet directly with developers and they meet directly with our staff. And just recently, I asked to see the files about this Better Suburbs Board, and I got feedback that, wow, councillor, there's way too much information here for you to see. There is just so much information. We've got rooms full of information that it would take officers days for you to see this information. Can you refine it down? No, will be. But that is in stark contrast to the first time I asked about minutes from the Better Suburbs Board. They couldn't find any. They couldn't find any. So I am and I remain very concerned about this board, and I think it flies a very fine line under what's probably legal or what people would see as decent behaviours for politicians. And of course, Lord Mayor can stand back for it and go, oh, nothing to see here. I'm not involved with them, but someone is. And someone's doing that work, and it's delivering results for, well, what I'm hearing is delivering results for certain mates. What I would say is, it's interesting to hear Councillor Gibney talk about Wynnum. I think Wynnum's a jewel in the crown of Brisbane. But what I would say is, now that the LNP have moved into Wynnum, watch out, residents, because the developers will be coming. They're knocking at that door. They want to get in there. They all want to get their little grubby hands on Wynnum.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I asked for your ruling on whether we are going very close to defamation, talking about grubby and corruption, and there is no privilege in this place. I asked Councillor Griffiths to mind his terminology.
I do remind you,
I understand where I'm going.
Councillor Griffiths, I'm speaking. Councillor Griffiths.
Very definite
Councillor Griffiths, I am speaking.
Very definite concerns
you must
with you
stop speaking.
in this chamber publicly. If you don't like that...
Councillor Griffiths, I've spoken to you several times in this meeting, and you are once again talking over the top of me and showing inappropriate conduct. And I do hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, that failing to comply with my requests may result in an order being issued. While I'm speaking, I do expect you, Councillor Griffiths, to listen, and all I am simply going to do is remind you that there is no privilege in this chamber, and also to please be careful with the language that you're using. Proceed.
So that people who are watching, including staff but maybe residents, What that episode that we just saw from the chairperson means is that I get listed in the next council booklet that gets put online. Yeah.
You don't, Councillor Griffiths,
Oh,
but
we
that
can
you're coming
clarify
very
that, but it
close
heads towards that, doesn't
to
it?
that happening.
I like to be listed every year. It's a name. I want to ask in this chamber, we've heard about Indooroopilly, we've heard about Chermside, we've heard about Macrath. For me, it's taken 5 years with the Maruka, Salisbury, Nathan plan, while Carindale, why is it that Carindale hasn't been picked off as one of the sites that we should be expanding significant density and development in it? Is there some reason the administration hasn't touched Carindale? I'm not sure which LNP councils live in Carindale, but I wonder why. I suppose for me, the biggest issue in terms of our city and what we've talked about over the last 2 days has been the lack of infrastructure keeping up with growth. And we just haven't been doing that. And I'm hearing time after time, years people are waiting for infrastructure that just isn't delivered by this council. So I don't think this council's running well. I don't think this council with its plan is doing well. It's probably doing well if you're a developer. They get what they want. But in terms of residents getting what they need with infrastructure, we're behind the ball game. And I saw that with Maruka, Salisbury, Nathan plan, where we're putting in 20,000 extra people, but we're putting no parks near where those people are going. We're putting in no playgrounds. We're not doing up Moolabin Creek, which Councillor Johnston and I were talking about today. We're not dealing with the flooding issues. We're not dealing with access to the railway. We are missing out. We're not doing any community facilities. We're not doing any new sporting fields. It's just the same old story over and over again. And it's almost like this council and this LNP council, I notice they don't call themselves an LNP council, this LNP council want to sell Brisbane out, sell our lifestyle out so that we can squeeze as many people in, make as much money as possible and look after developer mates. I remain very concerned about this program. I will always speak up about this program and I'll speak up about my concerns in relation to the performance of this mayor and this administration.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on program 4 today. First of all, I have to make some comments about the cowardice of Councillor Griffiths to stand here in this place and fling mud across the chamber, knowing full well if there was any substance in these hypothetical made-ups that he comes in here with, he should refer it to the CCC. That is the place for that fantasy that we hear that comes from Councillor Griffiths week in and week out around developers and our planning for the future of this city. He claims we're squeezing people into Brisbane. I'm not sure what he expects. We put a rabbit-proof fence up when they realise it's the best city in Australia. What we're doing is planning for the people that are moving here, for the people that are growing their families here. And guess what? We don't build the houses, developers do. They do the heavy lifting, they do the building. We work through the State Planning Act to deliver that building. And I say again, Councillor Griffiths, through you, Madam Chair, if there is any substance, which I thoroughly do not believe, send it to the CCC. Stop with the mud flinging because it's pathetic. And Councillor Cassidy, development assessment fees have gone up 4.37%. Yes, well they have, in line with indexation. And as it is with development fees, council costs are not fully recovered. On average, our fees are less than the cost of work involved in assessing the applications, but rather they're an estimate of the resources to assess and monitor a typical application for various development types. On the whole, when we did a review based on South East Queensland, we are not the most expensive. We are well and truly behind the Gold Coast and the Redlands when it comes to development application fees. But I can assure you that side of the chamber would be jumping up and down if we weren't getting enough revenue in from development application fees. Because on one hand, they complain about not getting enough revenue, and then they complain that there's too much development, but then we're charging them too much. Again, 2 days of standing on Story Bridge, jumping up and down with some posters. Get your message straight. All over the place. But it's what we've come to expect from this opposition. An opposition that has steadfastly, for 16 of the 18 years I've been in this place, opposing every single development that comes in here. Every single neighbourhood plan, every single aged care and retirement living. The most vicious I've seen anybody at a town planning meeting on the street was Councillor Griffiths attacking me personally on an aged care facility which is now in his ward.
Point of order,
I
Councillor.
can't imagine anyone thinking I would attack
Councillor,
Councillor Adams.
that's not a point of order.
I would just claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you.
He was definitely the leader there with Minister Bailey and all the red shirts that were around me. Wasn't too worried about any locals. But then again, what is the difference between a protester and an ALP person? Not much, apparently. Not much. The hyperbole of BSI being the biggest issue that Councillor Griffiths has seen in the suburbs. I asked, is that suburbs of Brisbane or suburbs of Noosa? Where does he really spend his time? Outside of this place. And I can assure you, we've heard many times, if the LNP spoke to local people, if they're out in their community, well, guess what? We are out in our communities. And we do the job here in the chambers and go out to our communities. We don't squib it. We do exactly what we're asked to do. We're here to make sure we're asking around info sessions. And we sit through the budget debates. And we've asked the questions that we wanted to ask of the chairs.
One moment, Councillor Adams, and I did hear that. Councillor Strunk, I think it was, what you said. Councillors laughing, critical of the other side if they do that, but then you are doing it yourselves, so be quiet, please, and stop talking. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are speaking to our communities and they are listening, and there is a reason that neighbourhood planning was an award-winning program, and now why precinct planning in smaller but bite-sized chunks are really seeing the outcomes that we need, and our communities are excited about the renewal that we're going to see in these precincts as well. I laugh every time Councillor Griffiths talks about the Maruka neighbourhood plan. He sat at their very first meeting telling everyone, yes, yes, this is great, and guess what? As soon as he steps away, it's a 180-degree change. These people are opportunistic and political when it comes to dealing with people's lives, and that is not seen anywhere more clearly than in Program 4. They will pick up any small bit of information that may be something that they can run at on a political line, but don't think about what it means for making sure that we plan for the future, that we have a city that we're proud of in 10 years. I could not believe the debate I heard from Councillor Strunk earlier today, and we are in the economic development program here as well. And economic development is so vital to the growth of our city. And Councillor Strunk had a line that, what are we left with in Victoria Park after the Olympics? I'll tell you what we're left with. The best bloody stadium in Australia, which is about to bring us in economic returns year upon decade. That is what we are left with. And we are a proud administration that we've been a part of making sure we can deliver what is going to be needed for 2032. And we do that in conjunction with our planning. I want to thank Councillor Allen for the Malcolm precinct plan. It is getting underway. the community are having their say at the moment. Already 88 responses from the first 2 weeks, which is fantastic, and the majority positive. About the walkability, of course, about the bus network changes and how much high-frequency transport there's going to be through Logan Road. Generally, there is enough retail land there already, but we do need to see small-scale expansions on what top shops are going to look like and how we can increase the houses and the homes in this area, which will in turn invigorate those economic development areas in Mount Gravatt. And of course, I could not go without saying I am very, very jealous that Councillor Allen now gets to look after Beta and the amazing job that they do in this city for economic development. They have been punching above their weight, to say the very least. We have got some of the most outstanding things coming to Brisbane in the next 12 months. And can I just use an anecdote? We've got the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo coming in February, which is a coup above coups, as the only city in Australia getting that. And you know what they actually said after negotiating the deal with Beta and TEQ? They have never seen a pitch from a city as strong as what they saw from Brisbane, because of the collaboration of Beta and TEQ, the working across the levels of government and the agencies to put forward the absolute outstanding pitch on why we are the only city that should be hosting the Edinburgh Military Tattoo in Australia. And that comes on after we have the Wallabies British-Irish Lions in the next 6 weeks. Go the Reds on Tuesday night, go the Wallabies on the 19th. Bluey's World, what can I say? Outstanding. Again, Blues World can only be in Brisbane. BMW Australian PGA Championships. The NRL Magic Round, year on year. I can assure you the NRL is not going anywhere other than Brisbane for many, many years to come. The only city that has the atmosphere and the passion for an event like that to host 16 teams over 3 days. This city keeps going from strength to strength. Beta has worked through the Lord Mayor's Business Awards, which is also an outstanding success, and has been going for, let me get it right, 19 years now. 19 years of success stories where we put those businesses up on pedestals and they use those pedestals to then promote themselves across the world. Think of people like Fortitude Music Hall, when they first just started, straight into COVID, and the boost that that gave them. Frankie's Fours shoes, ladies, I'm sure you know them. Carolyn and the team went global after being a Lord Mayor's Business Award winner. And of course, one very close to our heart, Adina watches from last year as well. But this is what we do on this side of the chamber. We lift people up. We lift Brisbane up. And all we have heard for the last 2 days from those opposite is putting Brisbane down. Down on our infrastructure, down on our transport, down on our natural environments and green spaces, and down on our planning to make Brisbane even better than tomorrow. But we will never do that. We are proud Brisbaneites. We will always raise people up, and I recommend Program 4 and the budget to the chamber.
Councillor Griffiths, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes. I attended a meeting with Councillor Adams regarding a 6-storey building being built at Tarragindi in a low-density zone. I did not attack Councillor Adams, as she's inferred. I spoke at the public meeting, so I just think that is incorrect for Councillor Adams to misrepresent it that way.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I know I have a short time, so I'll try to get a couple of points early that I was going to do later. Firstly, I'd just like to stipulate that I do think the show is really important for Brisbane, but we do know that that Edinburgh show happened in Sydney 6 years ago, and there was 4 shows of it, and there was even a replica Edinburgh Castle. So I do look forward to that in Brisbane. Secondly, I'm going to talk about this because something that was just said through you, Chair, in that debate, which I think is very relevant. It's about uplifting residents of Brisbane. And I'm just going to put these 2 numbers that we were able to find in the estimates for Program 4. The first one being living in Brisbane, 1.806 million, and the second one, $16 million for tourism. And for tourism marketing for Brisbane. And we know Brisbane's a great destination. But I would like to just very quickly counter that with the $500,000 given to manual missions when they needed 1.5.
Councillor Massey, I do have to stop you there as it is 5 o'clock, and accordingly, under the provisions of section 74(6) of the Meetings Local Law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of budget programs or the extended period allowed by council resolutions, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further amendment or debate. A, every budget program not yet debated, and B, every budget program debated but not yet voted upon, and C, every budget program partially debated and voted upon. So I will now put the motion for the adoption of program 4, Future Brisbane. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 3 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of program number 5, the Community and the Arts Program. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Chong-Wah and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 2 against and 1 abstention.
That motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. I will now put the motion for the adoption of program number 6, the Customer Services Program. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Yeah. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 2 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. So, councillors, I will now put the motion for the adoption of program number 7, the City Governance Program. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No.
Division. Division.
Division has been called by, I think, Councillor Chongwa and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 3 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. That one. Councillors, I will now put the motion for the adoption of businesses. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, could you please move a motion for the adoption of the budget?
Madam Chair, I move that Council resolve to adopt all of the recommendations in the resolution of the rates and charges for 2025-26, including, this is going to be a while, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 86 and 197 of the 2025-26 annual plan and budget document. Also to adopt the annual budget and annual operational plan contained in the 2025-26 annual plan and budget document, comprising of the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 14, including the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of financial position, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flows, long-term financial forecast, the measures of financial sustainability, the adopted budget allocation by program for programs 1 and 7 as set out on pages 15, the adopted businesses budget statement of income and expenditure by the classification and activity statements, including information about businesses as set out on pages 16 to 22, the revenue statement and revenue policy as set out on pages 23 to 50, the adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 7 and annual performance plans for Council's commercial businesses, Transport for Brisbane and City Parking as set out on pages 53 to 85. The schedule of fees and charges and register of cost recovery fees is set out on pages 198 to 290, including all provisions and appendices associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. Delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010 to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the schedule of fees and charges and any fees and charges set by way of delegated powers as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the general conditions of delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the schedule of fees and charges written by a lawyer, obviously, to set out any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the schedule of fees and charges on the conditions set out in the general conditions of delegation. Over to you.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2025-26, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 86 to 197 of the 2025-26 annual plan and budget document, adopt the annual budget and annual operational plan contained in the 2025-26 annual plan and budget document, comprising The budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 14, including the Statement of Income and Expenditure, Statement of Financial Position, Statement of Changes in Equity, Statement of Cash Flows, Long-Term Financial Forecasts, Measures of Financial Sustainability, the adopted budget allocation for programs 1 to 7 as set out on page 15, the adopted businesses budgeted statement for income and expenditure by classification and activity statements, including information about businesses as set out on pages 16 to 22. The revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 23 to 50. The adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 7 and annual performance plans for council's commercial businesses, Transport for Brisbane and City Parking as set out on pages 53 to 85. The schedule of fees and charges and register of cost recovery fees is set out on pages 198 to 290, including all provisions and appendices as associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. Delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010 to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the schedule of fees and charges and any fees and charges set by way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the general conditions of delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the schedule of fees and charges, to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the schedule of fees and charges on the conditions set out in the general conditions of delegation. Is there any debate? Lord
Point
Mayor.
of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, can I just check, because I've got the meeting agendas in front of us and I'm pretty sure I've got all the documents, but I don't have a copy of this motion. So was this motion, why is it not in the agenda to start with, and was it provided to councillors in advance?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I can assist. This is the motion I read out at the start of the debate yesterday morning.
Well then, my question continues, then why is it not in our documents?
I believe it is on the LG Hub, on the run sheets. Lord Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who's participated vigorously in this debate. I think it's been a productive couple of days, and certainly I've had a productive couple of days. Now, Labor councillors have been very interested in what I've been up to when I've not been in the chamber. Would you like to know? No? No? Oh, happy to tell you. Okay. So yesterday I had a meeting with local hospitality business person who's investing significantly in our CBD to create new world-class restaurants and cafes and bars. More to see and do in the city. I had a meeting with Councillor Gibney and some local business people about opportunities and issues in the Wynnum CBD. I took the time to jump on the Metro 2 service and actually do a bit of promo in the lead up to the start of the new bus network on Monday. I then had a meeting with the host city office to talk about legacy plans for Brisbane 2032. I spoke on program 1. I then spoke on program 2. Today I visited a small business in Sunnybank, in fact one of the first coffee carts in our parks as part of our early trial, and they were telling me what a successful program it has been, and they're excited to see 100 locations opening up. They just asked that hopefully there's no other locations right next to them, but it was a good visit. I welcomed a delegation in City Hall from Japan and the city of Sendai in Japan who are visiting. They're here to talk about disaster management arrangements. I then spoke on program 3. I met with the CEO over the lunch break while other councillors were having a feed. We were doing work. I met with Brisbane Economic Development Agency as well to discuss some exciting new initiatives we're working on. I popped into the Powerhouse board meeting this afternoon that's happening here in City Hall to say thank you to the outgoing Artistic Director, Kate Gould, for her amazing job over the last 4 years, and wished her all the best for her next role. And I was looking forward to speaking on Program 4, but obviously we run out of time. In addition to the budget debate, I've achieved a lot of things doing my job, unlike what the Labor opposition did the other day. In fact, the most important speech that the Leader of the Opposition gets to deliver each year is the reply to the budget. He couldn't even take the time to listen to himself speak. We'll keep working, whether it's on the budget or whether it's having the meetings and doing the things that need to be done. But one of those things that's really important and really exciting is what's been achieved through this budget and what will be achieved. Now, in our region, in the last week or so, we have just seen another council nearby to us announce a 6.42% rate increase. 6.42%. And in fact, we've seen another council, also very near to us, announce a 7.89% rate increase. Yet another council has announced a 4.9% rate increase. And that compares to our 3.87% rate increase. That compares to our lowest rates in South East Queensland. Now, for about 18 months now, we've been talking about the need to reduce our spending, to keep the budget balanced and to keep costs down. Labor and the opposition scoffed. They opposed every single measure we introduced to do this. Now, every other council around us is having to do the same thing, but because we move faster, the results are stronger here. Other councils are putting up rates by 7 or 8%, by 5 or 6%, but here, 3.87% for the average residential owner-occupier. That is the outcome of responsible financial management. That is the outcome of the decisions that had to be made to reduce spending, decisions that were opposed by the Green Labor Coalition of Chaos. But that is something that is now paying dividends because we are in a strong financial position and now we can continue to do the work that needs to be done for our future. With that strong base, we move forward with confidence. We've done the things that needed to be done. They were not easy things. It was never easy to reduce spending. It was never easy. And as I said, it was resisted all of the way by the opposition, but because we've done that, we're not delivering a 7 or 8% rate increase like other councils are. We're not delivering a 5 or 6% rate increase like other councils have done. And we're not delivering a 6% rate increase like the Labor Party did 4 times when they were in office. But what we're doing instead is making sure that Brisbane is moving. We're making sure we deliver on Monday the biggest boost to bus services.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further
move for an extension?
Seconded.
No.
Okay.
Withdraw.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the budget. And interesting that the Lord Mayor has felt the need to rebuff Councillor Adams and call her ridiculousness out because her view of the last 2 days was it's a statutory obligation to attend these meetings, to not meet with members of the community, and meet with organisations and meet with businesses.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
That's what Councillor Adams said.
One moment, please, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm glad that the Lord Mayor has finally admonished Councillor Adams and called out that rubbish that she has been sprouting over the last 2 days. Good on the Lord Mayor for filming some videos. Good on him. But this budget that he delivered 2 days ago makes it clearer than ever, Chair, that this LNP council has become complacent, lazy and completely out of touch after 21 long years in power. And I wonder whether the Lord Mayor, when he was going out about filming videos on the metro buses, asked the people of Brisbane whether they thought Brisbane today was better than it was 20 years ago, whether there's less congestion. Did he ask him if he said if there's less congestion? Oh, the Lord Mayor thinks there's less congestion today. I'll take that interjection from the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor of Brisbane thinks there's less congestion today than there was 20 years ago. Did the Lord Mayor ask those people on those metro buses if it was cheaper to rent a house in Brisbane or buy a house in Brisbane today than it was 20 years ago? Oh, he stopped interjecting there, didn't he? Yeah, the little slip of the tongue, that one. So we've been out in the community, we've been talking to people, and they're not saying Brisbane is better under this LNP administration than it was 20 years ago. Now, Brisbane is a wonderful city, but it's being let down badly by bad governance. We've been presented with another budget without numbers, a budget where suburban works funding the bread and butter of what council is supposed to be doing remains ambiguous, aspirational and subject to the generosity of the Lord Mayor and his team and how they feel at any given time throughout the year, whether they fund things. And seeing major infrastructure like the Story Bridge crumble, yet the budget failed to invest any meaningful money to restore it. Now, the Lord Mayor just said a 6.4% increase was bad in rates. A 6.4% rates increase was bad. Well, Lord Mayor, you jacked up rates in Tagum and Middle Park and Runcorn and Algester and Stones Corner, Bowen Hills, Highgate Hill, the Valley, South Brisbane and more by 7.5%. You're a very, very bad man if you think a 6.4% increase is bad. All those suburbs up 7.5%, Chair. Fees and charges up by 7%. What did those people on the Metro think about that? What do they think about fees and charges being up 7%, Chair? The budget makes it more expensive and more difficult for people to live in Brisbane. There's more LNP taxes than ever. There's the pensioner tax from last year, which is still there. There's the bin tax this year. There's the food truck tax the Lord Mayor's brought in. And soon we're going to see a new tax in the form of a toll slapped on the Story Bridge to pay for the Lord Mayor's failures. We know he wants it. And there's little reason every single LNP council has spoken about a toll during their contribution. Every single LNP councillor got up and spoke over the last 2 days, talked about a toll on the Story Bridge. That tells you everything you need to know. But if the LNP could collect $1, and we don't want to give them too many ideas here, for every email and social media comment and phone call, every TV or radio story, every conversation, both direct and overheard, about the sorry state of our city, we could be well on our way to fund the Story Bridge restoration. But instead, the Lord Mayor is funding $2.6 million worth of advertising and growing, an extra $1.8 million on junk mail and growing, and $400,000 worth of overseas junkets and growing. And the LNP have lost sight of the basics. They've lost sight of the reason we are all here, what we're elected to do. One story comes to mind which really encapsulates that for me, and that's the North Brisbane Motorcycle Club, a real David and Goliath story against this LNP regime. I visited that club. It was a hive of activity, from families and young kids to Australian champions. This motorcycle club has 400 plus members and attracts riders from across Australia in multiple events every year. It's called the Mick Doohan Speedway. It produced Casey Stoner. You'll not find a club like that, not just in Brisbane, but within hundreds of kilometres of southeast Queensland. But council wants their land. They're kicking them off. This is a lease site. Council's kicking them off and selling the land to make a quick buck. Now, kicking grassroots clubs off council lease sites after decades of good tenancy just for a cash grab. And what did their local councillor say? For starters, it took him a month to reply, and this is what Councillor Allen had to say in an email. Hi, Sarah. This matter is being handled by the Chair of the Community and Arts Committee and senior council officers. I understand you had a meeting with these officers in May. This matter is not being managed
Cassidy,
by
your
the
time
Northgate
has
Ward
expired.
Office.
Are there any further speakers?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, I forgot your misrep. Sorry, Councillor
That's
Adams.
okay, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Cassidy said that I jumped up and down saying that it was legislatively required that you had to be in the chamber. That is not what I said.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to offer a final reply on the 25-26 Brisbane City Council budget. We've heard a lot over the past week about economic responsibility, about sustainable growth, about future-proofing our city, but you need only scratch the surface of the spin for this budget to tell a very different story. So I want to ask a simple question. What does good governance actually look like in a city facing the escalating climate crisis? Because if governance means anything, it means protecting people, planning for the future, investing in resilience. But this budget offers none of that. In fact, it quietly admits to failure. Hidden away in the city governance program itself is one of the most telling items in the entire document. Under Strategy 7.2.1, Financially Sustainable Council, we find the disaster recovery work
recoverable item 23 million in forecast revenue and 47.5 million in forecast expenditure. It sounds tidy, doesn't it? A single straightforward item, but behind that item, like so much of this budget, is a story of a real cost, real pain and real inaction. Disaster Recovery Works recoverables refers to federal and state government disaster recovery funding to repair the damage after floods, after storms, after trees are felled, roads are damaged and homes are inundated. Council may not be footing the whole bill, but Brisbane residents are. We pay in installed repairs, in broken drains, in delays, disruptions and daily frustrations. These recovery works take months, sometimes years, and by the time Council clears the backlog, the next disaster has already begun. Is this what responsible governance has become? Hiding shortcomings in spreadsheets to avoid accountability? This budget is full of those quiet admissions. No wonder it's been so difficult to get any meaningful information on it out of this administration. Let's take a look across some of the programs. Program 1, Transport for Brisbane, over 600 million for bus and metro maintenance, yet not a single new service for the west side. 90 million on ferries, no expansion. $1 billion program that won't reduce congestion or give us a real alternative to driving. Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. There's another $1 billion and just only two real traffic calming projects across the entire city. No progress on long-promised active transport links like the West End, Toowong, Green Bridge. No major investment in making suburban streets safer or more livable. Program 3, Unsustainable City. Over 70 million in combined cuts to park funding, stormwater management and flood mitigation, cuts to the very things that protect us from the climate crisis we're already living through. This is not governance for the future. This is governance that sees how the world is changing and decides to go backwards on sustainability and resilience. And so we come back to that disaster recovery figure of 47.5 million this year. But what about next year? If we keep treating disasters as a single line item, a one-off cost, what happens when it hits 100 million, 500 million, $1 billion? We are watching in real time as disaster costs climb and council's capacity erodes, not just because of extreme weather, but because of a failure to responsibly govern, a failure to plan a city in a way that is sustainable and resilient. That means making decisions like not building on flood zone 1, just as the Insurance Council of Australia advocates for, and which nearly all local governments in Australia, except for Brisbane City Council, apply. Council teams are still working through clean-up from the last cyclone. We have excellent council officers, and they get through a significant amount of work, but they don't have the resources to keep up. Maintenance teams are stretched, infrastructure is degrading, and next year, in a 1 in 100 year flood, doesn't care whether we've finished cleaning up from the last one. What insurances do residents get for their 4% rate rise this year? More flooded homes? More damaged roads? More delays in services? Because let's not forget, this administration is not just failing to plan for disasters, it's fueling them by letting trees get ripped up, by stalling the active transport
Councillor Chongwa, your time
transition.
has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the budget on a whole, and I think I've made my position fairly clear over the last 2 days of debate, but I would like to summarise by saying just a few more things. I said this privately to Councillor Kim and Councillor Chongwa, but I dead set, in the space of a year, you two have done a brilliant job in understanding the budget, participating and speaking up for your communities. And I just want to put on the record, I think both of you have been brilliant. Brilliant, and so was that, and I'm sorry I didn't get to finish, Councillor Chongwa. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this lazy LNP administration are taking Brisbane City in the wrong direction. They are absolutely dragging our city down with their poor governance, their failed financial management, their incompetent service delivery, and their absolute failure to listen to the people of Brisbane. All of these things are having an impact on how our city runs. And before Councillor Adams jumps up and says, you all talk the city down, I've been here now 17 years and I started in the LNP. I have never, ever seen this city look as bad as it does now. Trees are overgrown, roads are absolutely in an appalling state, parks aren't being mown. I mean, these are just the basics. These are the things that council used to do well, because we had local and dedicated council officers who would look after our areas. They knew the names of the parks, they knew where things were, they knew what needed doing. And yes, there was always a challenge to get the money to do what was needed, but they had connection and investment and pride in their local area. And I know that when this council disconnected them, when Councillor Marx was the chair, from the work that they do, that had a massive impact on their ability to service the city, and they still struggle with that. And we're doing it to them yet again. So this council has undermined service delivery in this city for far too long, and they are getting it wrong. And I know that there are LNP councillors out there who are complaining as well, but you cannot, if you drive up Oxley Road, I mean, car's going to fall into a pothole, it's that bad on Oxley Road. King Arthur Terrace is just as bad, and there's no plan to fix this infrastructure, none at all. There's potholes that a car could fall into at the Dunlop Soccer Club, and for 15 years we've been asking for the car park to be resurfaced. 15 years, and the Lord Mayor cannot find any money to invest in upgrading a busy school, community, sport and pool car park. 15 years. How is there not 15 times, well, I don't even know, that's a lot of money. Hundreds of millions, I don't even know, it's a lot of money. So this Lord Mayor is taking this city in the wrong direction. And I've said this many times over the years in this place, but it's obvious for people to see now. When you come into the council in the current financial year and you have to cut 1/8 of your budget because you can't deliver it, you've overspent, you can't deliver the programs you've promised, and you roll it into the next year, there are hundreds of projects being rolled over, including ones I've talked about earlier today. The Lord Mayor's forward financials aren't worth the paper they're written on. The Lord Mayor's borrowing more money this year, and then apparently we're not borrowing any more money for the next 10 years. Does anyone believe that? I don't. He's not funding his signature projects. I mean, the very first thing this Lord Mayor did as the new Lord Mayor of Brisbane was stand up and say, I'm going to deliver 5 green bridges. Well, the Rolls-Royce green bridge that was built at Breakfast Creek got done, and then the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which cost probably, what, 150 million more than it was budgeted for, and now the others are on hold. And there's no plan, no money, no idea. Meanwhile, the bridges we do have are crumbling, whether that's the Walter Taylor Bridge that's desperately needed painting and will finally get it, or the Story Bridge where you can't even walk across the most significant and iconic bridge in our state. You can't even walk across it. And I don't even know that the $6.7 million in this year's budget is going to fix those footpaths permanently. I don't think they will. I think it's a temporary solution, and I think they're going to be closed again. Does anybody think this is a good idea? I don't. I have seen bad decisions happen over many years in this council. City Plan 2014...
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few brief comments in relation to the end of this.
Point of order. I'm so sorry.
Point of order, Councillor
We're still
Johnston.
in the budget debate, so why are we only getting 5 minutes?
That is the standard limit time, Councillor.
I'm sorry?
That is, 5 minutes is the allocated time for each speaker.
But the budget actually says 10 minutes in the standing orders, so is there some reason you're saying it's only 5? The meeting's local laws refer to 10.
That's for the program debate, Councillor.
Well, we're still in the budget. Perhaps you could read the rule. I'm sorry, Councillor Kim.
No, that's not it. Yeah, I've just explained that too, Councillor. Yeah, the separate budget programs are the 10 minutes and we've done that, so it's back to the 5 minutes, Councillor. Section 74, budget debate. So they exclusively will say at E that just for each separate programs that we have allocated those 10 minutes. The rest is the 5 minutes. So, and Council, also just so you know, I did check for you about these notes, and you actually emailed them, and Tennyson Ward as well, on the 17th of June, as were all councillors, the budget run sheets. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that hasn't been mentioned over the past 2 days is the asset register that every council ward office has. 1 year ago, and thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your comments previously. It's been a great year since we first started, but if there's one thing that I won't forget, it's the items that belong to the Callum Ward office using the allocated Callum office budget, that with all the items then transferred to LNP ward offices. Yes. I know which ones they're hanging out in right now, and every year I will continue to bring this up. I know Councillor Murphy's laughing over there, and he also mentioned that I keep bringing up Angela Owen, but Angela Owen is the former councillor who sent these items away from the Callum ward office, the same items that residents in our ward used. They were ping pong balls as well, bats, easels that I found out was made by our local Algiston men's shed as well. These were sent to the Lord Mayor's office too. I think it's so important that our budget highlights where these items are from and which offices from the LNP that they're hanging out in right now. I see cheesy grins all across the chamber. I know that these items are hanging out in their offices. They're quite expensive as well, so I think it's so critical that this is on the record. And finally, some last few comments from a high school student in Forest Lake. Our children are the future of this city, but we find that some of our young people do so much better than others, earning more and succeeding more. It's not because they're smarter or stronger or somehow better. It's because of the choices we make. Do we choose to cut and gut essential local services and infrastructure in some places while giving premium ones to others? Or do we invest in everyone according to need and make sure everyone thrives? For our young people, we know that it's vital that they have their own dedicated spaces which are safe. Now, with this budget, the LNP Schrinner regime had the choice to invest in our young people and in our suburbs. But they chose to rip out the money out of our suburbs and raise their rates. We want
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I wonder if Councillor Kim will answer where the Wynnum's gear is gone from the ward office. Would you take a question?
I don't think the councillor's taking a question. Are you? No. Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. If I can continue with Isaac's speech that he worked very hard to write. Now, with this budget, the LNP Schrinner regime had the choice to invest in our young people and in our outer suburbs. But they chose to rip out money out of our suburbs and raise their rates. We want council to invest in us so that we can flourish, so that our city can flourish. At the end of the day, it boils down to this. We don't want privilege, we want fairness. And all of Callum Ward residents want to be treated fairly. Absolutely. They know that former items that belong to the ward office that they used to borrow were transferred around to LNP wards. It's not right.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Will Councillor Kim take a question about Wynnum
Councillor
ward
Kim,
items?
will you take a question? No, Councillor Adams.
No.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. We will ask for these items to be returned. We'll continue to ask for them to be returned as well. It's clear that they were transferred. I see the smile on Councillor Murphy's face. I know that these councillors know about these items and were part of the plans. I know all the flyers were sent back. I know they were sent back to City Hall.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order,
if this is such an important thing for Councillor Kim, will she take a question?
No. Councillor.
Thank you. To continue on behalf of Callum Ward residents.
Good on you.
the right action should be taken. This wasn't reflected in the annual budget after these items were transferred. It was on the asset register and it said that it belonged to the Calamvale Ward Office. The justification we got at the time was that it was Brisbane ratepayers' money. So then Councillor Cassidy said at the time, if that was the case, then we could hypothetically take a chair from this chamber and then put it in a random ward office, maybe in the Deagon ward office. With that logic, clearly the LNP, all they have in response to this is that it's all part of a facade. They put a smile on their face and say everything's okay, but they're playing part of this political game. All of the residents know it. They saw it. They see that these items are in the LNP ward offices. I know they're benefiting from it right now, but these items belong back to Calamvale Ward residents, and I'll continue to bring it up again and again. And let's not forget about the key that belonged to the bus depot that somehow Councillor Owen had. I don't know. There's a lot of answers that the Chair of Transport at the time, Councillor Murphy, needs to answer as well, who was responsible for that. It's important that this is on the record. They're laughing right now because they know that it wasn't the right thing to do.
Councillors, do not call out while Councillor Kim is on her feet so that we can hear this all clearly, please.
Well, we pay more in rates and we get less in return, and that's certainly true for Calamvale Ward residents. It is true.
Councillor Wines,
correct, Councillor
do not
Wines.
call out.
It is true. We pay more and we get less in return. Councillor Wines agrees.
Point of order.
Just one moment.
This is the council that Councillor Wines is a part of as well.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. I was just going to say, Councillor Wines, to please stop calling out, and I do caution you. Councillor Griffiths, did you have a... No. Okay, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, and we will continue the fight. I'll make sure that residents' stories are always read.
Councillor, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any further speakers?
Yeah,
Councillor Murphy.
Just very quickly after that, Madam Chair, I just have to say, Councillor Kim's speech was very entertaining, but you know, this deep state, Calamvale Ward lost property, bus key depot theory that Councillor Kim has just espoused was very entertaining, and I was laughing because of how hilariously conspiratorial it is, not because I have anything to hide or have received any tainted goods or keys from the Calamvale Ward Office, by the way. So it is madness, Madam Chair.
Just one moment. One moment. Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Cassidy, I've also warned you many times. I have a list here of the times in this meeting that I have cautioned you, and you have failed to comply with my request to stop calling out across the chamber and for unsuitable meeting conduct, and I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with this request may result in an order being issued. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And I rise also to do a bit of a summary on the session. I suppose the first point I'd like to make is last year there weren't any figures in the budget and there were no projects in the budget, which is the first time for me in 22 years that we have not been given information. Then this year there was no budget book. And in my case, I find it very difficult to work without a budget book. I find technology really difficult to negotiate. So I think that is something that I would ask the Lord Mayor to review. I would like to congratulate Councillor Cassidy and the whole team over here for using the information sessions so well. I have come to the point after 22 years that the information sessions are just a waste of time. They're not useful. They're a waste of effort, and it's just all about hiding information. So that's my experience after 22 years, sadly, and I think that's, even now, staff, trying to get information from staff, they're being told we don't need that information. So it is really concerning for me because when I've done training, done the company director's course, it's always about transparency, about being open, being able to see things, and that's what the budget session should be about. Anyway, what I did do was we did go and talk to people with Storybridge. I'll table this because there might be some LNP councillors who want to scan it. I visited Councillor Adams' office with Councillor Kim, and we spoke with a number of residents. We actually had people pull over and speak to us. Yes. Yes.
Councillor
pull
Adams.
Over and speak to us.
No, please do not laugh or call out, please. Thank you. Wait till everyone's quiet.
Also spoke with residents, particularly about the buses. Now, yesterday, Councillor Murphy was mocking that. Here are the people. So this is Lynn, this is Gary Plum, this is Dawn, this is Jeanette, this is Curtis, this is Joan, this is Laura, this is Anne, and this is Christina. So all those people had legitimate concerns. And they're apparently the small-minded people, but they have legitimate and big concerns. So yeah, just thought I'd show Councillor Murphy that, just so he knows they're real people. And finally, I just want to do a sing out to an officer. We're getting a new koala crossing on Toohey Road. It's going to be an underpass. The federal government are giving us $3 million. It's come out of a project of citizen science with Brad Lambert and a number of citizens, and Pat Burke in council and our news team has been leading that, and he's done a fantastic job, and we should see that in September. Be the first underpass for the city, and as well as that, either side of the road will be properly fenced so that we're directing wildlife under the road. I think it's a really good outcome, and I'd like to thank Pat and the news team for the work they've done on this. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak. I mean, we've got 5 minutes, so I'll rise to speak briefly. And I rise to speak because Brisbane is the city that I love. And it is at a crossroad. And of course, the ward that I represent, the Gabba ward, is right at the centre of that shift as the second highest density electorate in the city out of 26 wards. What is happening in the Gabba ward, what happens in the Gabba ward, will be a greater reflection of what happens across the city, and I think I've talked about this a lot previously. I won't go through all the points that I made, but the infrequency of the buses, and the unreliability, the lack of green space while we're cutting upgrades and new green spaces. I'll put this on the record too. We have one of the oldest, most beautiful libraries, the Kurilpa Library, and it doesn't have toilets. We are increasing in density rapidly. The TLPI is a part of Kurilpa. And while, I'll put this out loud, I do believe it's failed, I don't think it's over for the TLPI. And that TLPI still doesn't provide the infrastructure that our growing communities need. And that's just the picture of the Gabba. We know citywide, this is something that's, the points that I've made, I'm sure, for everyone in this chamber, there are things that are challenging for the residents in our wards. And what is clear to me is that this budget lacks courage, responsibility, and care. Through these debates, we've all listened to each other. I've been as respectful as I can. We've listened to speeches, and the one thing that I can say about the LNP speeches that I've listened to is that they're heavy on the spin, but light on the overall substance. And it tells us a lot about the priorities. And sadly, I believe that those do not reflect the priorities and the daily realities of people who live, work, rent, raise families, and pay rates to us in the city. And we're not just talking about potholes, we're not just talking about footpaths or transport routes, we're talking about vision and the kind of city that we want to live in and leave behind. Do we want a city that plans for the long term, that sees transport, housing, climate-resistant resilience, and green spaces not as luxuries, but as our essentials? Do we want a city where we paper over deep structural cracks with ribbon cutting and tree-lined main streets ready for 2032? And like I said, I think what's missing here is courage, responsibility, and care. And what I mean by that is care for the people doing it tough, whether they're rough sleepers, renters, mortgage owners. Care for people that aren't doing it even tough, right? Care for everyone in the city, all the residents, because those people are the ones that make up all our communities, and their contributions to our city, and I can only speak to myself, but to me personally, the joy that I get from my interactions with residents makes my life better. I want responsibility and care for future generations who will inherit the impacts of the decisions we make. Responsibility and care for neighbourhoods being reshaped by density, but left without infrastructure to support it. I'll finish on this. I do believe Brisbane is at a crossroads, and these budgets are a demonstration of what that crossroad should mean. And we should care, and I hope that everyone in here cares. I truly hope that. I truly believe that. I don't think we come here to represent our communities if you don't care. But I don't see that care, courage, and responsibility reflected in this budget. We need to invest in people.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. In the 5 minutes, I'd like to probably say the most disappointing part of the this budget or these last 2 days is the fact that the Lord Mayor wasn't in the chamber for the majority of the debate. And I think that says a lot about himself in regards to something he should be doing twice as much as he's doing, and that is listening. And that's not just listening to our side, or the Greens, the Independents, it's actually listening to your own people as well. Because a lot of the debate wasn't scripted from their side. I could tell the ones that actually did the work and the ones that just read the work, right? Now, they have good ideas as well, and yes, you do have a caucus that you can raise things in, but really, good leadership is about listening. And it's about hearing what people think. You may not agree with it, right? But it's something that all good leaders do. And I just think you pay too much of the politics, right? And that's all right in the chamber here, right? Because honestly, there's not too many people out there listening into this chamber, right? Which is telling in itself. But, you know, so when you're across in New York next week or 2 weeks or whatever, and you're at a leadership forum, right, have a chat to some of those exceptional leaders that you're going to meet up with and ask them how they got there. And most of them will say that they listen and they trust their people. They trust their people to do the right thing. And, you know, I've been in management most of my life, and I tell you what, and it's even at the ward office, right? I listen to my team, right? Because honestly, they're at the coalface. They're dealing with constituents day in, day out. I see a bit of that in between meetings, in between, you know, just going out and greeting people and going to events and things like that. But it's really down to listening and understanding their point of view, and then seeing if you can't work that into your own lexicon of thinking. So that was probably the most disappointing thing. Yes, you went through your diary for the last 2 days and what you were doing outside of the chamber, but I think most of that could have been done not in these 2 days, right? And I think it's very, very important that that's probably the most disappointing thing. I mean, the rates in my ward have gone up exponentially for a lot of the suburbs. None of them are actually at the benchmark for Brisbane average. They're all above that. Some are double, some are almost triple, right? So that was disappointing as well. But I think one of the nicest things, or one of the nicest things that happened in these last 2 days is the presence of our CEO, our new CEO, Kerry Freeman. Thank you very much for coming along. You obviously did a lot of listening. There was entertainment at times, right? And I hope you will take a lot out of your 2 days with us in the chamber, because it's obviously going to be very informative going forward. And I know on our side of the chamber here, we look forward to being able to work with you in your time with Brisbane City Council. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any further speakers? No further speakers. I'll call upon the Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you, fellow councillors, for your contribution. Councillor Strunk, I'll start with your contribution first. Councillor Strunk, I think you just undermined your own leader and your own team with what you said, because you said it's important to be in the chamber to listen. They were his words. Yet his team and his leader walked out of my budget speech really early on after their stunt with Young Labor in the gallery, and they didn't listen to the budget speech. It was a 45-minute speech with a lot of detail in it. They didn't listen to that. They didn't even stay in the chamber to listen to their own leader's budget reply speech, and in fact their leader didn't want to listen to himself speak in his budget reply either. They didn't come into the information sessions to ask questions. And the reality is this is a bit of a trend, because whenever they ask a question in question time each Tuesday, they never actually listen to the answer. And in fact, we see it time and time again where they ask a question, we answer it, and then they ask the same question again, even though it's been answered. We see that they're given reports, they don't read them, and they just continue to peddle misinformation. And so they're not interested in the information, they're not interested in the facts, they're not interested, they're only interested in playing political games. They're interested in organising fake protests with Young Labor, both in the public gallery here, and they're interested in fake protests out on the street with Labor Party members and Labor Party state colleagues as well. They're interested in peddling mistruths. And so it's really quite disappointing to see the approach. But Councillor Strunk, what you've just said is very inconsistent with what you and your team have just done. And it's important to point that out. Now, Councillor Cassidy, he loves to draw a long bow, but we just heard before that Council is now responsible for setting rents in the city of Brisbane. And he's like, oh, I got you there, oh, I got you. Yeah, well, we don't set rents in the city of Brisbane. But one way to ensure that rents keep going up is to keep opposing new development, which is what Labor and the Greens continue to do. Because if you can't bring on new supply, and supply doesn't meet demand, then rents go up. That's right. And so opposing new homes in a housing crisis will not help keep rents down. In fact, it will have the opposite approach. Councillor Cassidy also likes to talk about a bogus congestion report, which actually doesn't know where Brisbane starts and doesn't know where Brisbane finishes, and includes all of the surrounding areas that have very little or no public transport. And we've seen this before. Remember the report they used to say that Brisbane apparently has poor public transport, and all of the areas that were used as examples of that were outside of Brisbane. It's the same with his bogus congestion report as well. I think if you consider the growth of Brisbane, which has been massive and obviously something beyond our control, and something that we welcome, I think we've had more people coming onto public transport. We've had more people walking and cycling. We've had some great results here in the things that we have control over. We don't control the M1 motorway. We don't control the Gateway motorway. We don't control Gympie Road. We don't control Moggle Road beyond Kenmore either. If people are going to have a crack at us for congestion on those roads, then they're just playing politics. But what we do have some influence over is putting money into high-frequency turn-up-and-go public transport. And what will happen on Monday is the biggest step change that we have seen in decades. More services, more often, bringing us in line with global cities that have rapid transit systems. And this provides the basis of a system that can grow over future years to deliver a truly world-class turn-up-and-go transport system. That's exciting. The investments that we're making across the suburbs of Brisbane, 85% of the budget being spent in the suburbs and not in the city. We see investment in parks, we see investment in road upgrades, we see investment in a whole range of areas. We see investment in recycling and sustainability initiatives as well. Investment that will help Brisbane residents avoid the Labor state government's bin tax by diverting more green waste into recycling. And we will see so many investments that make Brisbane a better place. But I want to end with this, Madam Chair. Councillor Cassidy said, how many people on the Metro think that Brisbane is getting better? Well, look, we know that, as we've heard, Labor loves to talk our city down. They really do love to talk it down, and they spend a lot of time doing that. But overwhelmingly, the majority of people I speak to think Brisbane is getting better.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 4 against and 3 abstentions.
So that is carried. And councillors, as that concludes the presentation and consideration of the 2025-26 annual plan and budget, I declare the meeting closed. Councillors, I do remind you that there is a 15-minute break required before the next meeting so that the IT team can reset everything. So if we can come back in here in 15 minutes when I ring the bells. Thank you.